Please welcome to the stage Chris Novinsky, Lake George Waterkeeper.
Good morning, everyone. I'd love to welcome you here to our 9th annual Salt Summit. And this is also our 4th hybrid event. So we do have people online from as many as 10 states in Canada. We're very excited to be in Lake Placid again this year. We were here a number of years ago before the pandemic, and just great to come back here and share the work that we've done in Lake George with all the other great work that people have done around the Adirondack Park, and share the information that we're developing, trade ideas, learn some more, and bring it out there and help our communities. We're excited to be able to continue to bring this to you at no charge at all due to the support of our sponsors as well as our partners. We'd really like to thank the Olympic Regional Development Authority for their help in hosting this event with us, as well as WIT Advisors. If we could give them a round of applause. But really, we've got to reach out to all our sponsors, our innovation sponsors, Henderson and Hilltip, as well as our cutting edge sponsors, De-icing Depot, Evolution Edges, Granite State De-icing, Innovative Surface Solutions, Metal Plus, React Blades, and Viasis. They will have booths out in the lobby, as well as throughout the day they will be out in the parking lot, demos of their equipment, going through practices and where you can learn more. So please visit them and thank them, because with their generous support, that's how we can do this at no charge to everyone. As well as our nonprofit sponsors, the Adirondack Council, Mirror Lake Watershed Association, ADK Action, and Ausable Freshwater Center. So again, a round of applause for all of them. And thank you so much for helping us help everyone else out, because this is really an education event where we trade ideas and we learn how to do things better to protect our communities again, as well as our environment. I'd also like to reach out and thank my board of directors at the LGA, Lake George Association, that's my parent organization, for their continued support and allowing us to bring this information and have this event. So some housekeeping items. There are restrooms. If you go out the doors, down the hallway to the right, and then bear right into the next hallway, you'll find the restrooms. There will be breaks. We will have one at 10 in the morning. There will be one just after lunch going into the demo session. We will have lunch. Lunch will be at noon. It will be a working lunch because we'll have box lunches. Ask you to get your lunch, take a quick break, and come back in and listen to our presenters who will be talking about their products, as well as leading into our demo session. And as Doug said, please silence your phones, respect our presenters. Some of them have traveled quite a ways and are excited to speak with you. So one program note, the second session, you'll see the agenda in the packet, is going to be a concurrent session. So after our first presenter, people interested in a calibration training, solid or liquid, after that first session, please go out into the lobby and across Olympic Drive and over to the demo parking lot. And that will happen during that second session and into the break. And then after the break, convene back here. For virtual attendees, I'd like to remind you to use the chat box to forward questions and comments to us at the conference center here. And we'll be sure to be mindful of that and bring those out. We will have a question period after each presenter. Those in the audience with questions, please raise your hand, wait for the mic to come. Make sure you hold it up close, and your questions will be heard. And for everyone, please fill out the evaluation in the packet. It really helps us. We've taken ideas over the years, such as the concurrent sessions, such as giving more time for demos. So it really helps us. So we look forward to reading those after. So to kick off, we'll start today's event like we always do at all the other previous SALT summits. We like to have our local elected officials give some introductory remarks and welcome remarks. And I would like to thank the Village of Lake Placid for their support, helping us with the parking facility and the demos to give us the area for the sponsors to provide their products. I'd like to welcome the Mayor of Lake Placid, the Honorable Art Devlin. Art has been connected to Lake Placid for generations, and his father was a decorated Olympic ski jumper. Art was a local businessman who owned the family business, the Devlin Motor Lodge, until recently. But now he focuses time on the village, understands the importance of balancing the economics and the development with the importance of protecting our environment, which is a reason that many people come here. So among his, although the village takes a lot of his attention, I do understand when he's not doing that, he loves to get out and play some golf. So if we could welcome the Mayor of Lake Placid, Art Devlin.
Good morning. On behalf of myself and the Village of Lake Placid, let me officially welcome you to the Adirondacks. I would also like to thank Chris Nowitzki for the opportunity to speak to you today and for holding your 9th SALT Summit here in Lake Placid. The last conference was here 5 years ago, and a lot has changed in that time. Mirror Lake, which our village is built on, is unique in that it has a road that goes all the way around it. It also has very little water turnover. As a result, the salt that has been put down over the last 40 plus years was starting to become uninhabitable by our lake trout. The bottom of our lake, described by Brendan Wiltsey, was like an Italian salad dressing mix. This salty mixture of water would not allow the lake to turn over and was preventing life from being supported at the bottom levels. Working with the Mirror Lake Watershed Association and Brendan Wiltsey, we were able to reduce the amount of salt that we put down and to divert some of our biggest offenders away from the lake. Some of the improvements that we made right off the bat were getting rid of our broadcast spreader. That had 2 settings, off and super turbocharged. It was said that some of our salt spreaders could reach the 2nd floor of the buildings on Main Street. We now have a drop spreader that puts the salt exactly where we need it. Another big improvement for us is that all of our large plows are live edge plows. And part of the education included just putting down the amount of salt that was needed. In the past, it was very easy to say if 10 pounds of salt was good, 20 had to be better. Some of the major improvements that we made around Mirror Lake included drainage on the east side of the lake that captured the surface water and diverted it away from the lake. We also put down cement sidewalks instead of brick sidewalks. We do not know why, but cement sidewalks take half the amount of salt that bricks do. In the process of redoing our Main Street, we diverted all the surface water that comes down off our 4 major hills, either gets diverted away from Main Street or goes into 4 large retention areas. All of these efforts have been extremely successful in that the lake is now turning over again and is on its way to being healthy. I understand Brendan Wiltsey is one of the presenters today, and I'm sure he will go into more detail on this for you. For those of you that are not familiar with Brendan Wiltsey, he has been a godsend to our area, bringing scientific knowledge and common sense together. He has been able to bridge the gap between the people that say no salt and those that have to put it down to keep people safe. One big event that has taken place in the last 5 years was the World University Games. They came with a lot of upgrade to infrastructure and a lot of publicity. In the lead up to the Games, the state of New York invested over $700 million in our aging Olympic venues. In all, between the investment in the sports venues, the upgrades to both municipal and the private sector, over $1 billion has been spent in our small area in the last 5 years. This puts us in a great position for whatever comes our way. One of the possibilities is the bobsledding portion of the Cortina Olympics in 2026. It is possible that Cortina and/or Europe will not have a track ready in time. If that is the case, we are one of the official alternates to hold the event. and they say our chances are about 50-50. We're all hoping that they have a track in place by then to make the experience better for the athletes and for the spectators. If not, we will be proud to once again welcome the world. In February, we will have the third year of a 5-year contract for the FIS-sanctioned World Cup ski jumps. This was made possible due to the upgrades to our jumps that now bring them into compliance with international standards. We are one of only 2 jumps in North America with that designation. And believe it or not, last year on a Saturday of the event, we had over 8,000 spectators. That equals, if not rivals, the most spectators to any event in Lake Placid. In March, we will be hosting the World Championship Bobsled and Skeleton. That's another big event for us. And I realize that your time is short here, but I hope you'll have a chance to get out, see some of the village, visit some of the unique shops and dining opportunities both on and off Main Street. And I would also like to spotlight any of our DPW department heads or their employees that are here today. As mayor, I know how hard your job is. You're expected to work weekends, holidays, work during the midnight hours, and sometimes 2.5 days straight for major snowstorms. For all that you do, I would personally like to say thank you. I would also like to say thanks to any of the watershed associations, the private sector, villages, towns, county, and the state of New York for the partnerships that you have formed. The problems that we are facing from years of putting down salt will not be solved unless we all work together, and I commend the work that you're doing. In closing, thank you again for the work that you do and for choosing Lake Placid for your Salt Summit.
Thank you very much, Art. That was great, and so good to hear about so much going on here, as well as recognizing our highway departments and their hard work. To start off, we are actually going to have, for the first time, and Art touched on it a little bit, a discussion about design considerations, because this is a more holistic approach, and it's not just going out and plowing, but it's also how can we design things better that will reduce those potential impacts. So our first presenter, Pamela Strong, comes to us from Ontario, Canada, and works with the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, which is dedicated to conserving, restoring, and managing the Lake Simcoe watershed since 1951. I was drawn to their work for design standards focusing on winter maintenance considerations. Pam had a feature article in Landscape Trends magazine on STEP, Sustainable Technologies Evaluation Program, that fosters a broader implementation of technologies that can protect water resources and reduce our carbon footprint. So please welcome Pamela Strong.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Like Chris said, I come from the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. We're a pseudo-government organization that our primary goal is to prevent development in the floodplain, but we also do work on environmental monitoring, watershed management, and education. So this is part of we have watershed monitoring and management here. So this morning I'm excited to talk to you about some of our initiatives that we've been undertaking over the past number of years to try to manage the salt issue in our watershed. So a quick outline of my presentation. First, I'll just go over a bit about the chloride issue in our watershed, and then I'll go through a couple of case studies. The first is our commercial parking lot case study, and then a municipal case study, which is focused on the town of Newmarket. And then, as Chris mentioned, I'll also get into our parking lot design guidelines, and then take a quick look at our contractor procurement guidance and some of the advocacy work that we've been undertaking. So first, a quick intro to the Lake Simcoe watershed. As you can see, circled in orange or in yellow there, it's just a little bit north of the city of Toronto, about an hour's drive north. The watershed itself is about 1,300 square miles in area. The lake is 280 square miles, so it's a pretty good-sized lake. About 435,000 residents call it home. And we also have about 50,000 seasonal residents. There's a lot of cottages on the area, used both in the summer and in the winter. It's a pretty big ice fishing hub, although that's getting a little bit less reliable over the last couple of decades, but still great lake for ice fishing. It's also an important resource for drinking water. A number of communities draw their drinking water from the lake, and there are a number of groundwater sources as well. And Lake Simcoe is considered a small version of the Great Lakes. So we see a lot of the same issues, a lot of the same invasive species, but at a bit of a smaller scale. So there's a lot of studies that go on Lake Simcoe. It's just a little bit easier to see what might happen in the Great Lakes on this smaller lake. So looking at chloride in the Lake Simcoe watershed, we first identified it as an issue as we developed our subwatershed plans. So these are management plans for each of the river systems that drain into the lake. We were developing those between 2000 and 2017. Up to that point, phosphorus had been seen as the main contaminant of concern in the lake, but as we started to look at our water quality monitoring data and developing those plans, we saw that a lot of the stations in our urban and urbanizing areas were either had high or increasing chloride concentrations. So that was when we saw that chloride is becoming an issue. As you can see from this graph, hopefully you can see, about 20% of the salt in the watershed comes from parking lots, and then about 60% comes from municipal roads, so either regional or local roads. So we decided to focus our reduction efforts on those two sources. They are, I think we calculated once, there was about 200 kilograms of salt going down per person every season, so a lot of salt going down, so we thought it would be good to focus on those two sources. The lake is also under significant development pressure. I think it's one of the fastest growing areas in North America. That 435,000 people that I mentioned in the last slide is slated to grow by about 50% over the next 50 years or so. So as you can see, with all this salt going down, the concentration in the lake is increasing pretty much every year at a pretty steady clip. This is our water quality monitoring station at the outlet of the lake. You can see that it's still below that guideline level that's shown in red there, but it is climbing, and we don't expect it'll be too long before we start seeing impacts to aquatic life. And then if you look at our monitoring stations in the river systems, these dots, the red dots, are stations where the average annual concentration exceeds the acute guidelines, so that's with very deleterious effects to aquatic life. The yellow stations, those are the annual average again. Concentration is above the chronic guideline that you saw in the last slide. But keep in mind, these are annual average concentrations, so that also includes the summer and spring concentrations, so before any salt is being applied, so it's obviously getting into that shallow groundwater system and contributing salty water to our rivers throughout the year. Because we were seeing this, we developed our salt reduction strategy, which identified actions that we could take as an authority on the salt issue in the watershed. And I'll go into those. Oh, forgetting to switch my slides here. There we go. So our approach, as I mentioned, we were looking at municipal roads and parking lots. So for municipal roads, we convened a Lake Simcoe Salt Working Group, which was comprised of urban and urbanizing municipalities within our watershed. Some of these municipalities had already started to look at their practices and see where they could make reductions. Others were a little more entrenched in their thinking, saying, well, we've been doing this for years, it works, why would we change it? So part of that was to share information and sort of maybe create a bit of peer pressure and have some of those municipalities start thinking a little bit more, well, if that town is going to straight salt or to using liquids, maybe we should think about that too. We also conducted a benchmarking survey just to establish with the municipalities what everyone was doing, different types of roads, different types of weather systems, just to sort of get an idea of what was happening in the lake, where we could focus on making changes, and then also, again, to ask those questions of the municipalities. Why are you doing what you're doing? And maybe get them thinking a little bit about how they could make some changes. And the next thing that we did was the Town of Newmarket case study, which I will talk about in a couple of slides. So we've done a number of things for parking lots. The first was research to better understand the issue. So looking at behavioral, it's not hard, but trying to understand exactly what it was that was driving contractors to apply more salt than was needed. We conducted monitoring to see what was happening, what was going down on the parking lots in different conditions, looking at our stormwater ponds, and we're seeing similar things in our stormwater ponds that have been observed in the lake here, where there is that stratification, the chemical stratification. So the ponds aren't working as they're supposed to. Instead of coming in and the water getting cycled, it's just sort of shooting right out over that top layer, or the dense bottom layer. So trying to understand what's going on there and how we could change it. And then we also did friction testing, so looking at different types of weather systems and how they affect different surfaces and different types of treatment as well. And spoiler alert, too much salt is actually as slippery as an icy surface. So it's actually really not helpful to apply more than is needed. We developed the parking lot design guidelines, which I'll talk about. We held a number of Smart About Salt training sessions. So for interested contractors, these training sessions showed them how to properly use salt, understanding how it works, because a lot of people, they do landscaping in the summer and they throw the hopper on the truck in the winter and they just put salt down because that's what you do. So just helping everyone to understand how the salt works and maybe to help apply more properly, I guess, for a better way of putting it. And then we also convened a freshwater roundtable. This was a group of commercial property owners. There were representatives from all levels of government, contractors, and conservation authorities. And this group was to discuss the parking lot issue, because a lot of parking lot owners and managers don't even know, they just think more salt is better. So just bringing to the forefront the knowledge that too much salt isn't great, and there are things that property managers can do as well as contractors to control that amount of salt. So I'm going to discuss this in a little bit more detail later on. So, that was supposed to be an animation. That's okay, we'll just talk about it. There we go. Okay, so this is our parking lot case study. So this was a large commercial parking lot within the Lake Simcoe watershed, one of the big ones with a Walmart and 30 other stores. There were two contractors over the period of the study. So the first, contractor A, was from 2014 to 2018. And contractor B has been maintaining the site since 2018. Both the contractors had similar equipment. They both used salt, but they just approached the maintenance differently. So we developed this case study to sort of highlight how those differences change how much salt is going down. The primary concerns for both contractors were safety and liability. Liability, I'm sure it is here as well, but it's gotten to be a really, really significant issue in our area. So those are obviously their main concerns. So looking at the difference between the two, contractor A had a more typical application. They applied at every event, regardless of the event type, regardless of the conditions that were already at the site. They had a high application rate, about 80 grams per meter squared. And yeah, they went out regardless, and you'll see in the data in a minute how that affected things. Contractor B, on the other hand, had some of that training. They used best practices. They actually had a staff person go out to the site and see what the conditions were. When there was an event coming, they were able to see, there's residual salt, or just to tailor what they wanted to do to maintain that site and achieve their goal for maintenance. And they were able to tailor that application rate. So looking at the results, this graph here shows the average amount of salt that was applied per event. So every time they went out, contractor A, as you can see in blue, applied about 12 tons, and contractor B in red applied about 10 tons. So that's every single event that they go out for, they're applying on average 2 tons less. And then looking at this graph here, this is the average number of applications per season. So you can see that contractor A went out a lot more often than contractor B did. And the hatched line over the top of the graph shows the winter season precipitation. So you can see that the conditions aren't really appreciably different between the two contractors. There was one snowy year for contractor A, but they go out more often. So just showing that they're not really necessarily paying attention to what's going on the site. And I think the other important thing to note here as well is that both contractors were claim-free for the duration of the study. So looking at the successes from the case study, I think given that neither contractor had an insurance claim over the course of this study, I think it demonstrates that best practices can be used and safe conditions on the site can be maintained. So you can reduce the number of applications, you can reduce the amount of salt being applied, and still maintain those safe sites. It also shows the importance of assessing on-site conditions. So whether or not you can have a person that can go out, or there's a lot of technology now that can be used, remote cameras, to keep an eye on the site and just do what's needed instead of just going out and applying salt regardless. And the cost of that technology can also be pretty easily offset. You can see from the third bullet point there, average salt savings, we were estimating about $100 per ton of salt, $40,000 per season. So it would be pretty easy to offset the cost of any technology that you need to use. Some of the challenges that were encountered, obviously if you are going to use those best practices, you need training and knowledge, and this can be a challenge to maintain because there is a high rate of staff turnover. We find that there's the owners and they're there, but a lot of the staff changes every year, so it's kind of hard to maintain that knowledge. It does definitely take more work to plan, to tailor applications based on the site conditions. Costs can be prohibitive, so again, things like those on-site cameras, subscriptions to weather services, speed-controlled application devices. So for a smaller contractor, they can see that as prohibitive, but again, as you can see from those, just the salt savings, never mind the fewer applications and having the drivers going out less often, the cost savings can be significant. And then the last thing that we found that it can be difficult to change contractor behavior, regardless of who had the training, the accessible parking spots, the sidewalks in front of stores, there was always a lot of salt. Contractor B at times would actually go back and sweep some of it up. So they knew that it was too much, but not everyone's going to do that. So I think the more you can automate and just train the staff, and I think it's just sort of over time, it's going to become more normalized to apply less, but we're still working on it. So our town of Newmarket case study. Newmarket is a medium-sized municipality in our watershed, about 80,000 people. And they had been, as you can see in the graph there, until 2014, 2015, applying a sand-salt mix. So I think their application rate of that mix was, they varied the amount of salt in the mix, but I think they were at about 60% sand by the time they made the switch. So their application rate was a lot. They were going out and I think it was 250 kilograms per lane kilometer. So I'm not sure what that translates into in miles, but a heavy mix, and they were having to go back to the yard and refill a lot, so it was short routes. So they decided to make this shift to using straight salt. They actually shifted to a treated salt product called Thorox. As you can see from the graph there in blue, when they did make that switch, the amount of chloride reduced drastically. So they were finding what they had to do was have so much salt in the sand salt mix. They were applying so much, it was actually a really high rate of application of salt. They were able to drop that to about 80 kilograms per lane kilometer once they started with the treated salt. So about by half. However, if you look at the red line above the graph there, that shows the number of treatments that they're going out and doing each season, and it starts to increase towards the end of the timeline there, and that becomes important when we look at how everything has shaken out. This graph shows the chloride application rate with the winter collision rate overlain in red there. So you can see that even with that shift in 2015, 2016, they were able to maintain safe sites. The collision rate actually decreased. So that was great. They were able to make that shift. No one really noticed. Everything was safe. So it was great. But as I mentioned, the reductions that they were achieving in the application rate were being offset by the increased number of applications. So looking at the successes, obviously they were able to transition from the sand-salt mix to treated sand and reduce their application rates. And they were able to do this while maintaining safe conditions. Excuse me. They also achieved a number of ancillary benefits, reduced materials costs per trip, a reduction in the number of vehicle trips, so you don't have to go back to the yard as often, the routes are longer, and that's a savings in vehicle maintenance, fuel consumption, and operator time as well. They were able to increase the lifespan for their stormwater infrastructure. So when you're not applying sand in the mix, your catch basins don't fill up as quickly, your stormwater ponds don't fill up as quickly, so there's less maintenance. And then also there's a reduced spring cleanup effort. So sending the street sweepers out, they're really just picking up the detritus from the fall, leaf litter and that type of thing. When they did sweep up the sand, it's actually considered contaminated waste. So there's actually an additional cost to dispose of that. So there's a savings there as well. So the main challenge that we found was the higher number of applications. So as you saw from that graph, they started going out more and more often. So we talked to the municipality and actually a number of other municipalities and asked why they are going out more often. The first is public expectation. Again, it's a growing area. There are a lot of people moving from more southern areas or from other countries where there may not be snow. A lot of people don't expect that they need to drive or walk or wear footwear any differently than they would in July. So it's a public expectation. You can try to educate people and say, maybe wear boots instead of the 4-inch stilettos, but you can't change public behavior. So that's a big pressure. The minimum maintenance standards. Ontario, the provincial government requires certain levels of service. And just recently, they've made a change where if there's an expectation of ice accretion, you have to go out and apply. So a lot of municipalities are going out if there's any chance of a storm where there might be some ice. So I think that's driving a lot of the applications. Again, growth and development, so there's just a lot more people using the roads. So I think there's just a tendency to try to keep those roads clear. And then climate change, it's another one that's being cited fairly often. The operators are saying that they're seeing more freeze-thaw cycles. We're not 100% sure we're seeing that much of that in the data, but it is something that we want to take a further look at. So shifting gears to our parking lot design guidelines that Chris mentioned. So as I mentioned before, parking lots are a significant contributor to the chloride load in the watershed. It was about 20% in 2015, and there's been a lot of growth in the intervening periods. So this graph here shows how the impervious surfaces in our watershed have changed over time, and parking lots have grown more than any other type of impervious surface. So there's a lot of parking lots, a lot of shopping centers, a lot of condos. So yeah, a lot of that parking lot area. And a huge concern, obviously, for parking lot contractors is liability. They apply way more salt than is needed because they feel that it protects them from liability. So we designed these guidelines as one facet of what's needed to see less salt applied in parking lots. The goal of the project was to design parking lots that inherently need less salt applied to achieve the same level of service without increasing exposure to liability for contractors. The good thing about the design guidelines is that they're proactive, so municipalities can incorporate them into their planning documents, require that when designs come in, that they use at least some of these, some of the features in the guidelines. So the guideline package includes a number of different things. It has detailed design drawings and fact sheets for 4 different features. The first is grading and stormwater collection, snow pile placement and design, pedestrian flow and walkways, and landscaping features. We also included 4 site plan scenarios. So these show how all of those 4 features that I just mentioned could be incorporated into a site design. So whether it's a small, medium, or large commercial facility or an institutional site. So for this example, we used a school. We also worked with our municipal partners to develop policies that could be included in official plans or engineering design guidelines so that these can be incorporated to plans as they come in. And then there's also a fact sheet, and it's really just a high-level summary of the guidelines. And I actually left a few copies of that on one of the tables out in the lobby if anyone's interested. Okay, so I'm going to go through each of the features that are described in the guidelines. So the first is effective grading and stormwater collection. So the design considerations for this are firstly using grades between 2% and 4%. So you want to make sure that the water is moving where it needs to move quickly enough that it's not going to refreeze. Looking at grading away from building entrances, minimizing the distance of meltwater to catch basins. So if you can see in the picture there, there's a snow pile, there's no catch basin in sight, and it's just melting across that parking lot area. Really high likelihood for refreezing and requiring more salt. So trying to minimize things like this. Directing roof leaders towards pervious surfaces or to stormwater infrastructure like a catch basin, but never directing them onto paved surfaces. Implementing low-impact development features to minimize the amount of paved surfaces that require salting. And so there's a site design diagram for each of the features as well. So I know it's probably hard to see, but if you look at that blue hatch square, that would show the area of a parking lot that should be draining to a catch basin. So you kind of want to reduce the area that's draining to reduce, again, the amount of refreezing. It shows the grade there at 2% to 4%. I don't have a laser pointer, but on the left there, it has roof leaders either draining to a catch basin or there's a bioretention facility at the top there. On the right side of the screen, there's a bioswale, and there are curb cuts, so that part of the parking lot would be draining towards that bioswale. So again, it's really just all about making sure the water goes where it needs to go quickly enough that it's not going to cause an issue. Oh, there should be some text here. There we go. Oh, okay, so next we have sidewalk design and pedestrian flow. So just thinking about efficient, intuitive use of sidewalks. So a lot of parking lots just put sidewalks kind of everywhere. Most of the time, human nature, we're not going to use it. So if there's a direct route from your car to the door, you're going to take that. You're not going to walk 100 yards that way to take a sidewalk. So just really focusing it on routes that people are going to use. So coming from transit stops, coming from subdivisions, that type of thing. Oh, actually, we missed a... Sorry, can we go back a slide? Another one? There we go. Yes, sorry, we missed snowpiles. So we'll go back to that one in a second. But snowpile storage, location, and design. It's not something that necessarily a lot of people give thought to. You just kind of put it wherever there's a spot. But really thinking about it can actually affect areas that need to be resalted. So placing snowpiles along the down gradient edges of parking lots, either draining to a retention feature or a catch basin, away from major pedestrian routes, and also downwind is preferable, so you don't have that snow blowing back across the parking lot. Ensuring that catch basins are placed immediately down gradient of the snow pile. Placing the snow storage piles on impervious surfaces so that they can drain where they need to. Also clearly marking the snow storage area. So if you can see in the picture there, I know it just says no parking, but you can use different signs. But not everyone or not every site is going to have the same contractor going out every night. So having signage or hatched markings clearly showing where the snow piles should go, make sure that the snow goes in the right place, and then again, it's not going to cause any further issues. Locating piles in areas that receive a lot of solar radiation to help with melting. And then also, where possible, dedicating several areas to snow storage so that if an area is blocked off or if you get a snowy winter, there are designated areas where contractors know where to put the snow. So this one's pretty straightforward, but it's just showing the main snow pile on the right there. It's on the far end from the building. It's draining into a bioswale. And then there are designated overflow areas on the top and bottom there. So pretty simple, but it's just another important consideration. Okay, so here we go, sidewalk design. So I talked about it a little bit. Find where I am here. Yeah, so ensuring that sidewalks are direct and intuitive and designed for main pedestrian routes only. Minimizing walkways where they're not useful. Minimizing islands, so using less or fewer but larger vegetated islands where possible. So what we want to avoid is that concrete monstrosity in the top picture there. No one except whoever's in that truck is going to use that island, and they've salted the crap out of it. I can't remember, I think it was like 200 grams per meter squared. We measured what was on that. But when you get those islands, it's concrete, so there's a tendency, you feel you need to apply salt, but no one's going to use that. So the salt just piles up, and it's just not necessary. So avoiding that. Ensuring that walkways are wide enough to accommodate snowplow machinery. So you can see on the bottom picture there, that sidewalk is nice and wide and straight. You could get a sidewalk plowed on that. It'll apply the right amount of salt or sand out of the hopper in the back. And so you don't need to worry about someone out there with a bucket and a shovel, just applying whatever they feel is necessary. So considering that. Selecting materials that won't promote the ponding of meltwater. So as was mentioned, the sidewalks in Lake Placid, concrete for whatever reason seems to work better. So really thinking about what materials you're using so that you're not creating issues with the material that the sidewalk is made of. Eliminating partially covered walkways, so those can cause issues if there's dripping or the buildup of snow along the edge of the walkway. But considering things like heated walkways, maybe around building entrances. So you often see a lot of the building infrastructure, like the tracks for metal doors or carpets, get ruined by salt being tracked in. If you use just one small area of a heated walkway, you can avoid some of those issues. And then again, pretty simple drawing, just showing how to incorporate this into a design, but you can see there's a bus stop on the bottom there. I'm not sure where that top one's supposed to be draining from, maybe a subdivision or something, but just really direct. There aren't a lot of islands. There's a bit of vegetation along the walkway, and there's a heated walkway near the main entrance. And then the final feature we look at is landscaping. So this is another way that maybe a lot of people don't think that you can use landscaping to reduce salt application, but you can. The big thing to think about here is facilitating the movement of the plows around the site. So that bottom picture looks beautiful, lots of nice low-impact development features, but that would be an absolute nightmare to navigate with a snowplow. So trying to save those features for closer to the buildings or around the edge of the property. But keeping those drive lanes very clear. Also thinking about the vegetation, using native salt-tolerant plants that aren't invasive, encouraging the planting along the property boundary, and including bioretention features, again, to help with the drainage. Giving preference to vegetated islands over concrete, again, to reduce those areas that need to be salted. Planting deciduous trees with high canopies along walkways. So in the summer you get shade, but in the winter you can get that solar radiation that will help the snow to melt. Based on the predominant wind direction, you can also look at planting treed windbreaks along the perimeter of the property if you have space. And again, that'll help with any blowing. And then just for decorative purposes, considering the use of raised planters. So if you don't want to include all salt-tolerant vegetation, if you use a raised planter, it's not going to be exposed to the salty water as much. So this is the design drawing for that. So again, just very simple use of vegetation. You can see the bioretention feature, deciduous trees along the walkway, and then those vegetated islands near the building entrance. And then at the bottom there, there's a planter box that has the roof leader actually draining into it. So I know this is a nightmare to look at, but this is one of those site plan designs that I showed you. This is our large commercial property example. So what you're seeing here is how to incorporate all 4 of those features into one site plan. So you can see sort of the blue hatched area sort of on the right, showing what's draining to a catch basin. It shows where the roof leaders drain into stormwater infrastructure, the snow pile placement. So again, it's just showing how all of those features, if you were designing a site, just how you can think about it a little differently and incorporate those features. So some of the successes we've seen, we've had several of our Lake Simcoe watershed municipalities that have incorporated these into their planning documents. And we've had interest from a number of other Lake Simcoe municipalities, as well as from others in the Greater Toronto Area. The challenge, though, it's a new approach, so it's going to take time to become more mainstream. There are, like I said, only a few Lake Simcoe municipalities who are requiring it. So yeah, I mean, it's just going to take education. There's a schedule for updating official plans, so it'll just take time to be implemented. It's also difficult to tell if it's working. So if someone does design a parking lot using these guidelines, how do you know if the contractor is applying less salt and whether it's because of the design? So to look at that, we'd like, as next steps, to conduct a case study to assess the effectiveness of the guidelines. So just a quick overview of the procurement guidelines. These were actually developed by one of our partner agencies, the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority. They're intended to help property and building managers work with contractors to achieve reduced salt application. So it provides tips on how to use these contracts to control the amount of salt. It includes a number of different options, as well as what their salt reduction potential is. So not every option you include in a contract is going to reduce salt, but some of them will help. But it's just interesting that they have that sort of salt reduction potential. So if that's really your interest, you can focus on those options. There's a number of templates. There's diagrams and maps included as well, so that you're educated and are able to work with the contractor to help implement those. So the types of things that are included are financial incentives for using less salt, requiring calibrated speed-controlled equipment, using more efficient application methods like direct liquid application or pre-wetting or anti-icing. Record keeping is another important one. It comes up a lot in Ontario. Can be used to fight litigation. It's not as much as we would like for it to be, but if the records are there, then you can see that the salt is being applied as you're asking for it. Just asking for reduced application rates. Simple, but hopefully effective. And then also requiring training or certification. So like I mentioned, we did hold some of those training programs. A lot of municipalities are looking to require more contractors that have that training. So we're hoping that sort of spurs more contractors to get the training. So the more people ask for it, the more we'll get it. But that's available. I think there's a sheet with some links, but that's on the Sustainable Technologies Evaluation Program website. And then finally, I just wanted to talk a little bit about how our Conservation Authority has been advocating for change. We see this as another facet in addressing the parking lot issue. So as I mentioned, liability claims have been increasing. That's led to more payouts and increasing premium and deductible charges for contractors. These costs have forced many out of business in the industry. And there are some contractors that are raising the specter that there won't be enough of them to maintain sites around Southern Ontario. It's just become too litigious. So we convened the Freshwater Roundtable to discuss potential solutions to the issue aimed at protecting the industry, maintaining safety, and reducing the amount of salt that's applied. So we're really looking for that triple bottom line. We want to help the industry for sure. We want safety. But at the end, what we're really looking for is that reduced salt application. So there was broad support among the Freshwater Roundtable group for the New Hampshire model. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with that. But what we like about it is the liability protection for contractors who receive snow and ice training. We see that as being just, I don't know that the salt application that we're hoping for can happen if there isn't protection from liability, because they're just, there's too much hesitancy to use those best practices if they know they're going to get sued anyway. So that's a big one. But then also putting the onus on the claimant to prove that the contractor was negligent. So as long as you have those records, you should be able to prove that you're doing what you should. We live in a climate with winter, so there is an expectation that individuals will take some responsibility for themselves. So it's been a bit of an uphill battle. We make some headway, and then there's a change in the Minister of the Environment, but we are going to keep supporting the industry and pushing for this regulation that will relieve pressure and improve environmental outcomes. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Pamela. That was
Thank you.
a really great start. Are there any questions for Pamela?
I've got the mic. Sorry, my hand up. Kevin Stanish from Adirondack Customs over here on your right.
Hi there.
I had a question about your example on the proper sidewalk that you showed.
Yeah.
To me, I'm a private snow contractor, not a municipality. That sidewalk has raised curbs on both sides, plantings, and then vehicle parking. Why is that an ideal example for you? Because to me, with the sidewalk machine, you're going to have to blow that with raised
Right,
curbs.
okay. Yeah,
and then
that's
you've
fair.
got cars next to it, you've got plantings next to it. To push that as a ideal doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. You know what, that's probably just a poor choice of photo. We were focusing on the width and not what's around it, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, so width, not planters. I'll change that photo.
Hello? Oh,
There we
yeah,
go.
there you go. Sorry. Dan Kelting, Paul Smith College. Looking at your site design plans, they look very detailed and expensive, I suppose, for, say, a developer to want to invest the financial resources into those ideas. And I'm just curious are there any financial incentives within your province to assist developers in that regard?
There are some programs. It depends on where you are in the province. Conservation authorities like ours, we do have some funding. For things like the bioretention facilities, we actually have requirements for water balance. So that helps, it incentivizes the developer to implement those features. A lot of it is really just drainage. And I mean, maybe I'm naive, but I think, like by building fewer sidewalks, for example, or fewer islands, I think, just to simplify that design. And in some cases, like the snow pile storage, it's really just, it's placement, it's a sign. And I mean, it's really sort of a choose your own adventure, whatever works for your site, whatever you want to implement. So I think, I mean, obviously the heated walkways are going to be an investment, but then you also look at that compared to replacing the tracks on metal doorways or replacing carpets or whatever. So I think that's just a cost assessment that needs to be undertaken. So yeah, I mean, it would be nice if we do have some parking lot redevelopments happening in the watershed, so we're hoping to work with the designers to see. There just aren't a lot of great examples to assess what the additional costs are.
Hello there. Have you done any monitoring to track water quality improvements from, all the BMPs or the salt reduction strategies?
We haven't as an authority. Well, that's not. We have the parking lot case study that we did. We actually had a conductivity monitor in a stormwater pond on the site. So that's how we assessed how much salt was going down. Because I think the entire site drained to that pond, so we were able to just see, if the conductivity was much higher, so we were able to average that over the parking lot. So for the first contractor, we were able to see that they were applying a lot more. And we do have our partner agencies, again, with that Sustainable Technologies program, that have actually done, looking at how much salt is reduced by using those practices.
Hello, Mary Beth DeGray, concerned citizen of the North Country. I have a question. This may not be directly to you, but someone in the room might know. I'm a novice at all this. I'm just learning about all of this. But is the New York State Environmental Facilities Corp in the room? Because there's grant money available to help municipalities with mitigation. Does anybody know about that in this room? Just curious. Board of Health has also funds available to help with mitigation, to help drinking water? No? Nobody in this room knows about that. Okay.
Well, if I could.
of course,
Yeah, sorry,
yeah.
Pam.
Sorry.
Well, I think there are some grants available through New York State DEC, not the Facilities Corp. DEC is out in the lobby, so I think you could find out some more about that. So I'd like to thank Pamela for this. It was a great way to start our event, so thank you very much. I don't know if you'll be around for a little while. She will be around. And I just want to say, I'm so excited I heard the term low-impact development. It's been a mantra for the Lake George Waterkeeper for decades, and we used to have a low-impact development conference, and now we've brought that term into our SALT Summit, so I'm very excited about that. So right now we are going to go into session 2. Folks that are interested in the calibration training, I'll ask you to step out and go out into the lobby, and you'll meet the folks from WIT Advisors, and they will take you outside across the parking lot. So if you're interested in training for liquids or solids, now would be the time. You can probably get a cup of coffee going out there. And those of you who will stay in here, we're going to move into our science session. And we're very excited to have a couple of those presentations. Our first presenter during our science session is Dana Allen. Dana has been working on stormwater and water quality for a number of years in the Champlain Valley. He was working with the Watershed Consulting Associates when I first saw a presentation of his work. He has since moved on with research and a master thesis at UVM, which has focused on water quality impacts. He's a principal of Fluid State Consulting and lives in Vermont. So I'd like to welcome up here Dana Allen, please.
Hello? Oh, look at that. Perfect. All right, thanks. So first off, thanks, Chris, for having me at this conference. This is by far the most formal, set up, most produced conference I've ever presented at, so I'm freaking out. Also, my co-presenter, Becky Tharp, Dr. Becky Tharp, couldn't be here today, and she covers a lot of this, like I would say the lion's share of this, because she's smarter than I am. She has a doctorate, so there's this whole nerd factor that she brings that I can't bring. So I'll do my best. I know the material pretty well. All right, let me find all my controls here. So with that said, today we're going to be talking about de-icing storage as a potential salt point source. Often when we talk about salt pollution or salt impacts, we're talking about roads, we're talking about parking lots. Those are diffuse, spatially distributed, ephemeral sources of things like chloride and sodium. Today we're talking about a salt shed, essentially, or a couple of salt sheds, and we'll give you some context for that. Now, we did have this really fancy, this is where I nerd out. I'm a geographer by training and a water scientist by accident. And so we had this really cool story map and dashboard. We had all kinds of zoomy features and dynamic content and that sort of thing. We can't show that today. But I just wanted to highlight that I created that as a geography nerd to get a little bit of extra credit. So we did some screen grabs instead from that. I've been told that you guys can see the laser pointer. Maybe you can't. Where is it? No one can really see the laser pointer, so moot point. This is the site context. So what we're looking at here is a couple of large salt sheds in the Champlain Valley, Vermont, near Shelburne, Vermont, south of Burlington, on the La Platte River, which drains to Lake Champlain. So you see those two big salt sheds in the center there, those white sheds. Notice we have those blue points around them. You'll notice the control point to the north. That's a relatively unimpacted watershed that's roughly the same size as the salt shed watershed. We have our pond outlets. And then we have a couple other points down to the south there. There's a seep, so essentially a groundwater seep coming out of this sandy plateau that seeps into the river. And then we used to monitor the river itself directly. So we have a couple different monitoring points there. Notice that big green blob. That big green blob is a Class 1 wetland. Class 1 wetlands in Vermont are special wetlands. There's only 9 or 10 of them currently. And so they're wetlands of special concern because they're big, they're contiguous, they provide a lot of water quality benefit. And notice that this salt shed facility is right on the border of that wetland. Also of note, in orange to the north, and then also a little bit to the south, obscured by a label, we have a couple of monitoring points. That's Vermont DEC's monitoring points for chloride. So they've been monitoring those areas for chloride. Those monitoring points were adopted by this facility as their jurisdictional monitoring points. And that's important. We'll talk about that again in a second. So let's zoom in a little bit. So again, those two sheds. Notice we have the pond outlet. What was I going to talk about here? Right. Yeah, so notice we have that pond outlet right there to the north. You can see the stormwater pond just to the north of that second shed. That's where the majority of the drainage for this site goes. And then we also have that seep point at the bottom. So that's what we want to highlight in this. Let's also note that what's being stored on this site is rock salt, so sodium chloride, not magnesium chloride, potassium chloride, et cetera. That's primarily what's being stored here is rock salt. The other thing I wanted to point out is that to the south of this site, you kind of see coming in on the southern edge of the property what's a rail spur. So essentially salt comes in off that rail, goes in on the rail spur, pulls up next to the shed to the south. There's that little roof structure, the white roof structure to the north of the large red dot. That's the salt offloading pit area, so cars pull up to that. Salt gets taken out of the cars, put onto trucks. Trucks take it into the sheds. This is important for two reasons. One, rail ballast is pervious, so it allows water and other things into the ground. And two, no matter what, when you're moving material, you're probably spilling material. So some amount of material spillage is inevitable in this situation. So you're getting tracking and things like that in this entire area. So remember, rail ballast is pervious, tracking happens. Let's see, yeah, so again, just wanted to show that pond. That's where most of the drainage for this site goes. It's a typical stormwater pond. We're not talking about a gravel wetland. It's not a filter. There's nothing like that. Again, those state monitoring points, so to the north, that's about 1 kilometer downstream of the site, so fairly far away on the main stem of the river. And then the other one is probably about 0.5 kilometer upstream of that site. So just keep in mind that there's a lot of river between where those sheds are and where that saltwater pond discharges to the wetland and where the state is monitoring results. And then the other thing I wanted to show you is this giant watershed here. We have a fairly large watershed. Basically, you can see where it says Shelburne. Just to the north of that, you see those little white dots. That's where the sheds are. And so those two state monitoring points are in the main stem of the river, essentially at the mouth of this watershed, which is large. So what do we know about pollution? Dilution is the solution, and there's a lot of dilution coming down that river. So keep that in mind as we move forward here. So we did an original study in 1819 and published the results of that study, but the goal of that study was to determine if the modeling and the monitoring by this transload facility, Shelburne Transload Facility, adequately characterized the impact of the Class 1 wetland along the La Platte River. So what we wanted to do is identify points of discharge from the STF and then reference zones in that Class 1 wetland, so control areas. We wanted to monitor water continuously, so we used conductivity as a proxy for chloride, basically electrical conductance through water, which increases with salt load. We also sampled soils for salts at the discharge points, looking for impacts there to soil and vegetation. You can read all the details in this study. We won't go into all of that today. We don't have that time. And then we did post-publication monitoring from 2020 to 2023. And so what we wanted to see there is are we still seeing the same impacts that we saw in that initial study through 18 and 19? And we also wanted to try and characterize the influence of road salt on soils and its movement through the wetland. And as you'll see from our results, we had not great results at figuring that out, turns out. So we're gonna go through these results. We've got some water grab samples to show you that continuous water monitoring using our conductivity as a proxy for chloride concentration, and then our soils and vegetation results. And so first off here, what we've got on, let's see, I'm so dyslexic. Let's see, we've got on the left-hand side, the results from 2018, 2019. Those are water grab samples from our control site, which is all the way on the left, the seep, which is in the middle. And keep in mind, this seep is a proxy for what's going into the ground. It's a groundwater proxy. Essentially, we're sampling water that's leaching out at the toe of a slope off this sandy plateau, hits a clay layer, goes into the river. So we're sampling that for chloride, and then the pond outlet, which is essentially anything coming out of that stormwater pond. So what we're seeing, and again, 2020 to 2023 is over on the right-hand side, what we're seeing is our control site. Remember that watershed to the north that's relatively unimpacted? Pretty low, not super concerned. Note we have the two standards, chloride standards, the EPA chloride standards of 230 milligrams per liter and 860 milligrams per liter of chloride as the orange and red lines there. So you can see the control site is always below that. In 1819, seep was quite high, exceeding the acute standard of 860 milligrams per liter several times, and always being above the chronic standard. 2020, 2023, it reduces somewhat. We think this is due to changes in management practice on the site, and we'll get into that a little bit later with the site's own monitoring data, but it does reduce. However, it never falls below the chronic standard. So if we're looking at this from a jurisdictional standpoint at these monitoring points, they're not in compliance. The same thing happens with the pond outlet. We're looking at that chronic standard along the bottom. The pattern remains quite consistent over these grab samples. We still have exceedance 18 through 2023. So the results are very consistent as far as this goes, which indicates that that stormwater pond, which is catching all of this drainage and treating the stormwater runoff, isn't really doing a whole lot for chloride. Go. Okay. I mentioned that they do their own monitoring. So this plan actually shows a number of monitoring wells. You can see them in those little black and white circular markers. They have their own groundwater monitoring wells where they do some level of grab sampling and continuous monitoring. We'll look at those results in a second, but in particular, I'd like you to notice that, see that rail spur on the south, and then there's that offloading pit there. There's kind of like a roof. And there's a monitoring well right next to it, just to the west, 306A. Keep that in mind, 306A. That is also very near our seep site. So 306A and our seep are essentially grabbing the same water from groundwater. And so what we see is that these are all of their monitoring wells. You can see the sites up there, MW numbered. You can see the key there. We're kind of flying through this, but notice the one that's of concern, that 306A. Remember, our seep site was super high with chloride, again, over the chronic standard, that orange line, flirting with the acute standard at times. 306A, which is in geographic proximity to that, pretty much the same boat, pretty high, and was that way for several years. I forget how many years we averaged, 16 to 21. So 5 years of data, that thing was consistently over the chronic standard. And look at all the other monitoring wells. We're showing that there is some level of groundwater impact. Jurisdictionally, do we typically monitor groundwater with respect to stormwater impacts under like the NIPD's multi-sector general permit, MSGP, for those of you familiar with nerdy jurisdictional talk? We don't. We're definitely having an impact there, and where does groundwater end up? It's base flow for streams and rivers. So this isn't a good situation. We're gonna get into the continuous data. Again, this is 1819, we'll show you 2023 in a second. But notice here, we've got our seep, kind of in that reddish, red color. Again, you see it's over the acute standard, it's never below the chronic standard. This is continuous data, so this is conductivity data monitored every 15 minutes, basically whenever it wasn't freezing. over the course of seasons. So you'll see there's fluctuation. That makes sense. As rain occurs, we get dilution sometimes. As dry periods continue, we'll actually get an elevation in chloride levels. Seasonally, we do see a lot of spring wash-off of accumulated chloride from the winter, and then it abates throughout the summer, and then in the fall, it tends to, sort of level off a little bit. Notice the pond outlet. Again, there's a lot of discontinuity of this data, equipment malfunctions, dry flow periods, that sort of thing. But again, we're pretty much above the chronic standard at all times, and this is over the course of a couple of years. If we fast forward to 2020, 2023, we're looking at similar patterns again. So you can see that seasonal fluctuation. You see those like that high spring wash-off. So salt accumulates through the winter. We get our spring rains. The ground thaws, importantly for the seep site, right? We're not going to see as much chloride when the ground is frozen. Water's not going into the ground. Once it thaws, there's all that salt sitting on the ground. We're probably going to get an elevation in chloride, and that is typically what we see in the springtime. You notice that the seep is lower. Again, we think that's because they did a few things at the site, such as adding a roof over that offloading pit, which we think probably had an impact on whatever salt was spilled on that pervious rail ballast not being as impacted by rain. There's a concrete offloading pit where a lot of the spilled salt accumulates, turns into a nasty, briny slurry, which gets pumped out by a wastewater operator. Things like that. Maybe they reduce their practices as far as sweeping and tracking. It's hard to know. But we do see a slight decrease in that. However, the pond outlet, which is, again, where most of the water goes, is still seeing levels far above. And again, like those, I didn't explain this in the last slide, but down below we have a couple of control points. We actually added one to this one, control 2. We had some issues with control 1 drying up. But what that story tells is essentially we're low all the time. We're below the chronic standard. We're actually quite low, usually below 50 milligrams per liter and usually even less. There's just a quick comparison of that. And so again, just to highlight, you see that control site along the bottom in gray, always below the chronic standard, very low. Seep and pond outlet, generally above standards. And again, this is every 15 minutes whenever it's not freezing. So we really have a robust data set here. Our results for the soil samples, let's see. I had notes. This is usually Becky's part. So she's like, got this dialed. So you're getting the pinch hitter here. Oh, right, okay. So we did a little bit of soil sampling at each of these sites. So again, we have the control on the far left, the seep is in the middle, the pond outlet is on the right for all of these different ions. So chloride, sodium, magnesium, and potassium are the ions that we sampled. Chloride and sodium, unsurprisingly maybe, are relatively high. Notice the control site, not super high. That's what we'd expect. We don't expect to see a lot of chloride in an unimpacted watershed. Maybe a little sodium, maybe that's resident in the soil, the natural soils. But seeing high chloride at the seep and pond outlet isn't surprising. We do notice that we have a little bit less sodium at the seep site. We think that's because actually sodium gets bound to soil particles on its journey into that seep, whereas chloride is very mobile. It's not going to get bound. So we are seeing that come out at the seep. Again, at the pond outlet, we're seeing a lot of sodium pass through that pond. Water isn't going to provide a whole lot of opportunity for sodium to bind. So, for that, you need a soil medium. So that's kind of why we're seeing that export. Magnesium, kind of high across the board, even in control. We think it's just a natural part of the soil constituents in that area. And potassium is very low. Again, they're not storing potassium or magnesium on that site. So I guess this is relatively unsurprising. Caveat, neither one of us are soil scientists. And so these are results that we're sort of interpreting from a water quality standpoint. We did some additional soil sampling. So we actually tried, this is the outlet of this is the pond outlet outflow area. We were trying to determine if there was some sort of plume that could be determined using all of these points. And so we essentially took soil samples at different locations and depths to try and determine if we were seeing some sort of impact to cation exchange capacity within these wetland soils. What we found was that we don't really know enough about what's going on here and soil science in general to really adequately characterize this. So if you want to ask me questions about this and really grill me and like watch me sweat, ask me questions about this. Because I don't know what's going on. We weren't really able to determine it. Again, we're seeing a lot of magnesium even far away. We see less near the pond outlet and more far away. Does that indicate leaching by this effluent from the stormwater pond? Potentially. Because remember, we saw like relatively high magnesium concentrations in our initial soil samples. These samples were done later in 2021. So yeah, maybe we're actually seeing like that sodium and chloride laden water leaching magnesium from the natural soil chemistry near the pond and not farther away. Calcium, kind of the same thing. But again, don't ask me questions on this. You'll really make me sweat. Okay, vegetation samples. So we sampled hemlock needles, and why did we sample hemlock needles? I'll show you some pictures next that'll explain why we did that. But essentially what we're seeing here, again, control seep pond outlet right across the line. Control site, not a lot of chloride concentration in the hemlock needles. At the seep site, again, very high concentration. So we've got something going on where like we've got chloride going into that groundwater. Maybe we're seeing increased uptake in the vegetation through groundwater. It's not quite as high in the pond outlets, but still fairly high. So if you notice our concentration in milligrams per kilogram, we're looking at like 4,000 to 8,000 for the pond outlet. There's no jurisdictional standard for this. There's no like acute or chronic threshold here. It's just of note that our control site, which is a natural site, is much lower, whereas this site that's been developed appears to have some level of impact. And so again, why do we choose hemlock? Well, this is what we started to see over the course of the years we were out there. So keep in mind, we were out there from, the site went in 2016. We started monitoring in 2018. And we had people there pretty much all the time, like bi-weekly or monthly for 6 years. And we noticed that hemlock started dying. And so we took pictures of that. And then we said, well, why don't we sample it? Because a picture isn't always worth 1,000 words. Perhaps some data would be worth 1,000 words. So we got some data, but this is what prompted it. This is the seep site. So again, remember we talked about the seep coming out the bottom of that. It's kind of at the toe of a slope. Basically, there's a big sand lens on top of a clay layer, and then there's the river. And so this is where the seep is, and this is what we're seeing as far as hemlock there. So conclusions, gosh, I'm on time. It's the first time in my life. So salt loading to the wetland exceeds state and federal freshwater standards. That's what we're seeing across the board. Or salt concentrations rather, not necessarily loading. It's not a loading standard. Misspoke. Soil concentrations of sodium indicate possible cation exchange. So there's some indication that we're changing native soil chemistry. That's going to have an impact on vegetation. That's going to have an impact on birds and bees and all kinds of macroinvertebrates that I also don't understand the life cycles of. Current modeling and monitoring methods by the permittee are inadequate to characterize pollution movement from the site. Remember, we talked about how those sites were far downstream. In the near decade that they've been operating, they've never showed an exceedance of the standard at those sites. And that's sort of a, well, obviously moment because it's a monitoring point that's a kilometer downstream that has a massive watershed above it with a ton of impact. You're seeing so much dilution that there's no signal from that noise. And so forget about it. Of course you're not going to see an impact. So it doesn't even really pass the straight face test as far as a monitoring location. So improved monitoring methods are needed to measure the impact and prevent harm. The other thing I think that is of note here, and this kind of follows on the site design considerations talk, is that this is a modern facility. This was built in 2016. It's covered. It's using some level of MSGP management practices. It's got a stormwater pond, which is doing virtually nothing to prevent chloride from getting into the wetland. So if we're going to continue permitting sites like this, we need to think about our stormwater management practices. And frankly, like a stormwater pond, which just isn't going to allow chloride to pass through without doing anything for salt. I mean, you have to do reverse osmosis filtration or evaporation to actually get salt out of water. A pond is just like a glass of water. You're dumping salty water out. It's not doing anything. So you need effective control structures to prevent harm. So that's kind of the moral of the story. The monitoring isn't working, and neither are the management practices. And it's kind of sad, because this is a Class 1 wetland. This is a special wetland in Vermont, so we need to do better than this. Our next study is on municipal sites. We basically want to find out, are municipal sites in Vermont kind of the same as this site? Are they exporting salt? I'll tell you that from one brief season of monitoring thus far, we're seeing an order of magnitude difference between up and downstream points at some of these municipal facilities, and they're just salt and sand piles that are uncovered. So not even rock salt, but just salt and sand. So nowhere near the concentration, and we're seeing order of magnitude difference between up and downstream. So with that, I think I'm done.
Questions?
Can you hear me? Hi, thanks. I'm Ronnie Tanguay from the Connecticut DEP. So I'm working on salt in groundwater. I was curious, as you're starting to look into the municipal salt shed or salt piles, is there any consideration for looking at any private wells that might be around the area and potential impacts there to see what it's doing to the groundwater? Because we're seeing that prevalently in Connecticut.
Near and dear to my heart right there. We've tried to get a study going for a little while. There are some studies in Vermont that have looked at that. My next talk, at whenever it is about mapping wells in proximity to municipal salt storage facilities in Vermont. Have we tested anything? No. DOH, Department of Health in Vermont, does have testing for a lot of wells. It's all facultative testing, so just people getting their water tested out of curiosity. And so then your kind of shotgun scatter approach to like what wells are near roads and are those wells different than wells that aren't. So there does seem to be some data out there. There does seem to be some impact as far as like wells in proximity to muni facilities or other facilities. We didn't even have a database of those facilities until we created it a couple years ago. So we're just in the beginning phase of like figuring that out. So great question, data TBD. Anyone have any money for that study? Talk to me and Chris Stepanuck.
Am I on? Yes. I'm Claudia Bramer, Protect the Adirondacks. I noticed that you said that the water standards were above the EPA limit of 230. And I'm wondering if the permitting agency took any sort of enforcement action, tried to, modify the permit or require them to do any other, best management practices, although you said that wasn't really working, even though it was a modern site. So wondering if they stepped in, given the data showing what you found.
The sticky wicket in this situation is that this is a federal rail facility, and they largely claimed exemption from state stormwater permitting as well as federal NPDES permitting. And so they did do stormwater management practices, but they did it as a goodwill gesture and not necessarily as a regulated effort. And so even though there's evidence of exceedance, there's formally not really a stormwater permit. They do, I believe, have an MSGP, but enforcement of it is sparse. And so it's tough because, again, it's a federal rail facility, or they're claiming federal rail exemption. So there's a whole story behind that, which we probably don't have time for because now I'm over time. And Chris is standing there. Thank you.
Dana, great job.
Cheers. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Dana will be around. We're not letting him leave, so great job, Dana. Thank you. Our next presenter is Dr. Brendan Wiltsey. Brendan is known to many of us for his long work and list of research and protection work in the park, from the Ausable River Association to the Adirondack Watershed Institute, where he's now the executive director. But perhaps his most interesting work is in his photography, where now his work is dedicated to helping sheltered dogs by capturing professional photographs of them to help tell their stories. Magnificent work. So Brendan truly makes this world a better place. Please welcome Dr. Brendan Wiltsey.
Thanks, Chris. I love dogs, as Chris said, but that's not what I'm going to be talking about today. I'll be talking about road salt in Mirror Lake, and in contrast to Dana's somewhat sobering and depressing presentation about the salt impacts on the environment, this, I think, is a positive story. Well, I know it's a positive story about what's been happening here on Mirror Lake in the village of Lake Placid. Mayor Devlin could come up and give this presentation if he wanted, but I'm gonna stand up here and give it instead. So Mirror Lake is just out the front door of this building. This is an aerial view of Mirror Lake and its watershed. The watershed goes sort of at the top of the hill above Main Street, which is on the left side of this image, back behind the Mirror Lake Inn, up Mount Whitney and Cobble Hill, which are off to the right, and then back down to the lake outlet, which is down in the bottom right of the screen. And what's unique about Mirror Lake is 27% of that area is developed. And if the lake is a big portion of that, if we take that out of the calculus, it's 34% of the land area, the watershed, is developed. And this classifies Mirror Lake as an urban lake. And there's some irony in that, because if you look out in the distance beyond the watershed, it's surrounded by state protected wilderness area. So we have this little urban lake surrounded by these large wilderness areas. And of course, with development of any type, we have impermeable surfaces, sidewalks, roads, parking lots, driveways. And for a very long time in the Mirror Lake watershed, we were maintaining those surfaces, or a lot of those surfaces, free of snow and ice by using road salt or a sand salt mix. And we've been doing this for decades on Mirror Lake. And that runoff that comes off of those surfaces for a long time ran directly to the lake through more than 20 stormwater outfalls. So the grate that you saw on the street, that went into a pipe that went directly to the lake. And we've monitored the stormwater coming into the lake a number of different time periods over the last 10 years. And we've done this in close collaboration with the AuSable Freshwater Center. And we found concentrations coming out of the stormwater system as high as 12,000 milligrams per liter of chloride. And if you don't work with chloride concentration data, that number probably doesn't mean very much to you. But this is several times higher than both the acute and chronic toxicity thresholds for aquatic life set by the EPA. And to give a point of reference, in Adirondack lakes and streams that are not impacted by salt, the median concentration is 0.24 milligrams per liter, and sort of the range is up to 1. So this is many thousands of times higher than what we would expect to see flowing into an Adirondack lake. And we've been doing this, as I said, we've been doing this for many decades. And so this figure here shows the long-term trends in the mean annual concentrations, both in the surface and bottom of Mirror Lake. And they've been marching upwards for several decades. Back in 1974, the surface water concentration of Mirror Lake was 4 milligrams per liter. And so that we would still classify that as slightly elevated above what we would expect to find in an Adirondack lake. When we started work on Mirror Lake in 2015, the concentrations were sort of upper 40s, lower 50 milligram per liter concentrations in the lake. And so this, again, if we can compare that to lakes that are not impacted by salt in the park, is many hundreds of times higher than what we would expect to see in Mirror Lake. So this figure is a bit complicated to wrap your mind around initially, but I'm going to reference it a few times throughout this slide. We've been monitoring the lake with intense detail since May of 2015. We go out with our partners at the AuSable Freshwater Center every 2 weeks, all year long, on the ice in the wintertime, and we're out there when the Ironman races are going on in the summertime and all other times of year. And the way you read this figure is the top of the figure is the top of the lake, the bottom is the bottom of the lake, and we have time going left to right, and the color that you see represents the chloride concentration at that particular depth and time.
And the thing that I really want to point out is when we started this work, what we were seeing is this accumulation of chloride at the bottom of the lake in the wintertime. We'd get over 100 milligrams per liter at the lake bottom. And as Art Devlin mentioned in his opening remarks, the analogy I like to use to explain what's happening in the lake when this occurs is it's like Italian salad dressing. We had this salty, more dense layer at the bottom of the lake and a less salty, less dense layer above. And just like with your Italian salad dressing, unless you're kind of got some weird things going on with your eating habits, you probably want to mix that salad dressing up before you apply it to your salad. So you have to vigorously shake the bottle to put energy into that system to mix those two liquids of different density. And the same thing has to happen in Mirror Lake to mix that water column. And that additional energy that's required to mix the lake just isn't there or wasn't there for Mirror Lake for many years. And the lake would not completely mix, and we'd see those chloride concentrations persist at this high concentration through the summer, and the lake would finally mix in the fall. And this was impacting the oxygen concentrations in the lake. It was releasing nutrients from the lake, the sediments in the lake bottom, potentially impacting habitat for lake trout. There was a lot of concerns about this. We published a paper on this in the peer-reviewed literature in 2019. This made Mirror Lake one of 8 lakes in the country that have had this type of interruption in its natural mixing process documented in the scientific literature. And that was a designation I'm sure the Lake Placid community really wasn't happy to have about their lake that's right in downtown Lake Placid. And just around this time, we had been talking to the Lake Placid community for the previous 4 years about what we were seeing in the lake. And we also sort of had this culmination of a lot of things happen going into the 2019-2020 season where the Lake Placid community started implementing a number of best management practices around Mirror Lake. So Mayor Devlin mentioned some of these. I'm going to run through more of the municipal side of what was going on, but I also want to acknowledge that there was a lot of private landowners, homeowners, businesses that were doing incredible things as well. Mirror Lake Inn heats all of their sidewalk surfaces on their property. The sidewalk in front of this building is heated as well. Many other hotels and businesses, the Golden Arrow Lakeside Resort, were changing their practices along the way. But the village, one of the things that we determined early on is that the sidewalks were likely a very large source of salt for Mirror Lake. There's more municipal sidewalk surface in the Mirror Lake watershed than there is state road surface, which is another surface that's receiving straight sodium chloride application. So the village of Lake Placid uses a sweeper, which is more efficient at conforming to that those uneven sidewalk surfaces, especially the pavers that they have. As the mayor mentioned in his opening remarks, they used to use drop spreaders that would throw the salt into the front doors of the businesses along Main Street and out into the state road. And so they switched to a drop spreader. And then they also made operational changes to focus more on the mechanical removal of salt during the storm. So more sweeping during storm events, less material application, and then really using that material application towards the end of the event to clean up those surfaces after the event had passed. On the roads, the town of North Elba early on purchased a live edge plow out of their own operational budget. And then a grant from the Lake Champlain Basin Program paid for 2 additional road-conforming plows. They're not the Live Edge brand, but a different manufacturer. The town and village also let us track their salt use for 2 years as part of a research study. And that included not only their big plow trucks, but a smaller truck and the sidewalk sweeper, so that we could see where and how much salt was being applied within the watershed. And then the town of North Elba established a low salt zone across the north end of the lake where their section of road is. And they focused most of their material application at intersections and curves on the road and reduced their application along the straight sections of road that were less critical from a safety perspective. And then the village of Lake Placid sort of concurrent to all of this, needed to upgrade their infrastructure along Main Street. Their water and sewer lines, I believe, are over 100 years old. And since they were ripping up Main Street, they also looked at the stormwater system. And we helped advise and guide the design of that system. So there's 4 large underground retention basins that receive stormwater runoff from Main Street, Lake Placid. They added permeable pavement in a number of their parking lots and other areas. And then pre-existing this large project, there were 14 stormwater outfalls along the eastern side of Mirror Lake that in 2017 they diverted to the Lake Placid Club golf course property. We happened to be undergoing a 2-year research project looking at the salt load to Mirror Lake when the village finally got all the funding in place to do the stormwater system. We didn't plan this, but it ended up working out really nicely. And so we had installed in 2 of those 20 stormwater outfalls conductivity loggers to look at the amount of salt coming through the stormwater system. Conductivity is, you can think of as a surrogate for salt. And so I pointed them out in this map. The top panel is from an outfall that is along the north end of the lake that drains Village Road and local businesses and homes. And then the bottom panel is at the bottom of Saranac Ave that drains local roads, businesses, homes, and State Road as well. And these panels show the salt concentrations over the conductivity over a 2-year period, and you can see we get these big spikes. If you just compare the first half of each figure, we saw larger and higher concentrations coming from that bottom stormwater outfall. And in fact, the concentrations were so high that the data logger couldn't read the conductivity. We should have put a seawater calibrated data logger in there, but at the time we didn't really know what the maximum was going to be. So those figures, those spikes actually would go up above the other figure above it based on some of our discrete sampling that we've done. But what I really want to point out is the second half of each of these figures. The bottom stormwater outfall was incorporated as part of the green infrastructure and stormwater upgrades on Main Street. And you notice that there aren't really many spikes at all after that infrastructure went in 2021. And so this is great evidence of the effectiveness of that infrastructure to reduce the really high concentration discharges going directly to the lake. So looking back at this figure here, I put some benchmarks on here, sort of time horizons of how all of this unfolded on Mirror Lake over the last roughly 4 years. So in 2019 to 2020 is when the town and village really started implementing a lot of the best management practices that you're hearing about today at this event. And if you look after that, at the bottom of the figure, we don't see as bright of yellow coloring in that figure. There was less salt accumulating at the lake bottom after just 1 season of them beginning to implement these practices. If you go over the next year, around where it says 2021, it goes down even further, just based on the best management practices that were implemented. In the early summer of 2021, the stormwater infrastructure work started. It took 2 seasons to complete, and so it was finished in the fall of 2023. And by the winter of 2022-23, you see almost no additional salt accumulation at the bottom of Mirror Lake. So when we set out on this project back in 2015, we were really getting into the work sort of in 2017, 2018. We set 3 goals for Mirror Lake for the community. One was to restore the natural mixing regime of Mirror Lake. The second was to get the lake-wide chloride concentration below 40 milligrams per liter, because that was a number that was sort of surfacing in the scientific literature as being most protective of lakes like ours. And then sort of the stretch goal is to get it down to 10 milligrams per liter, which is another number that surfaced in the scientific literature as ecologically relevant. Those numbers are also in the Adirondack Road Salt Reduction Task Force report as recommendations. And so when we look at this, we have restored the turnover of Mirror Lake to what it would naturally be. We've achieved that first goal. So we see that reduction in chloride at the lake bottom. This is the same data just presented in a simpler way, maybe easier to understand. This is the total mass of chloride in Mirror Lake over this time period. So we're taking the concentration data from throughout the water column and combining it with the volume of water throughout the lake to calculate this. The line you see through there is a model that describes the long-term trends in the data. The red section is where the model was confident we were in a period of long-term increase, and the blue is a period of long-term decline. On the left half of the figure, you'll notice we get these big spikes, and if you could kind of map them down to the timeline below, that's during the winter time when we were applying salt to the watershed. On the right half of the figure, you see that those spikes are pretty much cut off. We don't see significant accumulation of salt in Mirror Lake in the wintertime over the last 4 years. And again, if we put those time markers on of the best management practices and the stormwater infrastructure going in around Mirror Lake, we saw the lake start to decline in its chloride concentration immediately upon the implementation of those best management practices. And this is something that we predicted in the paper we published, and our scientific reviewers challenged us on, and we told them, nope, we know this lake, we know what it's doing, and if these practices are put in place, the lake will respond quickly. And they were, and it did. And then when the stormwater infrastructure went in place, you see the slope of that line start going down even faster. And so we're seeing the combined effects of both the best management practices on the road and sidewalk surfaces and the stormwater contributing to the recovery of Mirror Lake. So this is the same data and same figure, just scaled differently. And I've put on these benchmarks of how much salt would need to be in the lake to hit these lake-wide average concentrations. And so in 2023, the lake stayed below a lake-wide average concentration of 40 milligrams per liter. So not only have we restored the mixing of the lake, we've also hit that second goal of getting the concentrations below 40 milligrams per liter. I put the benchmark for the 10 milligrams per liter on there as well. We're hoping that decline continues and we get close to 10 milligrams per liter. The mayor asked me recently, do I think it's possible? And I said, it's going to be challenging, but if you all want to do it, I think he can do it. And if they were to get Mirror Lake down to that concentration, it would be an enormous success story of what's possible by implementing the practices that we're hearing about today. And then the green line I put on there, just as a reference, that's where Mirror Lake, where we would expect it to be, absent of any salt application in the watershed. So a couple of take-home messages. The first is that road salt can reduce or inhibit the mixing of our lakes. And this is a really substantial alteration to the ecology and the physics of our lakes and aquatic ecosystems. And not only, we knew this before the work that we did, but we now know that we can actually have this happen here in the Adirondacks on certain water bodies like Mirror Lake. The second is that road salt best management practices work. And I guess I'll say this in context of work in terms of the environmental benefits of implementing these practices. The data is very clear. We saw the lake respond in a positive manner before the stormwater infrastructure went into place. So we know that the success that we're seeing isn't just because we started diverting a lot of the Main Street runoff away from Lake Placid. It's the best management practices are playing an important role in that. We also know that green infrastructure can mediate high concentration discharge to our water bodies. So we saw that in the conductivity logger data that I showed. And then we also see it in the lake where we see these concentrations continuing to decline after that stormwater system was put in place. And the last point is that long-term monitoring can help guide and inspire local watershed protection. Totally biased, I'm a scientist that believes in monitoring. But I think this is a great story where you heard the mayor come up here and tell you most of what I just told you. He understands the data, the community understands what's going on, they're supporting the long-term monitoring of the lake, And that improved understanding of Mirror Lake is helping to drive and inspire them to take action. And now that data is helping to show them that the things that they've been doing and the investments that they've been making are successful. And we're seeing success in Mirror Lake, and they want to go further. They want to see that trend line continue to go down for Mirror Lake. And it also allows us to share the success and document that, to share with all of you and other lakes and other communities that the things that we're talking about here today are effective at protecting the environment and can help reduce the chloride concentrations in our lakes and our streams. So I want to end just by acknowledging that this work has really been a community effort with a lot of different organizations that have supported it over the years. The Ausable River Association, now the Ausable Freshwater Center, the Mirror Lake Watershed Association, the Village of Lake Placid and Town of North Elba. I want to sort of acknowledge them specifically in their role in this. And we've received support from a lot of other organizations to support the work on Mirror Lake over the years, and also want to recognize the Lake Champlain Basin Program, who's funded a lot of the monitoring and science over the last 4 years on Mirror Lake. And with that, I believe I have a couple minutes, and I'm happy to take questions.
One point I'd like to say before we go to questions, when we do our science work, it's very hard to convey that message, and that analogy with the salad dressing is just one of the best analogies. It's so tough to take these science points and datas and actually tell the story, so that's great. So a couple questions before break.
Hello, I'm Carson Clonan with the State Weather Center. So you said 2019, 2020 was when salt use started being reduced. The past 2 winters, that being 2022 to 2024, have been pretty mild with less than average snowfall in this area. I was wondering if you have any information on salt use in relation to yearly snowfall totals or seasonal averages, temperatures or something.
Yeah, that's a great question. We have done that, didn't have space to fit that figure into this presentation. So I don't know how easy it is to go back to the colorful figure, if anyone can reverse the slides. Maybe not, but there was one winter that really stood out as being substantially different, and that was 15-16. I think we were less than half the climate normal on snowfall for that year. And we saw significantly less salt accumulation. Go back a few more slides if you can. One more, maybe 2 more. There you go. So if you look in 2016, you'll notice the salt accumulation there is much lower, and we attribute that to a very mild winter. We have mapped this data, and then the other slide I showed on top of the monthly snowfall totals for Lake Placid. We don't feel that the declines that we're seeing in salt concentration in Mirror Lake are being primarily driven by changes in snowfall and winter conditions.
You talked about the 10 milligrams per liter concentration lake-wide having importance for natural resource impacts. I may be stretching that a little bit, but I have read the report. Just wondering if you could talk about that a little bit more, given the federal standard at 230. Like, that is magnitudes higher.
Right. I know the EPA is reevaluating the federal standard. I don't know the status of how far that is along. I would highly doubt they're going to put it at 10 milligrams per liter. That's really low. And that standard that they come up with is applicable to the entire country. Our systems are naturally more lower in chloride and arguably a bit more sensitive to it. The 10 milligrams per liter is where, in certain types of lakes, very similar to ours here in the Adirondacks, that you start to see impacts to the zooplankton population, certain species of them, which sit in the middle of the aquatic food web. And so there's concern if we start to impact them because they're food for fish, and they're also the things that eat all the plankton that make our lakes green and less clear. And so that's where that number comes from. And the 40 milligram per liter is also related in large part to them, but you start to see more significant changes in those communities at 40 milligrams per liter.
One more question.
Hi, my name is Marie. I'm a private contractor here in Lake Placid. I'm just wondering, is there a catch basin? Is there anything coming off of Beach Hill community in the north, like eastern, northeastern?
No, those, so that is north of the major diversion that occurred in 2017 that goes to the Lake Placid Club property. So there are 2 storm drains at the bottom of that road that go under Mirror Lake Drive and out to the lake. And we have done monitoring on those. I don't have the sort of data locked away in the top of my head.
And on that portion of Mirror Lake, they're using sand salt mix?
Yes.
Okay. So those are the slides I have later on.
Great.
For the panel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite impressive.
Okay, I want to be mindful of our break, so we get a little time for break. So thank you, Brendan. Thank you, all the presenters in the morning. We will reconvene at 10:20, so 15-minute break. And thank you very much. Okay, everyone, welcome back. We will roll into our third session. I hope the calibration went well. The weather's perfect out there. So our next speaker is going to be familiar to us because Dana was just up in the last session. But I'd like to thank him for helping us out because we had somebody unfortunately back out. So Dana was excited enough to talk more about his work, and we're excited to hear about it. So let me welcome back to the podium, Dana Allen.
Thanks. Appreciate it. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm back. I'll try not to tell the same jokes this time, so you'll have something new. But anyway, there was a question in the last presentation about wells and impact to wells, and so that was very apropos because now we're going to be talking about wells. So we're sort of talking about mapping Vermont's municipal salt storage facilities. So obviously I have a thing for salt storage. Everyone likes to talk about roads and application with salt, and I like to talk about storage sites. So we're talking about storage facilities with respect to drinking water sources, and we'll dive into that a little bit. This was a study that I did with Dr. Stephanie Hurley at UVM. And again, she's the PhD, and so some of this stuff is more her bailiwick than mine, although a lot of this is GIS. So I got to do a lot of mapping work, which is what I like to do. So this was really great for me. We have some other acknowledgements. This was a USGS grant. The Vermont Water Resources and Lakes Studies Center. I'd like to thank our research assistant, Oscar Ewald. Oscar crushed it for us. He was an undergrad who was actually quite responsible, like oddly so. Was waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning to talk to public garages throughout Vermont, which goes above and beyond if you're an undergrad. Is Chris Stepanek in the room right now? I don't see Chris. Anyway, Chris is around. She gave us a lot of good ideas for this study and was actually part of the initial grant application process. Had some people from DEC, notably Scylla Larson. If you're interested in impacts to drinking water and wells, her work when she was at DOH, Department of Health, is really fundamental to that. So look that up if you're interested. It's a great study. And then we had some help from Vermont Rural Water Association, VTrans, the Vermont Agency of Transportation. DG was a great guy and gave us a lot of good data. And then researchers from UVM gave us actually a great resource, which we're probably not going to go into today, the Vermont Environmental Disparity Index, which is a really fascinating product about basically environmental justice in Vermont and some of the factors that influence that. And it actually ranks census blocks by environmental disparity, which we use in our research to get at is there a difference in impact to, or potentially a difference in impact to drinking water sources in some of these more environmentally disparate areas? We don't have enough time to talk about that today, but it is part of our overall report. So what we are going to talk about is the background and the study goals. We're going to talk about our methods, primarily database creation and mapping, and the selection of wells and water sources. And so that's something we are going to be talking about, private wells and public water sources, because that's essentially how everyone gets their water in Vermont. We're not going to be talking about the EDI. Please look up the Vermont Environmental Disparity Index if you have interest. It's very well done. It's a great story map. It's a really cool product. I'd like to see other areas adopt it. We also did an analysis of school proximity to see if there are school water sources within proximity to some of these storage sites. We're not going to be talking about that as much today, but primarily in our results and discussion, we're going to be talking about the locations and descriptions of facilities, and then wells and water sources down gradient of facilities. And I'm going to be talking a lot about what I mean by down gradient or down gradients, and conclusions and next steps. So, use of de-icing material or road salt has increased in Vermont. We could go through like a million slides that would show you that, but instead we're just going to say that it has increased because it has. Chemicals and de-icing materials can pose a risk to drinking water because they can leach materials from certain types of pipes, notably lead. We've seen this in places like Flint, Michigan. We see it in places like Vermont where we have older infrastructure, older houses, lead pipes, maybe even some municipal service lines that may still have residual lead in there. That's not good for humans. So salt in water is not just water tasting gross, it's actually a health risk. Like I said before, de-icing material pollution, with roads, it's typically distributed and ephemeral. Salt is applied in the winter. It kind of leaches out over the course of the summer. That can still have an impact on wells, but we wanted to get at, is there an impact associated with these point sources or more point sources? Is it a localized perennial source of pollution? And essentially, prior to this study, no mapped database of de-icing material storage facilities existed in Vermont. So if nothing else, we created a novel spatial product with this study, at least for the Lake Champlain portion of Vermont, because that's what our funding was good for, that gives future researchers something to use. So we're actually pretty proud of that, or at least I am. All right, so how did we do this? We wanted to survey municipalities in the Lake Champlain Basin. We wanted to map their storage facility location. We wanted to get a little bit more data in there too, so our data set was a little more robust. So not just location, but material type, storage methods, is it covered? Is it on an impervious pad? This is important. Salt will go into the ground very easily. So if you're just storing it on native soils or gravel, that's not really going to cut it as far as sequestration goes. And how long has it been there? Has it been there for a year? Maybe there's not a whole lot of impact. Has it been there for 40 years, 50 years? All right, now we have some residual issues potentially. And then we wanted to analyze facility locations with respect to distance from private wells and public water sources. So distance is important, but also down gradient estimation. And we'll get into why down gradients is potentially important, as well as why that's a little bit problematic, if not to say janky in some ways, as far as like how we determine impact potentially. We also looked at school water sources and vulnerable communities using the EDI. Again, not going to go into that today as much. We're going to talk about some methods real quick with respect to database development. So again, municipal facilities mapping, that was direct contact with town officials. And again, that was our undergraduate research assistant, Oscar, getting up ungodly early for a 19-year-old in college. 5 o'clock for like 3 months. I can't say enough. That would not have been me in college. And so he was able to get all of that information based on what they told him. Is that field verified? It is not. We were able to visually verify a lot of this using satellite imagery. We did not go out into the field and independently verify any of these claims. So this is a terrible salt pun. Take the data with a grain of. Yeah, thank you. That's a dad joke. VTrans facilities mapping, we obtained that information directly from VTrans. So again, not independently field verified. So just what they were able to tell us, we were able to more or less correlate it with satellite imagery, but beyond that, we're not going out and testing, is this rock salt versus something else? Okay. We want to know if these wells are potentially being influenced by these facilities. And one way we can do that is determining whether or not they're essentially downhill of the facility. Why is that important? Well, okay, if salt is going into the ground and then groundwater is roughly following surface water flow patterns, surface water going downhill is also flowing downhill as groundwater. That's a gross oversimplification of how groundwater works. But basically, if you see that giant blue arrow, that's our initial supposition, right? If it's downhill, groundwater's going that way. Well, when does that work? Well, it works when topo equals hydraulic, right? Groundwater's flowing the same direction as the topography. It's going downhill. When does it not work? Topo does not equal hydraulic when you have things like bedrock fractures or other superficial geology that impact that. So did we look into that? Are we able to analyze that across the entire Lake Champlain Basin? We are definitely not. Geographer by training, not a geologist by training. So there may be a way to refine this methodology. However, for this spatial scale, we didn't do that. We weren't able to do that. What's another example? Well, there's so many animations on this one. All right, so surface flow. Again, there's the topo. But then there's a groundwater lens down there, right? This makes sense. Like there's going to be some base level of groundwater in there. Well, we have a facility location near that groundwater lens. And there's a well site that's topographically uphill. So logic would say, well, water's not going to flow uphill, so groundwater's not going to flow uphill. But what about if that well is particularly deep, taps into groundwater, and then that groundwater is actually below the facility location? Topo doesn't equal hydraulic. So could we get at that using well depth? Yes, we could. Is the well data that we have in Vermont good enough for that? 50% of the time, maybe. And also we don't know groundwater depth. So there's a lot of unknowns here. So again, take this data with a grain of salt. Sorry to make the same pun twice. But that's kind of like, those are our data limitations. So when we say something is downhill and potentially impacted by a facility, these are the considerations to draw, or these are the considerations to have when looking at that data, the caveats rather. All right, so how did we get at location and down gradients? Well, essentially we took all of the assigned wells and water sources, and we have a pretty good data set in Vermont going back to like 1967 for wells. And we assigned them elevations from LIDAR. So we have good elevation data for the state of Vermont. And then we used 5 selection distances of 30, 60, 100, 200, and 300 meters. And we'll talk about why those distances were used. And then we used the National Hydrography Dataset high resolution catchment data to determine drainage area boundaries. And again, we wanted to know like if a facility is in a particular drainage area, that indicates topographic flow of water. That could also indicate a higher risk for groundwater flow to certain of these wells. So the distances from wells mapped, those are taken from a couple of sources. The 30 meter was based on a study from 1982 in Vermont by Craig Heindel, who's a hydrogeologist in the area, who found that there is some salt impact to wells within 30 meters of roads. And that actually was found again in 2018 in a study from New York, Pieper et al. And that's one of our primary sources for why we chose this method. 60 meters is basically 200 feet. If anyone does real quick metric to imperial conversions, that's about accurate. That's the minimum distance in Vermont for wellhead protection. And then we basically used 100 to 300 meters to broaden our search distance just to give us a little bit bigger data set. Because frankly, we weren't finding a lot within that 30 and 60 meters. So what does that look like? All right, so these are the maps that we created. At the top there, you kind of see an overview. That big black line, that's the NHD catchment. So that's the drainage area that the facility is in. We did apply a little bit of a buffer, so that blue triangle is the facility. And we kind of took the drainage areas that were near it, so a 60-meter selection distance. And then we mapped all the facility, or we mapped all the wells, and we were able to assign whether they were lower or higher. So the facility got an elevation, and then all the wells got an elevation, the water sources got an elevation. And then we determined whether they were higher or lower based on the facility location. You can see those rings, the 30, 60, 100, 200, 300 meter distances are all those little concentric yellow rings. And so notice at the top there we have that green droplet. That well is higher, so maybe it's at less risk. The other one at the bottom there, it says lower in orange. That's maybe at higher risk. So we created these maps for all of the municipalities that we looked at in Vermont. And so, we were able to do this for 126 municipalities in Vermont. We had 122 locations across 118 towns. We missed a few towns, they didn't respond. A few towns have a couple different facilities. 43 towns have multiple materials. We had about 170 individual material piles. 21% of total piles are uncovered. So that sounds risky, but when you start to look at it, it's actually 27 of those are salt and sand piles. Primarily the reason being we've had funding for years to cover salt piles, and if you leave your salt pile uncovered, you're not going to have a salt pile for very long. So we're not seeing a lot of totally uncovered salt piles. That's not really a thing that's occurring. But we are seeing a lot of salt and sand piles that are uncovered. 8 of them were allegedly sand only or sand and gravel. I have my doubts, but again, we didn't verify this individually. And then one was kind of a question, magnesium chloride. VTrans states that all their materials are covered and on pads. So they're using management practices, kind of like we saw with their Shelburne transload facility. So the results. We had about 1,600 wells which were within 300 meters or within an NHD catchment. So that's 1,600 wells that are in some proximity to these facilities. 44% of them are down gradient. So that 44% are potentially at risk, which is not an insignificant number. I will say that the well data is potentially not complete. There may be more than that. That well data is reliant on people voluntarily reporting, essentially when they drill a well, where the well is. I think more interestingly, 1,000 of these, or a little over 1,000, were within those catchments and those drainage areas. And so I think that those potentially have a higher risk just because topographically they may be more related, and therefore by groundwater they may be more related. And 63% of those are down gradient. So again, not necessarily being impacted, but they are lower than the facility. So that's a significant number, within those catchments. They may be within a far distance, but we don't know that. And then we had 51 public water sources within 300 meters or within a catchment, and 63% of those were downgraded in the nearest facility. So it's a not an insignificant number of potential wells within some level of impact. However, we only found 15 wells within 30 meters of those facilities. So if we look at 30 meters as like a really critical distance, we're only looking at 15 wells that are within that really critical distance. And I forget how many of those were down gradient. I don't know if I actually did that. I'm sure I did, but I didn't put it on here. So note to the next presentation, do that. So again, if I were going to go out and look at priorities, I'd probably look at those 15 for testing and then move to the 60 and the 200. So that could be a future study. So these are the maps that we created. We've kind of gone over this a little bit, but essentially what we did is we have our storage facilities. They're coded covered or not covered, and then there's VTrans facilities. Private wells have one legend, public water sources have another, and then you see those drainage area boundaries in black, and then all of those rings in yellow. So we created these for each town. And then there's a little key at the top that shows a larger area. And so we have a bunch of different examples of how this played out. Now some towns like Alburg, if those of you are familiar with Alburg at all, pretty small town, there are essentially no wells in proximity to that facility. So very little risk up there, which is good because they have a very shallow depth to groundwater. Their water also tastes like eggs. Then we have a place like Chittenden, very few wells in proximity, and the one that is in proximity really close by does seem to be higher. There are a few that are lower. So that's just another example of a covered pile with a few wells in proximity. So potentially not a huge impact there. And then we have another area. You'll see a few examples like this in the data set where we have these overlapping rings. That's actually an area in Westfield. Bonus points for anyone who knows where Westfield is. I don't offhand. But they have a VTrans facility, or 2 VTrans facilities in proximity to the municipal facilities. So that's why we have all of this overlap there. So we think that we've created something that is potentially useful for towns to use to kind of see like if they want to prioritize testing of these wells, they can quickly see where these are and determine if they have anything to, if they have an issue there to solve. Also for some of these towns with uncovered salt and sand piles, there are funds out there to potentially mitigate some of this impact. So that's a prioritization that can be used. And so there are grant programs where we can, now that we actually have this database, and again, I think this is really important, now that we actually have a database cohesive for the Lake Champlain Basin, we can actually reach out to some of these towns where they have uncovered salt and sand piles and say, hey, listen, there's money for you. We can help mitigate this. What we didn't want to do in this study is just point a finger and say you have a problem. We wanted to at least give people a tool whereby they could find a solution. So we've started on that process. We'd like to do it for the rest of Vermont, funding contingent. So our conclusions. We've got a novel, publicly available spatial database. All of this data lives on Vermont's Open Geodata portal. And if you're not familiar with the Geodata portal, it's a really great asset for the state of Vermont. I've used Geodata in New York. Vermont is very centralized. New York is not as centralized. And so we really have a great product there. And so we wanted to make sure that it was placed there so that people who did want to prioritize some of these projects could do so if they wanted to. And we also conducted this initial assessment of risk to private wells and public water sources. So, prior to this, as I said, Scylla Larson at DOH had done a study looking at voluntarily collected and reported drinking water data, like well water data, with respect to chloride. And so, she was able to leverage that data set to kind of see like, okay, we've got these results from these different wells. Can we match it up to roads or other factors like agricultural fields and start to determine like what are we seeing in terms of impact to wells. Now we have another data set where we could take that same well water data that's been reported over the years and start to look at, okay, of these wells that have reported, chloride for their drinking water, are we seeing an impact based on where they are with respect to these municipal facilities or not? So again, just giving researchers another tool, and again, we'd like to expand this. I think that was our next steps. Improving on methods for determining down gradients, or basically like hydrologic and hydraulic connectivity. So are they actually connected to groundwater? Like, is there a groundwater impact? So then that really starts to look at, there was a study from over here, Kelly et al. In 2020-ish, something like that, that actually used like surficial geology and topography as well as hydrologic soil groups to start to get at like, okay, how easy is it for salt that's going into groundwater to move? Because if you're in D soils, like hydrologic soil group D, doesn't allow that much water in. Hydrologic soil group A tends to allow more water in. Surficial geology, you start to get at things like bedrock fractures and like how easy it is to get into the ground. So then we can start to look at that and say like, okay, is this more or less of a concern based on those factors? Not just topography, which is what we used, possibly also looking at well data, so depth of well, depth of groundwater, things like that. So refining that. Testing, love to do some testing. We've applied for funding to do that. We haven't gotten it yet, but that would be a really great thing to do, especially for some of those wells, like those 15 wells within 30 meters, or then stepping up to the 60 meters, or looking at school water supplies, because there are some which are in proximity to municipal facilities. And so, trying to get at, is there more of a problem here? Because, now kids are involved, and so like lead in kids' drinking water isn't a good thing. And then taking this statewide in Vermont, potentially expanding it over to this side, and the Quebec portions as well, would be a really great thing. Lake Champlain Basin Program would fund something like that over here, or in Quebec. And then we have to find funding for the rest of Vermont. That's pretty much what I have. Here are some links. That's the entire map index and the written report if you want to go into detail, especially if you want to hear about the vulnerable community analysis and the Vermont EDI. That's really interesting. The TLDR on that is that we didn't actually find a lot of difference with respect to environmental disparity with this data. Yet, using that data is still important. So check it out if you're interested, or Google Vermont Environmental Disparity Index to see that data a little bit more. And with that, I can take questions for a couple minutes, yeah? Yep. Okay.
I don't see any questions. We'll start out over there. Oh, it's all right.
Is anyone starting to map this from the perspective of chronic illness? Are they beginning to connect or use your data to research?
No, not yet. I mean, again, our data is pretty new. This is actually only the second time I've presented on this data. We presented in 23, sometime like after we finished it. So it's pretty new data. So no is the short answer, but that would be great to see, you know, especially because like we know that lead has an impact on health. So, and also, I mean, like frankly too, like salty water can lead to like hypertension in certain people. So again, like there is a health impact from the salt itself, not just what it leaches. So I think casting this in terms of like human health, not just this abstract environmental problem, is important. So, but hasn't happened as yet.
Okay, I'm probably not going to use the right words, but you talked about the depth of the water and the hydraulic, whatever it was you talked about. So if I understand this in lay terms, if I can dig a hole on my property that's 7 feet deep and it fills up with a foot of water, I'm in a pretty high watershed.
You're in a high water table, yeah.
So like if the state was using 100% salt and the downgrade is down from the street to my well and it's less than 30 meters, it's safe to say that the contamination of my well is coming from the 100% salt chloride. Is that what I'm supposed to be testing for?
So as a researcher, I wouldn't say it's safe to say. I would say that there's a possibility,
now, my
and
next
based on
question
testing. And Pieper et al. In a study in Orleans and Kelly et al. In East Fishkill, 2 studies from New York that looked at precisely that. So
I will look into that.
Okay.
Thank you. My next question is, if the option that's been given to me is to put a claim in to get a new well drilled, that's not going to help me, because if my water table is only 7 feet deep and they drill me another well, my well's only 65 feet deep right now, and I'm having a problem. How is that going to fix the problem? Really, reverse osmosis is the only way to make that correction?
again,
Sorry.
sounds like a cop-out. No, it sounds like a cop-out. But like, as a researcher, I couldn't definitively tell you, and also not as a well drilling professional, I couldn't definitively say yes or no, it won't fix it. However, reverse osmosis is a proven way to reduce or eliminate the impact of de-icing salt to drinking water. So if it were my house, that's probably what I would do. But that's, again.
So when you put in a salt claim to the state, why are they giving you an option to drill a new well and not reverse osmosis?
I'm going to cop out again, not a regulator. And also from Vermont, so I don't know the process in New York.
Hi, I just wanted to speak on this real quick, just from a Connecticut perspective, because we do have private wells throughout the state that are impacted. Just as you said, you can't speak to whether it'll always work or not, but we actually have had a significant amount of success with drilling new wells. Typically, though, they need to be deeper and they need a lot more casing on them, that metal tubing that goes into the ground to shut off any potential surface water that's salt-laden from getting into the well. On the other hand, we have had a few very rare cases where a new well drilled deeper tapped into saltier water that was associated with a salt storage shed a significant distance away because of the connectivity between those two places. But again, very rare that that's happened. Typically in Connecticut, we find the reverse osmosis method to be kind of the last-ditch effort because it's a very significant cost to install one of those systems. In Connecticut, we have different standards for discharge of any treatment systems in your house for any of that wastewater, but we can talk about that after.
Dana, I have one question. Are you aware of any other studies in any other states similar to this?
Okay, so there was that Pieper or Piper, and then the Kelly et al. I think they were both around 2018, 2020-ish. Again, both of those from New York. Beyond that, offhand, no. Okay. We did look around. We did a lit review, but primarily focused on like methods. So not offhand, no. Other than the study that Scylla did in Vermont, which was again slightly different than this, but actually a very good study and worth reading. Okay. So.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Dana. Appreciate it. Good. Before I get into the introduction of the next speaker, I'm real excited when I'm able to bring a water keeper or somebody that works with water keeper here. I was fortunate enough a couple of years ago, we had the CEO, Mark Yagi, of Waterkeeper Alliance here, and our next will be the second waterkeeper. I'm obviously very biased to waterkeepers because we do a great job to protect our waters around the world. And I just spent the last week we had our global conference. So I'm just always impressed with the work that they do. Dan Champlain will be our next presenter. Dan is the Senior Director of Riverkeeper Advocacy, Policy, and Planning Program. He's worked with Riverkeeper for 13 years, and that was actually the first waterkeeper program that there was down on the Hudson. He's analyzed thousands of water samples per year, helped form the Hudson 7, which is an intergovernmental body in the Hudson Valley organized to safeguard drinking water, and was the 2023 winner of the Environmental Advocate Award in Chronogrammy's Reader's Choice. I don't know if I blew that, but he's a part of our waterkeeper movement dedicated to making our waters swimmable, fishable, and drinkable. So please welcome Dan Champlain.
All right. I'm putting the regional in the regional conference here because I'm taking us out of the park a bit. But thanks so much, Chris, and all the organizers for this great event. I'm super impressed. I've heard about it for years, but this is the first time that I've been here. So I'll be talking about impacts of road salt on public drinking water supplies in the Hudson River watershed. And obviously, right now today, we're not in the Hudson River watershed, but it's not that far away. And obviously, a big part of the Adirondack Park drains into the Hudson River. So where's my slide clicker?
It's on the podium.
Green button. All right, here we go. All right. All right, little slide snafu there, but you'll stick with me. So just summarizing and I'm not a PhD scientist, just like Dana, I work with a PhD water quality scientist, Shannon Roback, who's not here today. So I'm gonna deliver this from a layman's perspective, what I take away from the science, without a whole lot of graphs and charts and data to show it. But these are some of the takeaways that I have from understanding some of the science that's been done more in the lower watershed of the Hudson River. But obviously, like a lot of places, we have widespread and increasing evidence of salt concentrations and fluxes in the Hudson and tributaries. We have the highest concentrations are associated with the seasonal low flow periods, March and September. So that's when we have the lowest water volumes in our streams, and we're seeing that base flow contribution from the polluted groundwater that has the evidence of salt in it. And then those watersheds that are showing the highest impacts have certain watershed characteristics, lots of imperviousness, as well as associated with different soil types and proximity to roads and stormwater runoff rates. And we just mentioned Kelly et al. That's Vicki Kelly at the Carey Institute. I think she was at one point going to be a speaker today, but the schedule didn't work out, so you might hear from her directly at a future conference. But a lot of the research done at the Carey Institute has found that private well testing data and the impacts there that are similar to what I'll show with the public drinking water supply data. And we've already seen some public drinking water supplies significantly affected and increasingly so. So then our data, Riverkeeper, we've looked at the annual water quality reports for drinking water supplies, public water supplies in our watershed. We looked at the 2023 water reports first. That's the most recent year of data that's available. And we looked at the supplies serving 3,300 and over. That's a reporting threshold, so those reports are just easier to get at. There are a lot of reports out there for smaller communities too, and they're important as well. It's not that we don't care about them, they're just a little harder to get your hands on and look at comprehensively. So then when we looked at that data, we made some basic sorting on it. Is it groundwater or a surface water supply? What's the population served? Is there an environmental justice population served by the water supply? And for the purpose of what I'm going to report today, what are the highest sodium concentrations measured? Although we're looking at a range of contaminants, and I'm really interested in seeing how the data plays out about multiple contaminants that might be affecting a particular water source, and whether those water sources are serving large populations, whether they're serving environmental justice communities. Some of the early indicators are, that those are going to be concerns. So some of the key insights that I'll talk about here, more than half of the water supplies, again, among those 33 and under populations served, exceed the level at which people shouldn't drink their tap water if they're on very low sodium diets. That's according to the Department of Health threshold for protecting people who might have hypertension and suffer from the impacts of that condition. I find that shocking. More than half of the water supplies are serving water that people should not drink if they're on very low sodium diets. I think that's evidence that we've let this problem really get out from under us. And it's also a reason I want to thank you all and really put a spotlight on what you have done in the Adirondacks, because the research here, the best management practices that you've piloted, the focus on it through this conference and other things is putting a spotlight on the issue that's allowing us to take action statewide. It's really critical. We're seeing these impacts both in groundwater and surface water. And many are far in exceedance of that 20 milligrams per liter level. This data also suggests that there's widespread violation and exceedances of the state groundwater standards. Those are DEC standards for sodium. And we should expect ecological impacts at these concentrations in our surface waters. And again, I've already thanked you, so I'll thank you again for spotlighting the issue. So here's the Department of Health guideline. You can find this on their website. There's no drinking water standard for sodium. So there's no level at which the sodium in a drinking water supply will prompt an enforceable action. There's nothing that a community has to do if they've exceeded this level. Essentially, those that exceed the 20 milligrams per liter level have to put it in the annual drinking water quality report. And unless you're reading those reports pretty closely, you're not even going to recognize that it's an exceedance, because there'll just be a little footnote next to the sodium. And then down below in small writing, it'll say, that 20 milligrams per liter is considered an important threshold for certain people. And obviously, it's a concern primarily if you have high blood pressure or certain heart, kidney, or liver diseases. Now, there are a lot of us in the state that applies to, at least in some form. So, roughly a third of New York State residents are diagnosed with hypertension, high blood pressure, and heart disease is the leading cause of death in New York State. So how much are these things all connected? There was a question about public health before. I can't answer that. I'd like to know those answers. What actual risk population-wise are we kind of increasing by having this higher level of sodium in our drinking water? I can't say, but it's, these numbers speak for themselves and that we've exceeded some health-based thresholds already. And we know that water is not going to be the biggest source of sodium in anyone's life. It's going to come from our diets. It's going to come from the processed foods and restaurant foods that we all enjoy. But the water can be an important component. And that's not the only drinking water contaminant that is like that. I think of PFAS, which is a hot contaminant that we're all concerned about right now. We know that that comes from multiple sources as well, but we're very concerned about getting the levels down in drinking water to protect public health. And this might be analogous in some ways. All right, so I have to take my hat off to Dana with the really great mapping and the professional skills. This is my version of it with the low-tech tools I've got. This is preliminary research. We are going to formalize it and make it look prettier eventually, but for now, here's what you've got. The yellow dots are over that 20 milligrams per liter sodium, again, in a public drinking water supply. Orange indicate those water supplies over 40, so twice that threshold. And then red's 80 plus, 4 times that health threshold. So you can see a lot of water supplies affected. I've put an arrow pointing to that little green mountain at the top. That's Mount Marcy, the source of our Hudson River, here in the Adirondack Park. And then those other 2 areas point at Warrensburg and Queensbury, which I wanted to just draw attention to, because they were 2 Adirondack or Adirondack adjacent communities that came up. Warrensburg had 2 wells, one tested over 20 and the other over 50 in the latest results that were reported. And unlike the previous talk, I haven't done any kind of analysis to look at what the local land use is around those wells or anything like that that might indicate, what might be at issue there. Queensbury is interesting, not in the park, but draws its water from the Hudson River behind the Sherman Island Dam. And there, the ranges reported were just under 20 to just over 20 milligrams per liter from the Hudson River itself. Interestingly, the Saratoga County Water Authority also draws water from the Hudson at that point and didn't report values over the 20 milligrams per liter. I would guess perhaps that might be because of different times of year tested and different base flow conditions that were captured, but that's totally a guess. Bears more looking into. But certainly that water in the Hudson that's being drawn for those communities at that point is heavily influenced by the Adirondack Park above it and certainly other communities. The highest, I should note, 190 milligrams of sodium, the village of Maybrook in Orange County on groundwater, so quite high level. So the median chloride concentrations reported in these water systems that are over the sodium threshold is about 86. And on Brendan, the chart that he showed of the Mirror Lake, those were some of the, I think, orangish, color schemes. So just as a reference point, pretty salt impacted in the public water supplies. The highest was at 286, again, a groundwater source in southern Dutchess County. That's the area of that was studied by the Carey Institute with the groundwater that's kind of been mentioned a couple times here. We all know that salt levels are increasing. In public water supplies, we could look back at 1,000 annual drinking water quality reports over time and try to track the trends in these places. We haven't done that. What we have done is just look at New York City's water reports. The New York City is uniquely data-rich in looking at its source waters because it has an unfiltered drinking water supply that is exempt from certain EPA requirements because it's a well-managed watershed. Serves half the population of New York State, 9.5 million people. That's in New York City as well as large parts of the Hudson Valley. So it's a really important drinking water source for all of the state of New York, and it's treated that way. So this is based on the watershed data that the city has reported, compared 2023 values to 1990 benchmarks. So the blue is the 1990 value, the red is the latest value, and these are averaged across multiple reservoirs in each of their watershed areas. The Delaware on the left, that's the western part of the Catskills. The Catskill system in the center, that's sort of the eastern part of the Catskills. And then the Croton system is east of Hudson, in kind of northern Westchester County, Putnam County, if you know the Hudson Valley at all. So this is the most heavily suburbanized area of the state and certainly of the watershed. And you see the impacts there. The increasing levels of sodium overall, not surprisingly, and really dramatically increasing in the more suburban areas where you have a lot more roads and a lot more people. Importantly, the tap water does not exceed 20 milligrams per liter because there's this giant watershed, multiple water sources, they're blending, they're mixing, and most of the water is coming from the Catskill and Delaware watersheds for the customers who are using that water. I tried to find out, there's a note in that report about a salinity task force report that's supposed to be out this year. I tried to find out before the conference if it's out, if it's coming, when it's coming, is it still on schedule? I don't know, but it might be a good one to learn from in the future. Other drinking water quality concerns, and we've heard about a couple of these. The corrosiveness, the change in water chemistry that comes from the chlorides really can increase lead leaching for the pipes that are in the system. It also can mobilize what the EPA calls chemical cocktails from source waters. And this graphic is from an EPA report on the subject. And again, not being a soil scientist, water chemist, I can't explain this in great detail, but again, the change in chemistry will allow for certain naturally occurring and unnaturally occurring constituents in the soils to become mobilized when that chemistry changes. So you can have not just the sodium, but also other contaminants that are introduced into the water supply because of that change in chemistry. And we haven't analyzed yet to see if there's evidence of that in these water supplies, but it is a concern. There could be a risk for increased risk for harmful algal blooms in some situations, and where there's an increase in algal production of any kind, harmful or not, you can have an increased risk of disinfection byproducts, obviously in the surface water supplies. And importantly, and this is an issue that I think in general we just as a society haven't quite caught up to, we're going to have a lot of effects on our drinking water quality from climate change and climate extremes. We're doing a lot of planning around climate on flooding and heat island effect and all these important impacts. And we're doing a lot of source water planning now to protect our drinking water sources in New York. But the two are still not communicating that much. We're not really perceiving all the risks to our water supplies from climate extremes. So in this case, like I said, the base flow of our streams tends to be the most contaminated with road salt. And so when we get these longer drought periods, that's going to concentrate those pollutants. And then there could be then future more cascading interactions with also extreme storms, maybe washing different things into those watersheds. At the same time, they're being delivered a heavier base flow of this changed chemistry. So there's a lot to learn there, and there are a lot of concerns emerging about what those sort of impacts could be. So I want to talk a little bit about the standards and thresholds here that are at play for these things. So the important thing is that while we have exceeded that 20 milligram per liter threshold for for sodium in so many water supplies, we haven't yet exceeded other health-based thresholds. There's a higher level of sodium concentration for those who are on sodium-restricted diets, but not very low sodium-restricted diets. We're not seeing that being exceeded yet. And the chloride, enforceable standard for chloride is also not being exceeded, although that's really an aesthetic standard, not a health-based standard. So we don't know what the chloride level might be important to watch for that corrosivity concern and for leaching from different watersheds. It could be potentially lower than this threshold. Again, we're seeing a lot of groundwater and surface water supplies above 20 milligrams per liter of sodium. DEC, our state Department of Environmental Conservation, has a groundwater standard for sodium that is also 20. So I think we can conclude that we are seeing widespread violations of that state standard. This was really what brought me to this issue. The Hudson River is an estuary. For those of you who don't know it well, it's tidal for 150 miles from New York Harbor up to Troy. It would be tidal up to Hudson Falls, but we've got the dams and locks starting at Troy. So we watch the concentration of salt in the Hudson from the seawater, and it's called the salt front. We set that threshold at a chloride of 100 milligrams per liter. And I became concerned about this working with those communities on the Hudson River who are drawing their drinking water from the freshwater portion of the Hudson, because in certain drought conditions, that seawater intrudes a little further north, and it can cause their sodium levels to spike and their chloride obviously too. We've successfully advocated for the state to start a modeling study to understand what the future conditions of that salt front will be. And concurrently, I was starting to learn that we've transformed all of our non-estuarine water sources into saltier water sources from the excess use of road salt over all these decades. 20 or more of the water supplies that we looked at are over that 100, that threshold for chloride, at which the Hudson is considered salty. So we've kind of made a lot of our drinking water estuarine, which again, I think is another alarm bell that we should just be waking up to and saying that things have gotten a little out of hand while we weren't looking. So you heard from Brendan talking about some of the impacts to aquatic life here in the park that are important thresholds, that 10 and 40 level of chloride. Again, the evidence from throughout the watershed is that we're seeing levels far and away above that in many places. And even if we're seeing it in the groundwater, we can anticipate that that's contributing to the base flow of streams. So what the safe level is for streams with a different bedrock chemistry, with a different underlying geology might be different, but we are certainly exceeding the levels that are considered safe here in the park for aquatic life. And it's important to note we do not have surface water standards. The DEC does not have standards under the Clean Water Act or environmental conservation law to say how much is too much for a flowing stream or lakes. And we need those. And we do have an opportunity, I'll mention at the end, the state is looking for information right now in order to be able to update a broad range of standards, but sodium and chloride certainly among them could be updated. The task force, as you know, recommended adopting these EPA recommended criteria for that purpose. And I hope I haven't confused you jumping around with the lines here, but just to point out that those are much, much higher than the safe thresholds that were established in the task force report as the scientifically based protective levels. So I think at a minimum, we can't accept these as the thresholds that the state will set, because we need to protect our aquatic life with these standards, and we've clearly seen that we're running beyond that right now. Right, the task force also recommended using the more scientifically based thresholds for planning, such as you heard around Mirror Lake here. How can we get those thresholds here in this lake down to a safe level? It suggested using those scientifically based thresholds here in the park, but not elsewhere in the state. So I think it's a big question. And again, given that the momentum is coming out of the Adirondacks for all this, for you to be aware that these choices are really going to have a big impact throughout the state, and hopefully you can help us make sure we get the right protective standards statewide. So So I do want to acknowledge some recent really positive steps. The DEC has updated the water quality improvement program in the last round. So a lot of these best management practices are now being supported with grants. So towns, I hope you're all aware, and this, I'm sure the DEC has information on its table about these, for those smarter blades, for the brining equipment, for other equipment needs to update and upgrade local equipment. There are now a lot of programs for that. They also, in the grant category for all water quality improvement programs, including these, there are extra points now awarded if the project will reduce pollution upstream of a drinking water source that's serving an environmental justice community. So that's an issue that Riverkeeper's been highlighting as a need to get our environmental justice policies aligned around drinking water source protection, since those water supplies typically are outside of the municipal control of those drinking the water. I mentioned there's a salt study modeling that's coming for the Hudson, which is a good step. And then we've heard about today a lot of local implementation of best management practices, which is really positive. And I'll point out my little town, Rhinebeck in the Hudson Valley, has also done this. This is my street. That's my neighbor's fence you can see on the right, and all those nice salt brine lines we switched over, and haven't had a real winter yet, but I also have not had any negative effects from making the change, and I'm really proud of my local leaders for taking those actions and for the highway department for implementing them so creatively. So what I'd like to leave you with are some thoughts for what we can do together and how we can join together to kind of turn the tide on this and build on the momentum that you've created here. We're going to need money, so coming into the state budgeting season in December and January, February, or March, we're going to need to make sure the Clean Water Infrastructure Act and the Environmental Protection Fund are fully funded, that we get the commitments from the legislature and the governor for those. That's how those grant programs get funded. It's how we implement a lot of this good work. There's a legislation that was proposed last session that we're going to go to bat for again this coming session, and that's the Road Salt Council and Advisory Committee. And in your packet, there's a piece of paper that has an explanation of that. Let your legislators know, review it. Let your legislators know you support it. If you're part of an organization, get your organization to take a stand on that in support of it. It will essentially set up an interagency council between the DEC and the DOT primarily, and then an advisory council made up of nonprofit groups and scientists and others that you're familiar with working with in this room to try and assess the impacts of road salt, create a recommended limit on road salt use, recommend reduction practices and incentive programs, and other strategies, including updating some of the standards that I was talking about earlier. We also have to always go to bat for DEC and Department of Health staffing. They never have all the people they need to try and address the issues that are on our plates and that we're trying to get them to deal with, this among them. To update those standards, we have what's called in New York State a triennial review. So every 3 years under the Clean Water Act, New York State is supposed to submit to the US EPA all of its water quality standards for all of its surface waters and say, here are the thresholds we've set to make sure in this place we can drink, in this place we can swim, that place the fish survive. All those standards have to go to the EPA and pass EPA's review to say, yep, these do the job, these are up to snuff with the latest science. New York actually hasn't done that since 2008, so the triennial review is a little misnomer, but they are doing it now, and there's a solicitation for information that the DEC has active through, forget the date in November, I think the 10th. So basically a month is a great time for you to go find the triennial review on the DEC's website, submit data, submit information, submit your concern about sodium and chloride impacts, because that will help influence updating those standards appropriately. And then finally, we have a drinking water quality council in New York State. And we're going to be suggesting that council look at new maximum contaminant levels, MCLs, for sodium and chloride in drinking water, so we can make sure that those are actually calibrated to the right levels for protection. And I'm sure there are others, but these are some of the ones that are on our map and that hopefully we can work on together. And with that, thank you, and hopefully have time for a couple questions.
I have a question. Well, first, thank you so much. This was lovely as a scientist to contextualize the environmental health issues out there. It's really, really important to me. I was wondering if you could tell me on one of your first figures, the spatial distribution of the wells that are greater than 20 milligrams per liter. Was there any kind of pattern for the wells that didn't hit that 20 milligram per liter that you guys tested? And I guess what was that pattern if so?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's the kind of geospatial analysis we'd like to do, we haven't done yet. So right now, really just have these raw numbers of sort of like the broad impact, but not differentials about where the impact is greater or where it's not being felt. Just looking at the map, knowing the geography, you see a lot of exceedances closer to New York City, closer to the big highway corridors, so it's no question that's where more people live. I think it's kind of intuitive why we're seeing those impacts, and you kind of see along the major, road corridors clustered in the capital district, some of the higher population areas. So I don't think there's going to be wild surprises, but we haven't done that analysis.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One thing I'd like to point out, I'm scared because I actually grew up in the village of Maybrook.
Oh, wow.
In that little town that had the highest sodium levels. So
yeah,
I don't know if that explains anything, but
well, my sister used to teach school
I thought I was
there
pretty.
too. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Morgan Hilliard. I recently graduated from Paul Smith College, and my senior capstone was actually focused on how road salt impacts drinking water, specifically in Saranac Lake.
Great.
With private wells and the town water. My question is, so when I was doing my research, one thing that I found very striking is that private well water is completely unregulated. And there's such a difference between the standards for people that live in towns than the standards that, of people that just have a private well. Yeah. And I guess my question is how do you see in the future that the people with private wells have the same access to this vital information to make informed decisions on their health in the future? Because there's a big gap there, and I feel like something needs to be done for those people to get the same information that people in towns have.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I've relied on private well water most of my life. So there's been a perennial bill in the state legislature to try to require more testing of private wells. It's never mustered enough political capital to pass. So I don't know that its prospects have fundamentally changed. East Fishkill has come up a few times. That's where the Carey Institute did the study of private wells. But there's a well testing law in a couple of those southern Dutchess County towns that was actually inspired by chemical contamination that was discovered a couple decades ago from some manufacturing facilities that were using solvents. And it raised the level of concern. And so at the town level, they passed well testing laws at the point of real estate transfer. So if you buy a new house, already you have to get a test from the bank to show there's no bacteria. This expanded the number of constituents that were tested for, put them in a database, and then that's actually the basis for the research that has been done on now road salt impacts. So at the town level, that is another way it could be addressed through more local will. And if there's concern growing out, particularly around this issue, that might be a more fruitful political option in the short term.
Okay,
right. Great.
Thanks,
Thank you so
Dan.
much.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks so much, Dan. Appreciate that. Now, he'll be followed up with another Dan. It's my honor, and he is the one person between you and lunch, so not putting any pressure on him. But it is my honor to welcome our keynote speaker, a person who I've known and had the privilege of working with for over 20 years, since it was my fortunate opportunity to wind up here in the Adirondacks. He grew up in the North Country. He studied here. He went away to pursue further education to the highest level, and then he came back. He started at Paul Smith's, built the Adirondack Watershed Institute into the well-recognized institute that it is right now, working on water quality and watershed research and monitoring the Adirondacks. But he did not stop there. He's now the president and leader of Paul Smith's College. So please join me in welcoming a voice for the park, my good friend Dan Kelting. Dr. Dan.
That music is interesting. Thank you so much, Chris. And I, as you were speaking, I remember we met at a, is it Rosgood or Rosin Stream geomorphology thing. Yeah, and you were sitting right behind me. That was quite a number of years ago. So really honored to be able to address everybody actually this morning. I am between you and lunch. My presentation is actually pretty short, so we will finish on time, guaranteed. So I've been working on this, or I started working on this topic back in 2008, which isn't too long ago, but it is a few years ago. And our initial work, we were approached by the Watershed Institute, that is, was approached by ADK Action to develop really do a literature review to understand the current state back in 2008 of the environmental human health impacts of road salt, and also come up with series of best management practices. And we wrapped that all up into a report that we finally got published in 2010. And that report actually got a lot of use. And a lot of the practices that are in that report are practices that you've been hearing about this morning. So that was my introduction to the topic. But as I was doing my colleague Corey Laxton and I should say, at the Institute, as we were doing our review, we realized that, hey, we actually have a lot of information ourselves that we could bring to bear on this particular topic. So we started churning out our own publications. So what I'm going to do for you this morning is, so my title is Salinization of Adirondack Waters by Road Salt. I'm in the section of this conference that's focused on drinking water, groundwater, and I'm going to get there. So what I'm going to talk about is first, I'm going to talk about the paved road network in the Adirondacks and the amount of salt that has historically been utilized on that network. I'm going to connect the network to runoff, and then I'm going to talk about first salinization of lakes, then I'm going to move to salinization of streams, and then I'm going to end with the salinization of groundwater through a study that we did on private wells throughout the Adirondacks. And I think you're going to hear a lot of common themes with Brendan, with Dan, and also with, these are my notes right here. Dan and Dana. Sorry, Dana. I actually think Dana's on a conference call right now. Anyway, so first I want to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of salinization as a definition. So it's just water becoming more salty. So saline is salt. And this is due to accumulation of salts such as chloride, sodium, potassium, calcium, and magnesium. So when we're talking about, when I say salinization, it's just that the water is becoming progressively more salty. And for us today, we're talking about the main source of salinization to our fresh waters in the region is what we commonly call rock salt or road salt or sodium chloride. So when we look at the Adirondack Park, I mean, Brendan mentioned this in his talk this morning, the Adirondack Park is a 6 million acre wilderness area. And so most of the surface waters, the lakes and the streams, are surrounded by wilderness. But the park is actually dissected by quite an extensive paved road network. And so what we're looking at here is a map of the paved roads. So we have 10,555 lane miles of paved roads. And I've divided those into two categories. First, the red roads are what I call state roads. These are all roads that are under the jurisdiction of the New York State Department of Transportation, maintained by them using their standards, or contracted out to a town perhaps to maintain them, but they're maintained using the state standards. So the state highways are US Highway or Interstate 87. The remaining roads, about 3/4 of the roads in the park, shown in black, these are, 7,725 lane miles of road. These are roads that are maintained by our local municipalities, so county, town, village. I think we have 105 towns and villages in the park, so we have potential for 105 different ways to manage our roads in the wintertime. So that's the road network, and it's very extensive through our wilderness, our 6 million acre wilderness. In terms of an annual basis, this entire network receives just under 193,000 tons of sodium chloride road salt per year. How this breaks down, so looking at that bar chart, about 80,000 tons is applied to the local road network, and the remaining, just about 110,000 tons or so, is applied to the state road network. And if you take the tonnage and divide it by the lane miles, you actually get the total application rate per lane mile over the course of a winter season. And when we do that, we see on a tons per lane mile basis, the local roads receive on average 10 tons of salt per lane mile, and the state roads receive on average about 38 tons per lane mile. So the state uses about 2.5 times more salt per lane mile than our local roads, local operators in general. Why is that? Well, when you look at the map, those red lines are literally the arteries. Those are the main roads, the arteries that are connecting our towns together, connecting the Adirondacks to the external world. Those are our high-speed, high-traffic roads. They're used for commerce. So they receive the highest levels of service in the park. And as part of DOT's management of these roads, they use high application rates of sodium chloride to achieve their objectives. On the local level, so we have local roads could be anywhere from a road that's maintained at a similar level as the state, all the way down to a street that may be just plowed. So while we see that on average the local roads receive 10 tons of salt per lane mile, some local roads receive much, much less than that. So they're just plowing and sanding with an itty-bitty amount of salt. Some local roads receive a similar rate as the state. So there's a lot of variability around how our local roads are treated in winter with respect to road salt application. But for the state roads, there's not much variability. They're very much treated the same across the park. And that's going to be very important when I start to show you the results of all the data that I'm going to be sharing with you in a minute. So that's the salt, that's the network of roads, and that's the salt use on the roads on an annual basis. So now I want to talk about the process of salinization. And so it begins with runoff. And so here we're looking at a section of State Route 30. This is just north of Paul Smith College where Brennan and I work. Eric Holman too is here, hey Eric, and our student, it's great. So they're looking about a mile, looking south on Route 30. So each lane, so that there's a car heading north, that northbound lane's going to get 35 tons of salt applied to it over the course of the winter, and the southbound lane is going to get 35 tons of salt applied to it in the winter. So you can see there's some meltwater coming off the road, and we sampled that meltwater, so that was March 12, 2015, and that water had 5,000 ppm of chloride. So this is a meltwater coming off a state highway in the middle of the wilderness, right? Brendan had 12,000 ppm coming off of a surface runoff into Mirror Lake. So this is 1/4 of the concentration of seawater, just to give you a frame of reference. So where's that water going? So it's heading towards the Osgood River. So it's in the Osgood River watershed. And as it's moving along, depending on whether or not the soils have thawed a little bit, some of that salt-laden water is going to percolate down into the soil. Some of it will be held in the soil via what we call a cation exchange, and the rest will make its way down into groundwater. And a lot of the water will continue to move along the surface and get into the river. So this process of runoff is happening everywhere, not just on this little section of Route 30 heading up to Malone. So again, back to the park-wide, what I showed you before, just under 193,000 tons of runoff per year. And I like to scale things up, all right, to give you a sense. So this has been happening for 40-something years. since 1980 at least, our second Winter Olympics, as Mayor Devlin would probably like to tell us. So 7.7 million tons of sodium chloride have been added to our roads in the Adirondacks over the last 40 plus years. And to put this in perspective, this would be 68,750 rail cars. So think of a coal train. That train was stretched from Paul Smith College, where I work now, down to Blacksburg, Virginia, where I went to graduate school, coincidentally. It'd be 720 miles long. So that's the amount of salt that has been brought into this park and applied to our road network over the past many, many decades. Where is it? It's not on the road, right? It's been washed off the road, and about half, if you read the literature, about half the runoff of road salt typically ends up in soil and groundwater, and the other half just runs off the surface water. So we could have millions of tons of sodium and chloride accumulated in our soils and groundwater throughout the Adirondacks from this past history. So there's a very strong connection between road runoff and surface water. So my colleague Sean Regalado and I published a paper a few years ago. Very simple, water runs downhill. And so we did the GIS analysis, and we're just running water down from the road, runoff from the road, and seeing where it intersects downslope with either a lake or a pond or stream. All the red on there is waters, surface waters that are receiving road runoff. And so that's 6,000 miles of streams, or 52% of the total stream length in the park receives road runoff. And 195,000 acres of lakes, which some of those are big lakes, so 77% of total acres, or 820 lakes in the Adirondacks receive road runoff. So the potential, we think about the potential for regional salinization, given the connectivity between surface runoff and our surface waters, the potential is high. So the question is, okay, do we have regional salinization, given that the modeling would suggest that we should in fact see it? So to answer this question, so we'll look at lakes first. We did a study that was sponsored by ADK Action, and we put together a data set of 138 lakes, some from the ALTM, or Adirondack Long-Term Monitoring Program, and the rest were from the Adirondack Lake Assessment Program. It's a program that AWI, Adirondack Watershed Institute, Paul Smith, does in conjunction with Protect the Adirondacks. And what we did rather, is we divided those lakes into two different groups. So the blue circles, those are lakes in watersheds that don't have paved roads. And so we had 56 of those. And the other ones, the red circles, those are lakes and watersheds with paved roads, and so there's 82 of them. So what you're looking at here is just the result for chloride. And so we have chloride on the y-axis, or the vertical axis, in parts per million, the unit you've been seeing all morning. And there's two bars. So the blue bar represents the median chloride concentration for all those lakes, the 56 lakes that we sampled that were in watersheds without paved roads, and the red bar represents the 82 lakes, the median for 82 lakes for the watersheds that had paved roads. So Brandon talked about this baseline for least impacted lakes in the Adirondacks. That's where this comes from. I keep wanting to use this as a pointer, but it's not a pointer. So less than 0.3 parts per million, it's actually 0.24 parts per million is the number that Brendan cited. That comes from this work. So we have very low chloride naturally in our waters in the Adirondacks. Where is chloride going to come from? It's coming from the geology, the weathering and release of elements from the rocks as they weather, or it's going to come from the atmosphere. So atmospheric deposition via snow and rainfall. Adirondacks is a granitic geology. Granitic geology is a very low concentration of chloride. If we were sedimentary, we would have more chloride, but we're granitic. So the natural source of chloride for us in terms of rock weathering just isn't there. And we're not by the ocean. If we were by the ocean, we'd actually get significant deposition of salt into the soils if we're by the ocean. So we're just in an area, by virtue of our geology and distance away from any superficial sources of chloride, that results in very low, very low natural chloride, so 0.24 or less than 3. And you can see that little black bar on top is that's what we call the confidence interval around that median. It's very tight. So meaning that there's not a lot of variability in when we measure these lakes that don't have any paved roads in their watersheds. They're all very similar, and again, that's related to the geology not having significant source of chloride to weather out. Looking at the roads, we see that the median is 7, so it's over 14 times higher than what we saw for no paved roads. And when you consider, Brendan mentioned 40-something, right? So Mirror Lake, the value for Mirror Lake was about, in the surface, about 40 parts per million chloride. This we see the median for all the samples in this data set, 7. I'm going to show you another slide a little bit, or next slide that will show you the actual data. But when you consider all the distribution of those dots, I think you'd agree that's a regional data set. So all those lakes that we sampled, both no roads and paved roads, are regional, they represent the park. And so when we look at this data, we can safely conclude that, in fact, we do have regional salinization. So we do have regional salinization of our lakes by road salt, but also importantly, there's a tremendous amount of variability in each lake in terms of the chloride concentration that we measure. So that black bar you see on the red is much wider, taller than the black bar we see on the blue. So that's showing a lot of variability in the concentration. So what explains the variability in the chloride concentration that we're seeing in lakes and watersheds with paved roads? So what explains it is one thing, which is pretty incredible. So we have chloride concentration on the wax, again, in parts per million. On the x-axis, you see, or horizontal axis, if you will, we see state road density. So it's the density of the red roads in lane miles per square mile of watershed area. And all those blue dots you see on there. So 84% of the variability in the chloride concentration that we measured in lakes and watersheds with paved roads is explained by the density of state roads in the watershed. And it's a very clear relationship. Why? Higher state road density means more salt, right? So you're applying more salt in the watershed. Equally important, we found no relationship between local road density and the concentration of chloride in the lakes. Why? This goes back to what I said earlier. Local roads are treated many different ways. So some are plowed, some are plowed and sanded, some are plowed and sanded with varying ranges of salt added to the sand, and some are plowed and salted. So there's just a tremendous amount of variability in how local roads are treated, so we wouldn't expect to see a correlation, unlike with the state roads are all treated consistently the same, and we see that reflected in the results of this study. So our conclusion with this work that was published is that regional salinization of our lakes in the Adirondacks is largely from the salting practices used on state roads. Recognizing that at the local level, so this is the regional picture, recognizing at the local level, like Brendan showed Mirror Lake, our urban lake in the Adirondacks, the contribution of salt to the lake may come from many sources. So in that case, sidewalks, parking lots, and local streets, et cetera. But on the regional scale, the 6 million acre scale of the Adirondacks, this issue that we're facing is largely a function of what's happening on the state highways. So that's lakes. What about streams? We have a smaller data set with streams. We have 51 streams. And we did the same thing. We have 11 streams and watersheds with no paved roads. And we have 40 streams and watersheds with paved roads, mostly located up here in the northeastern quadrant of the Adirondacks. We have several down in Blue Mountain Lake, But we don't have that regional distribution with the others, but we have a fair number of samples there. Also, we in addition to looking at just grab samples for concentration, we have several of the watersheds instrumented and measured in such a way so we can calculate the loading. And what the loading is the pounds of chloride discharge per acre of watershed area. So I'm going to show you these loadings first. And just two watersheds, Upper Saranac Lake and Blue Mountain Lake watershed, which is located down more south central Adirondacks. Take a look at Upper Saranac Lake first. This is data we published in 2017. We're looking at May to October in 2015-16. So we're not applying salt, right? So this is the non-salt season, right? That's what this data is from. We have a reference watershed within the Upper Saranac watershed that has no roads. It's called Black Brook, and its loading is 1 pound of chloride per acre. And we'll contrast that with Cranberry Brook, which is bisected by State Route 30, and that's the only road within the Cranberry Brook watershed. And the loading for Cranberry Brook is 44 pounds of chloride per acre. This is in the summer, right? So we're seeing this loading. And what is this an indication of? Groundwater, retention and accumulation of chloride in soils and groundwater. Remember I said about half of that total load that's happened over 40 plus years is still here. So we're seeing that reflected in this loading measurements at Upper Saranac. Same thing in Blue Mountain Lake, same period. Here's the reference brook at less than 1. And then we have Museum Brook, which goes by Adirondack Experience, I guess they call it now, has State Route 28N, and that's the only road in this watershed, and it's loading at 22 pounds of chloride per acre of watershed area. Again, showing that we have accumulation of chloride, of salt in the watershed, and we're seeing high loads and this is loading to Blue Mountain Lake. Okay, so this is water going into Blue Mountain Lake from accumulated salt in the watershed over many decades. Last slide for streams. So we heard base flow was mentioned several times today. So this is the streams at their lowest flow. I think August, maybe September. The stream flow is being maintained by groundwater. So when you sample during base flow, you're actually sampling groundwater. So this is just taking our 51 streams and ranking them by the lowest concentration to the highest concentration in order. Again, parts per million. And the 11 streams without paved roads in their watersheds are the ones on the left. So they had the chloride concentration that's less than 0.5 parts per million. All the ones with paved roads, the lowest was 3 part per million. The highest for base flow was 195 parts per million in terms of chloride. So this is strongly indicative of groundwater pollution. So what we wanted to do next, in addition to the loading that I showed you before, what we wanted to do next was actually sample groundwater. So this was our last study. And what we did is we asked homeowners, so we're looking at private well owners. We asked well owners to participate in this study. It was free to them, so we would go and collect their water, or actually we would mail them a sampling bottle with instructions to collect. They would collect the sample, mail it back to us. We'd do the analysis. We'd send them back a nice report, and then we would include that analysis in our study. This work was sponsored by it was the Fund for Lake George Association. It was sponsored by ADK Action and a couple of other organizations. So here we go. Sorry, I missed a slide. Sorry. Let me go back. Actually, no, go forward. Go forward. Let's skip this slide. Go to the next one. Skip it. All right, let's do this. Okay, cool. I'll skip that. The last slide I also did was show you that there's a very strong connection between, you have all of our aquifers, the roads are over the top of the aquifers, runoff is going to go down the aquifer. That's all that was. So we have a study we have 528 private wells in the Adirondacks that participated in our study. And we divided those wells into 3 groups. 213 wells that receive no road runoff. The wellhead is up and away, uphill and away from the road. We had 143 wells that received local road runoff. The wellhead is downslope. You're looking up at the road from your wellhead. And we had 173 wells downslope of state roads. The way that we classified them is basically using the model that I showed you before that Sean and I put together. Is you can see the state Route 8 there in red, and the pink, that's the road runoff, surface runoff generation from that network. If a wellhead overlaid that red, we assigned it state. You see the black roads, and the gray is the road runoff generation from the local roads. If a wellhead overlaid that, we assigned it local. And you can see the two orange dots, there's no road runoff, we assigned those none. So that's how we did this. And at the end, we ended up with this. So we have a very nice regional distribution of wells of all three types, non-local state, across the Adirondacks to help us answer the question of do we have regional contamination of groundwater by road salt in the Adirondacks. So I'm going to show you both sodium and chloride here. First, we'll take a look at sodium, and we'll look at the median, the maximum, and the percentage of wells that exceeded the guidance values. So as Dan mentioned, there's this guidance value of 20 parts per million that's out there. It's not regulatory, but it's out there. But it is for people that have hypertension issues, and they need to be on a low salt diet. So we're going to look at that exceedances relative to that guidance value. First, we're looking at, these are wells that don't receive road runoff. The median sodium concentration was 3 parts per million. The maximum measured out of over 100 wells is 17. And of course, so none of them exceeded the guidance value for sodium. Looking at wells that are receiving local road runoff, the median was 6, so double. It went from 3 to 6, so double. The maximum concentration of sodium was 403 parts per million, which I believe was quite a bit larger than any number, Dan, that you had presented right before me. And 20% of the wells that received local road runoff exceeded the guidance value. Why such a high maximum for the local? Because some local roads are salted, like I said before. So if your wellhead is downslope of a local road that receives similar salting rates as a state road, you're likely going to have very high sodium concentration. Looking at the state, the median jumps up to 33. The maximum is just under 2,000 parts per million. So these are wells located in the rural Adirondacks, right? Rural Adirondacks, 2,000 parts per million. 64%, or the majority of the wells sampled that received state road runoff, exceeded the 20 part per million guidance value. Notice the median 33, it went from 6 to 33. Why is it higher? Again, because the state road system is consistently treated with high amounts of road salt. So you're going to expect to see that median higher as well. Looking at chloride, same presentation. So Dan mentioned the 250 part per million guidance value. This is strictly an aesthetic, so it's a taste threshold. It's also coincidentally the threshold that the DEC uses to classify groundwater as saline. So if your groundwater is above 250 part per million, the DEC is going to classify it as saline. So it's got two dimensions to it, but as it's been talked about already, they have nothing to do with like health. It's specific to chloride. So looking at the wells that don't receive paved road runoff, the median was 1. The maximum was 64, and again, none of those exceeded the guidance value. Looking at the wells that receive local road runoff, the median goes up to 8. The maximum is 390. Again, some of them are going to receive high salt depending on what the use is by the municipality. So 3% of those exceeded the guidance value. And looking at state, the median goes way up to 100. The maximum is 1,700, and 29% of those wells exceed the guidance value. Again, reflecting the consistency and higher rates of salt application on the state road network. So clearly a contamination at a regional scale by salt, both local and state, but much higher if your well happens to be located downslope of the state highway. Now, it's been mentioned, I think it was Dana, maybe Dan did too, talked a little bit more about chloride. So we have this 250 part per million guidance value related to taste, aesthetic as a threshold from fresh to saline for DEC groundwater. But the real concern with chloride in the groundwater system isn't this threshold. It's the fact that chloride can be very corrosive. And this is something that Dana brought up, specifically related to lead. And Dana actually mentioned Flint, and that's Flint, Michigan. So I'm going to digress into Flint, Michigan a little bit, and to connect what happened to Flint, Michigan to what's happening here, potentially happening here in the Adirondacks. So let's go to Flint. And so we all probably remember this terrible story. It's an environmental justice story of epic proportions. So lead, right? We all remember the lead crisis in Flint, Michigan was terrible. Flint was a dying city. And so Flint doesn't have any money. So the managers of Flint decided they wanted to switch their water supply. So Flint, Michigan was getting their water from Detroit. City of Detroit was supplying their water. It's too expensive. They did have a water plant that was adjacent to the Flint River. They flipped that water plant back on. They could really reduce their costs of supplying drinking water to the folks at Flint. So they switched the water supply, and within weeks, the water became undrinkable, hazardous. People started getting sick within weeks. So what happened? What happened when they switched from Detroit to Flint River and caused people to get sick, largely from lead, but other contaminants, but largely from lead entering into their system? Just first to take a look at the water, you can see a sample from the water supply coming from the Flint versus the water that was coming from Detroit. So you can see the Detroit bottle is clear. The Flint bottle has got this orangey color that's showing there's corrosion. There's corrosion in the distribution system that's basically putting iron, the colors from iron, into the water. And then you see the Flint Hospital sampled in October of 2015. That's the water coming into the hospital. I mean, that's pretty bad. And that's indicative of corrosion. So the pipes are getting corroded from water coming from the Flint River. So why? Well, because chloride is highly corrosive. And so what happened in the Flint River, when they switched from Detroit to Flint, they didn't sample the Flint River water. And the Flint River had about 100 part per million chloride concentration. Some of that from road salt, but other sources because you're in a major municipality. And that water was highly corrosive. It got into the distribution system and started leaching a lot of lead. If they had sampled that, if they'd spent the money to sample the river, they could have actually done treatments to prevent this problem from happening in the first place, but they didn't do it. So looking at Detroit water, which is what Flint would have been drinking before they switched their source, was 2.3 parts per billion lead. The EPA guidance is 5 parts per billion lead. And the average of 272 homes that were sampled in Flint after they switched to Flint River was 27 parts per billion. So over 5 times the EPA value for lead, safe lead levels in your drinking water, all from switching to the source from Detroit to a chloride-laden river and having chloride be corrosive and leaching from the distribution system and also leaching from homes, older homes. So what does that have to do with the Adirondacks? So there's a long history of people complaining about their hot water heaters, their plumbing, their dishwashers being destroyed by salt, by their own drinking water, by their own well. So what we did to look at the corrosion issue is we used what's called the Larson-Skold index. You can see there's chloride on the top, and underneath is bicarbonate. This is the same index that was used by the folks that made the connection between the Flint River's corrosivity and the leaching of lead into people's drinking water. So we use the same exact mathematical model that they used, applied it to our data. And then what we did is we classified the water. If the index is less than 0.8, it's non-corrosive. If it's between 0.8 and 1.2, it's corrosive. And if it's greater than 1.2, the water is highly corrosive. So we applied that to our data. And so I'm going to show you that now. We'll have the percent of wells sampled on the vertical axis, and we'll look at the wells not receiving road runoff, second one, wells receiving local road runoff, and the third, wells receiving state road runoff. So looking at non-corrosive water, 95% of the wells that were sampled that don't receive road runoff had non-corrosive water. 70% of the wells that receive local road runoff had non-corrosive water. About 30% of the wells receiving state road runoff had non-corrosive water, meaning the majority of the wells downslope of state roads receive corrosive water. So we'll just add these other two bars, and so only 5% will take the reverse. 5% of the wells that don't receive road runoff had corrosive water. 30% of the wells that receive local road runoff had corrosive water. Almost 70% of the wells downslope of state roads had corrosive water. And this happens at much lower chloride concentrations than 250. You know, depending on the alkalinity of the water, this is happening down in the teens, 10 to 20 parts per million. So that 250 threshold is pretty meaningless. It's really the corrosivity of the water and what that may be doing to people's drinking water quality in their home that they may not know about. So I'm going to just show you the distribution of these wells exceeding both the sodium and chloride thresholds, and we'll wrap it up. So here's the park map again. So these, all the black dots, circles, these are all the wells that had sodium concentrations greater than 20 parts per million. So again, ones that are up and away, none. We had 20% of the local wells, or 28 wells sampled, exceeded 20 parts per million. 109 of the state wells, or 63%, exceeded the guidance value for sodium, and it's a regional data set. Right? They're not all clustered in some spot up in the northeast corner or southwest corner. These are all over the park, so this is regional contamination. Same thing for corrosivity. So 5% of the wells upslope and away had corrosive water. 28% of the locals had corrosive, and the majority of the wells downslope of state roads had corrosive water, or 69%. And again, this is a regional phenomenon, it's a regional problem, given the distribution of the sampling sites across the Adirondacks. So when we think about the human health aspect, particularly related to lead, there are about 55,000 homes in the Adirondacks that are on private wells. 55,000. 40,000 of those, most of them are old, right? Most of these homes are old. 40,000 of these homes were built before what was called the Lead-Free Act in 1982 or 86 or something like that. So meaning that their plumbing has lead, significant amounts of lead in the solder, in the fixtures. 12,000 of those 40,000, by virtue of these percentages, may have corrosive water. So they have corrosive water that they're pumping out of the ground, moving through their aged infrastructure, and potentially leaching lead that they don't even know about because they're not testing for it, into their drinking water, unbeknownst to them because of the chloride that's been applied to the road and has made it down into their drinking water, and it's made it corrosive. A lot of people experience this already because they complain that they have to replace their hot water heater, right, every X number of years, because you have, you got dishwasher, you got it.
I've spent $23,000 since 2018.
Exactly, bingo.
Because of the state and your road salt. Sorry.
So that's a corrosion, and that's what is causing that. All right, so let's wrap this up. We use a lot of salt. New York State is one of the largest users of road salt in the country.
And why is that? Because we're the largest producer of road salt.
Let me finish. So it's clearly resulted in regional contamination of both our surface and our groundwater resources. We've clearly made the connection at the regional scale that is the state maintenance of state roads that are the main source of salinization across the Adirondacks, but at the local level that may also include certainly parking lot sidewalks, municipal roads, depending. Many private wells exceed the sodium guidelines, and many have highly corrosive water. And lastly, certainly we know your testimony is clear, ma'am. Corrosive water causes damage to your house infrastructure, may leach lead in our older homes, which is certainly a significant concern related to human health. And I think that's it. I finished on time. I have 8 seconds left.
I think we have time for one question, and then I'd like to have everyone go out. We are going to have a working lunch. People can pick up the boxed lunch and come back in. We will reconvene in 15 minutes to hear the presenters of our sponsors leading into the demo. So if there's one question, we can take it, or we can take lunch. Not seeing one? We got one. The winner.
Oh, good.
Hi, it's me again. I'm Morgan Hilliard, from a recent grad from Paul Smith College. And this is maybe, I don't know if this is a question for you or just an open-ended one just to think about, but I guess when I was doing my capstone on private well water and town water in Saranac Lake, I also kind of thought about Flint and how it's a huge, almost environmental justice issue. Because private well owners don't have that same information that towns do. And I guess, you know, I kind of asked this to somebody else, but I guess I'm just wondering how we're all going to come together to get that information to those people that need it. Because, like you said, they didn't test the Flint water before deciding to switch over. And all of these private well owners, they also don't know that information. It's hidden to them, and it's very expensive for a test. So I don't know if that's a question for you or just something to think about, but I think that's something that we all have to come together to kind of figure out. So, you know, all of these people who have absolutely no idea what is in their water can get that information.
So I'll just answer from. So I was on the Road Salt Task Force, governor appointee, and all my work related to this domain of it. And one of our recommendations from our task force was education. So purposefully reaching out to private homeowners to educate them on these issues, particularly like lead and other contaminants that may be in their groundwater. And also, we also recommended that resources be provided to them to allow them to have if they had a concern, to have their water tested for free, so they wouldn't have to bear their costs, because a lot of these folks are living down, a lot of people living downslope of a highway, close to the highway, aren't wealthy people, right? It's totally an environmental justice issue, as you say. So giving them resources, educational resources, financial resources, and then plugging them into really a network of support if they in fact, through the sampling, discover that their well is in fact contaminated, giving them the support network they need to get a solution, which is impossible for you to get on your own. So.
Okay, thank you all. Break for lunch, and we'll see you back in here. Thank you, Dan. See you back in here in 15. Welcome to our working lunch. We'll have everyone enjoy their lunch, and during that time, our generous sponsors will have your attention. They'll give brief presentations, which will lead into the demo session. So the first of our sponsors is Craig Sandman from Hilltip. So welcome, Craig, and it's right up here. You got it.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Craig Sandman. I am the Managing Director of Hilltip Corporation here in North America. Quick word about Hilltip. We are a leading European manufacturer of snow and ice control equipment. Currently export to 45 countries worldwide, have a subsidiary in Germany and here in the United States. Here in the next 30 or so days, we will be moving into a brand new 100,000 square foot facility in New Haven, Indiana, for the purposes of building our equipment. Today it's my intention to just kind of give you a brief overview of who we are and what we do, with a little emphasis on some machines that would have the most impact on the mission that we're trying to achieve in salt mitigation. There we go. So what you're looking at here is a couple of representative photos of what we call our combination spreaders. These effectively are the backbone of what we do as a company. So the combination spreaders are going to be machines capable of both bulk and liquid application simultaneously. We offer these machines in different sizes from 1.2 cubic yards up to 8 cubic yards. In both chain and auger configurations. Our machines feature some very quality components. Everything is stainless steel. The augers, the chains, bolts, bearings, bushings, clips, and pins. Everything is Deutsch connected. We offer these also in 12 and 24 volt combinations. All of our units come standard with our Strike Smart controller, and I'll touch on that here in a few slides downrange. You can build these machines out to achieve anything you need to do with them. Things like stop-turn tail lights, strobe lights, work lights, accessory bladders that you can actually put into the bulk section of these hoppers that would make them into 500 to 600 gallon sprayers that you can use all season long. So you have, with our product line, you have the ability to amortize your investment over 12 months versus just the winter months. Things like end of material alarms, asymmetry adjusters, which better distribute the salt where you need it. As far as your spreading picture is concerned, leg stands for storage and tarps. So all of our options are retrofittable to our machines at any time. So as your business or needs in your township change, you can easily adapt your equipment to those needs. Some of the other equipment that has an impact, at least in mitigation strategies, are going to be electric sprayers. What you see here are some representative photos of our line of high flow electric sprayers. These units are available in sizes here in North America from 500 gallons to 3,250 gallons. These are all electric. You can buy them in 12 volt or 24 volt configurations. That's going to translate to efficiencies of 20 gallons a minute on the 12 volt stuff up to about 40 gallons on the 24 volt sides of things. What makes our equipment unique, we feature high efficiency rotary pumps, so your fluid is on demand with no wasted energy sending that back to tank. Again, our high flow electric sprayers do come with our Strike Smart controllers. We'll touch on those here in just a moment. Along with that system is the H-Track as well, which is our two-way tracking and control. You can, again, build these out like you would our combination spreaders and combinations of adjustable spray bars, 90-inch, 100-inch. You can make these units 2- and 3-lane capable, leg stands, lights, the whole package, whatever your business it needs. So getting to the core of who we really are as a company, yes, we build snow and ice control equipment, but predominantly we are a technology company, as evidenced by our Hilltip Strike Smart controllers. So as you can see in this photo in the lower left-hand side is our standard Strike Smart controller. What's unique about this unit is it tells the operator exactly how much material is being applied, how far you're applying it, all optional interface. Anything that the spreaders or sprayers have as options can be controlled from this screen. Automatic mode is ground speed control, so the machine starts and stops when the operator starts and stops the vehicle, reducing salt waste. They are self-diagnostic, so they will tell you what's wrong with them and where to go to fix the problem. They'll also remind you what it is you're applying, the time and the speed at which you're doing so. This device actually also has dialogue with our H-Track two-way tracking and control. So all of the information being recorded by the spreader or sprayer then is sent to our HTRAC portal via this system. The one on the right-hand side is an upgrade to the system. That's our Strike Smart Plus control interface. It's all touchscreen. What this system allows you to do is it gives you a real-time weather forecast, and in addition, if you run it with what we call our Temp Striker sensor, it gives you environmental data as well, the air temperature, dew point, road temperature. And what's unique about this is the system takes the forecast with the environmental metrics and compares that to your historical spreading data, and then it will give you the recommended optimal application rate for whatever storm you face in real time. Additional options on that one, being that it's app-based, are things like navigation and traffic. So not only will the system automatically optimize your route, but let's say an operator runs into an accident, he can push the traffic or the HTRAC button on this, and it'll give him directions around the optimal route around that traffic or delay. So we got our systems, we got our controllers talking to each other, and where it all goes is HTRAC. And this really is the crown jewel of the Hilltip line. This is a two-way tracking and control system. So all of the data being gathered by that controller is sent to a portal. You can log on to this portal from any device anywhere in the world. You can see your equipment in real time and know exactly what it's doing, where it's doing it. We can take work sites, roads, sidewalks. We can geofence those sites and apply a desired application rate to it. It will tell us exactly how much material is required to do that site. Then we take that site and we can assign it to specific controllers or all controllers and automate it so that all the operator has to do is pull on the site. The machine then automatically turns on, records everything that machine is doing. Data is then sent back up to the portal where you can report on it. So some of these things that kind of give you a visual representation of what some of the reporting metrics look like. But we can take, for example, if somebody were to slip and fall in a parking lot this size and fell right here, I can search that specific area and tell you exactly everything that happened here. If you're using that Temp Striker optional upgrade to the Strike Smart interface, then it will also tell you what the forecast was that day, what the air temperature, ground temperature, dew point was at the point of where that person actually fell. The nice thing about this is it gives you complete and total operational control. So if you have a 4 cubic yard spreader, for example, and you know before that machine goes how much material is going to be required on all those sites, and the machine is optimizing for you, and it's automating it for you so you get consistent results time over time, well, guess what? Now your equipment's out 60 to 70% longer, always taking the shortest route back to the shop. That's going to correlate to not just obvious salt savings, but we'll know once and for always exactly how much liquid we're using, how much material we're using. We're going to know how long it takes to do the sites and what the average speeds are of those sites. And the combination of the route optimization and fuel savings and labor and overtime, wear and tear, I mean, it adds up very quickly. So with that, I think I'm close to my time here. So I just want to thank everybody for attending this year's conference. We were thrilled to be here. This is the first time attending. I will be out in the lobby. I have a colleague out in the parking lot with a demo piece of equipment. I would encourage you to visit us at the website. So we're here all day if you have any questions or want to see a demo of the technology. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Next, we will have Mark from Henderson. Oop. Just hit that green button.
Hit the green button?
Yep.
Oh, it's bright up here. Hello, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to be here. My name is Mark Coe. I'm the Eastern, back up, is that a little better? Eastern Sales Manager for Henderson Products, covering New York and New Jersey. Represent Henderson Products out of Manchester, Iowa. We are a full-service upfit facility and manufacturer for snow and ice control equipment, snow plows, dump bodies, salt spreaders, liquid application systems, etc. We've been around 56 years. We have some sister companies that partner with us to make our product around it. So Western's one of our sister companies, SnowX, Dejana. We're under the Douglas Dynamics umbrella. Very fortunate for us to be under them. They brought a lot to our company. They brought a lot to our engineering department. We're here today and we're excited that we have a division dedicated to liquid solutions. So I'm going to point out some of the products we cover today. I'm not going to take too much of your time. Snowplows, dump bodies, that'd be another topic. So if we can get started. So liquid chemical solutions. Oh, actually, this one's better. So what are our products? Again, I'm kind of loud. Granular spreaders. We have under tailgate spreaders, replacement tailgate spreaders, V-boxes, combination granular liquid spreaders. The list goes on, and we'll go through that. Pre-wet systems. We have systems we can add pre-wet to your existing vehicles without spending much time or expense. And then we have liquid spreaders that do nothing but pure liquid for anti-ice. First picture shows a tailgate spreader, tailgate pre-wet system. This system we can adapt to any conventional dump body, any side dump, any multi-purpose body where you want to add pre-wet to it, and the truck did not come upfit for it. We can add our own control system or tap into the control system on the truck. So this is an entry-level way to start getting into pre-wetting if you haven't done that already. And I'm guessing most everyone in this room, by your attendance, has done something with liquid. Next shows our picture of our V-box. We make these in stainless steel, still some steel now and then, auger or chain drives, and we can put a multitude of liquid application units attached to this. One of our newer products is the Storm Extreme. This is a extremely versatile, high-end product. You can see that with the stand kit. When it's in its largest capacity, we can put over 1,700 gallons of liquid on this. We can put over 8 cubic yards of material. It's a dual auger system, sealed understructure. This will go into existing body or on a hook lift or chassis mount. So this is a large volume quality product to cover your pre-wet, anti-ice, and granular. In the back, we have storage facility for all our controls, so they're protected by stainless steel covers. Keeps those products out of the elements, longer life, easier serviceability when they're not packed in salt. One of the control systems we adapt can give you, and my eyes aren't what they used to be, road temperature, humidity, air temperature, etc. We use LAS systems, so these are liquid application systems for nothing more than straight liquid, so anti-ice before a storm. In this configuration, we have now added, and this is the new picture, this is an all-electric unit. So for those contractors, those towns that do not have a central hydraulic system on the truck already, and that expense could be in excess of $15,000 at some point, this unit is designed to run electrically, 70 gallons per minute flow rate, GPS for ground speed, 3-lane spray bar, variable displacement nozzles. So this is a great retro to a truck you may have that doesn't have a full hydraulic system. And we have a couple of municipalities that have bought used trucks out of the municipal market, so used contractor trucks where this would go in and they can do LAS or liquid application without the expense. These show us the patented nozzles we have. So when the flow stops, they plug off completely. You don't have drippage. They're very accurate. They dial that in well. Our body conversion spreader is outside on a trailer. It's a 2-part system. We've designed this to take a standard dump body, slide this through the back, and make it liquid and granular capable. So we have this out back. If you look, there's 2 parts to this. There is the through the tailgate auger spreader. So some of you are familiar with harder spreaders. They've been around quite a while. This is our version of it. We only use augers, though. We do not use a chain system. So with this, and then the tank will slide it into a dump body from a 10-foot to a 16-foot dump body. You fill the tanks up remotely, and your granular material goes right over top of the tanks. So this picture doesn't depict it well. It shows you wouldn't have much granular capacity because the sides of this dump body are low, and marketing did that to show the tanks more. But you could put 30-inch sideboards on this or much higher sides, especially in a 14-foot or a 15-foot body application, and put quite a few cubic yardage over top of a truck. And again, a conventional dump body can be a combination unit relatively inexpensively and quickly. And then this unit slides out as a whole. You put your tailgate back on and you go back to regular dumping. slurry application, and I don't think you've discussed that too much yet, but are we familiar with slurry now? Some? So slurry is an excessive amount of liquid to the granular material. It is in extremely icy conditions. It comes out almost like a Slurpee. Your saturation rate is, I went too far, about 50%, 35%. So to burn ice off in that situation, you would use a slurry system. Now, most of our units have the ability to do pre-wet, anti-ice, and slurry controls from inside the cab. So if we set it up correctly, you can choose what you need to use that day. And as the event goes on during the day, which events change quickly, right? You can change over from one to the other on the fly. This is one of our multi-purpose bodies. So these bodies come with chains or augers into the floor. They come with liquid capability on the outside, and we can hang our liquid tanks off the tailgate for added volume. The red dots show where we can discharge. So depending on your application, if you have hilly areas, if you have flat areas, depending on the width of the road, every red dot shows where we can put a spinner and distribute our material. The brine extreme, we make our own line of brine salt makers. We have one with us today on a trailer. So the Infinity is our premium product. This will do up to 6,500 gallons per hour. The auger you see on the side of it is a automatic clean out. So as we know, when we use salt to make salt brine, there's a fair amount of debris in it, whether it be dirt, soils, blacktop. This will sense that, and it will convey the material out of the bottom itself. So this will continuously operate without you ever having to clean it out. So this could run 24/7 as long as you need it, just by adding salt, and the water is added by itself. We also make this in a trailer mount. The trailer mounts are more for large municipalities that have multiple depots, and or we have come with a bunch of areas where multiple towns have gone in to purchase it together. So as they fill the tanks up in one municipality, they'll take it to the next. So 3-4 towns can displace the cost over one of these units. We have our Brine Advantage. This is our entry-level unit. Again, 6,000 gallons per hour of capacity. Load the salt. The machine uses electricity, obviously, to run the pumps, add the water, and it will do a great job. We have one of those on our trailer tonight. We'll be pleased to show that to you as well. There it is on a trailer mount. Uses the same as the Extreme or as the Infinity to take it to different locations. Our Truck Flex fill station. We have 2 fill stations available. This is the entry-level one. This will allow you to track how much material goes in each unit. It will also let you to blend units. So if you're going to use a magnesium along with your salt brine, this will pull from both tanks, mix it, and fill the trucks up. You can also track how much fluid you're putting into each vehicle. We have municipalities in Michigan that sell their material, so other municipalities will pull up to the depot, have a card like you would in a fuel machine, and unload the amount of material you want. And then here's our ultimate controls. This is a very elaborate high-end machine. This is for upper Wisconsin, where they're running 50 trucks out of one depot using a tremendous volume of liquid. I know I went through this kind of quick, but I know you guys have been sitting all day too. Are there any questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Mark, thanks, appreciate it. And Mark will be out there as well. Next, I'd like to bring up Kelly Condello with React Blades to give a little talk about them and invite you out to go see them. There you go, the green button.
Okay, got it. Appreciate it. Hi, everyone. Kelly Condello with Northern Supply. We manufacture snowplow blades. I'm here to talk to you about our React blade system. I will be quick because we have 2 videos on here that aren't cooperating, so that was kind of most of the presentation, but I'll go through our system with you guys here. So we're a segmented, how do you go back? Thank you. So our system is a segmented blade attachment. So basically, with our system, you can turn any plow into your fleet into a live edge plow. You can take a new plow, an old plow, any model, your Vikings, your Hendersons, your Tenkos, whoever you're used to working with. And with our system, you can get a live edge plow out of it and convert it into a moving edge plow. Our blades consist of usually 11 sections or 1-foot sections. everything independently moves and interacts with the road to clean the snow most effectively. The nice part is you can replace them individually. So usually when the plow crowns out or the edge crowns out, usually the guys are swapping that out and you're throwing carbide away. So with this system, you can change them independently because the plow will just sit down and the springs will react and sit evenly. So you can change segments one at a time as they wear, so you can just save a lot of money with that way. The blades have 3 springs built into each segment, so they can side bend independently like wheel ruts, and they can go up and down. When the plow sits on the ground, the blades will load, and they'll be able to move up and down with the road surface. It also carries the weight of the plow much better, so it's basically having a suspension built into your plow now, where usually the whole thing's not just sitting on the crown and wearing the crown of the road out. Everything kind of distributes the weight amongst the plow very evenly, which also helps with blade wear. So it evens out the weight, which evens out the blade wear, and it cleans the road more effectively that way. So this is a 1-foot section. This is what they look like. This is easy for guys to handle and maintain. Safety-wise, it's pretty easy just to take these on and off. You're not stripping 11-foot cover blades or handling heavy pieces of steel. So it's just this guy, and you're just maintaining it independently on any of the plows you have. So these are just the components. Mostly everything is reusable besides the cutting edge. When the cutting edge wears out, you're going to change that out. The mounting board is something you put on the plow. It stays on there for the life of the system or as long as you want to use it. The blade case and the bushings are all reusable. You can use those as many times as you want. So you're just going to replace 12-inch carbides as they wear out in the springs. So that's what a 3-footer looks like, and that's what a 1-foot section looks like. So the versatility, you can put them on anything in your fleet, anything that plows snow. We'll just make the mounting board to whatever that plow is, and after that, everything just runs on 1-foot sections. So it's easy to have inventory of just one piece of items for your entire fleet, no matter what piece of equipment you have. So this was the video. This was my fault. I embedded it wrong. It shows the blades, how it's moving on. So we do all of our testing on dry roads, so you can actually see it move and interact with the road. So this was a plow going down a street that had big wheel ruts, and you can see how the blades interact with the wheel ruts in slow motion. So you can see what the blade does. Oop, there it is, but I don't think it's going to play though. So we hook up GoPros onto plows, and that's how we do our testing and advancing the blade system that way, and you can see how it works. And here's another one. This is up by Indian Lake of just clearing light snow. So you can see the blade interact and move and clear the snow off the road, which is also not going to play. We make these all in Rochester, New York, so we fabricate locally. And this is our shop where we make everything. So we tweak stuff and try to advance it as much as possible. So thanks for your time.
And I think we'll try to get those videos up on our website, just so everyone's aware. All the presentations as well as the demonstrations will be put up on our website in a short period of time. Next, we have Innovative Surface Solutions, Joe Cashin, who has been a sponsor for us for nearly as long as we've had the summit, and we really appreciate that. So again, a few more presenters and everyone can go across, enjoy the outside because I think it's a nice day. Here you go, Joe.
Perfect.
Green button.
Green button?
Yep.
Thank you, everybody, for having me. I think I'm the only person out there who doesn't sell equipment, so, this might be a unique perspective, I guess. I'm not going to really talk to you about any of our products. We have a whole litany of products that we offer. All of them are, the majority of them are on OGS contract. If you have any specific questions about our liquids that we offer, I've got a table outside with samples of them. We can take a look. But what I really want to focus on for this presentation is tell you a little bit about who Innovative Surface Solutions is as a company, and I want to talk to you a little bit about some tactics that we can use to help reduce the chlorides that are going into the environment. So, Innovative Surface Solutions has been around for 35 years. We have 50 million gallon capacity of liquid storage across the US and Canada. The liquids that we have are used to produce 1.5 million tons of treated salt that go into the environment. We've got 6 liquid terminals. We have about 75 to 80% of our liquids are going in for winter use. So where we are kind of unique is that where most people, when they start getting towards summer or they start getting out of the winter season,
they'll move on to another product line to sell. We're focused on winter liquids year-round. So we try to focus a lot on the education about winter liquids and how to use them properly to make sure that we're not putting more than the necessary amount of chloride into the environment. We are the largest distributor of liquid de-icers in the Northeast United States. And again, the big thing for us is education. We all sat, or most people sat through the calibration training that was out there, which was great. It was awesome. If you're not calibrating, please do. It's the first logical step when it comes to reducing your chlorides. But these are some methods that we recommend for chloride usage, and they're going to be a little different in terms that we're going to focus on why the liquids are an important component of this. So the methods that we usually promote are calibration. I want to talk a little bit about treated salt. As one of the presenters had mentioned, in Ontario, they're using treated salt with tremendous success in reducing the amount of chlorides that they're putting in. I want to do a little onboard pre-wetting, talk a little bit about enhanced salt brine, because again, I don't sell equipment, so I don't sell salt brine generators. I want to talk to you a little bit about why people, when they get a salt brine generator, they start to enhance it, the performance, and then we'll talk just really briefly about DLA. But calibration, as you all saw, trying to calibrate visually is next to impossible. You want to make sure that you're doing the work. Like I said, I sat through some of the calibration training out there. It was very well done. If you need help with that, there's plenty of resources that you can do. But make sure you are calibrating, because the difference between 500 and 300 pounds can be night and day, and it doesn't even look like that much. And that's a tremendous amount of salt that we don't need to put into the environment. Treated salt is a wonderful option for people when they're looking to get started on liquids, but they want something easy. They want to get buy-in on why they should use liquids. Treated salt, we generally recommend what is called a type 2 treated salt. It has 2 active ingredients, where a type 1 treated salt only has 1. Type 2 treated salts tend to work better. They have what we call an OBPE in them. They're organic-based performance enhancers. They've got a lot of benefits when it comes to increasing your melting capacity, helping to reduce the corrosion of the salt, lower your working temperatures, but they also offer you long-lasting residuals, which are going to make unnecessary applications ideally obsolete. And plus, a lot of them have colorants in them, so you can actually see if you've put salt down on the road. It happens. You get a storm, it's white snow, it's white salt, it's the middle of the night, you can't see it. So if you got to choose between having that road freeze up or putting down an extra application, you're going to put down an extra application. Nobody's faulting anybody. I would do the same thing. But when you have that visual component, now you can see, hey, it's blue there. That's probably got some treated salt on it. So most people, and this is just through there's lots of studies that have proven this, but through a lot of our interactions with towns, municipalities, state DOTs, we found that most people, when they implement treated salt, they can generally reduce their salt usage by about 30%. So, and there's a lot of reasons behind that, which we could go into more detail. I could do probably an hour-long presentation on just treated salt, but I don't think anybody wants that right now, so I'm going to move along for your sake. Also understand that we do have onboard pre-wetting is a great option if you do have those on your existing trucks. Basically what you would do is you would load a premium liquid into the onboard wetting system, and as it was coming out, it would get sprayed. The gentleman from Henderson kind of alluded to that. There are different ways that you can do it with varying concentrations of liquid, varying amounts of liquid. I've seen people use as much as 50 gallons per ton of salt. So there are ways to do it with large quantities of liquid, but again, you're going to need a very specific piece of equipment to do that. But onboard wetting systems are a great way to get a liquids program implemented, and it can even bump up your liquids program. If you're using treated salt, you can add a little bit more liquid with your pre-wet. Clear Roads, which is an organization for a lot of the state DOTs, they recommend 10 gallons per ton at least on your salt. So to get the performance metrics that they're looking for. So it's very important that, you know, if you are going to pre-wet, that you're pre-wetting with the right liquid to make sure that you get increased melting capacity, longevity, and ideally we can dial back our application rates of sodium chloride. We have talked a little bit, and I know a lot of people have talked about salt brine. I know that there's all sorts of marketing campaigns that have gone on about salt brine. One of the limitations of salt brine is that salt in any form is salt in terms of sodium chloride. Whether it's powder, whether it's liquid, whether it's rock, it has the same eutectic temperature, it's got the same effective temperature. It is still prone to blowing off even if it's on the road. Once it dries, it is now salt powder. It can be blown off the roads. It happens all the time. A lot of government agencies don't use salt brine below 21 degrees. So what a lot of people will do to make sure that they can use that tool in a wider range of temperatures is they'll start to enhance it with another liquid. And what that'll do is it'll help it stay on the road. It's going to lower the freeze point. Now we have some liquids that'll help lower the freeze point depending on how much you put in of the liquid with your salt brine, but it can still make a very cost-effective material. And even at 14 degrees, 100 pounds of enhanced brine has the capacity to melt 69% more than just regular salt brine. Also, with some of our salt brine enhancers, you're going to be able to reach the Clear Road qualified product listing requirement of a 70% reduction in your sodium chloride. So there are some benefits to that as well if you're looking for corrosion protection. You will see most of that corrosion protection, you'll see all of that corrosion protection on your equipment and not necessarily like some of the doctors that were talking earlier in your pipes and stuff like that, but it will be more for your equipment to last longer so you don't have to replace it as much. Direct liquid application, you saw from a couple of the other vendors that a lot of their equipment are capable of that. Direct liquid application breaks the bond with the snow and ice. It makes it so you can get the pavement clear easier. Again, there's going to be segmented plows. You're going to see a lot of different pieces of equipment that can help you accomplish that. But the higher quality liquid that you're putting down, and again, this all comes with the right education, the right training, but the better quality liquid that you're putting down, the longer that's going to last for you, and you're going to have more time to be able to get that snow and ice off the road without having to go back with your plows, scrape, apply more. Our ultimate goal, we're not trying to melt everything, we're bond breakers. That's all we're trying to do. If we can break the bond with the snow and ice and the pavement, then we're going to have a lot more success and you're going to be much happier with your equipment, with your operations, and you're going to be very happy with us. So that's what our ultimate goal is. But we really do appreciate everybody coming out for the Salt Summit. It's always great to come and support, and as long as they're doing this, you can expect to see us and hopefully my face. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next, we had from Evolution Edges, Brian Byrne? Brian? Oh, there you go. I'm sorry. Surprised me there.
Okay. All right, good afternoon. As he said, my name is Brian Byrne with Evolution Edges. Evolution Edges is a division of Champlain Supply, which is based out of Elmira, New York. I am not from New York, as you may be able to tell, so I may be leaving some R's out of random words in my presentation. Also with me today is Matt Aquino, and I'm going to talk about the Saber blade. Matt is the inventor of that blade. I think the best way to provide an overview of the features of the Saber blade is to talk a little bit about the evolution of snowplow cutting edges. This graphic is a little bit busy, but I've included it so that you guys will have it when you get a copy of this presentation afterwards, and you can go back and get a summary of all the things that I'm about to talk about. But I'll use this graphic for the presentation. Looking at the evolution of cutting edges, plows started with steel blades. The issue with the steel blade is that you basically burn right through it. It goes pretty fast. If you're doing any amount of serious plowing like DOTs and municipalities do and so forth, you'll end up going through steel blades pretty quickly. So the next thing that came out was the carbides. And it's a softer steel that is routed out on the base, and little carbide segments about 1 inch long are brazed in along the bottom. And the great thing about carbide is it wears really long. It's like 20 times, the wear is 20 times longer on a carbide blade than it is a steel blade. But the downside of it is if you hit it hard, it can fracture. And then once the carbide fractures, it can fall out and you're back to a short life of a steel blade. And there's a lot of things that'll fracture a carbide on a road. You have, semi-raised islands, you have manholes, you have catch basins, you have bridge joints, and on it goes. So it's a significant issue. So the next thing that people did was what you see in the third one in from the left is a steel cover plate put on a carbide blade. What this does is it helps protect that carbide from damage, but it's a very difficult blade to change because you have 3 and 4 foot sections of a carbide blade and then an 11-foot steel cover plate if that's what your plow is. So you're handling these things while trying to change your blades. And the other thing that's a disadvantage to it is that you've basically doubled the width of your plow because now you get 2 blades on there and your cutting power is reduced. So you have less cutting ability. So the Sabre was developed to help pull the best of all these things together. And we start with a carbide blade that is the carbide that's in the blade is a 3/4 inch carbide. The carbides that have traditionally in the carbide blades that I've mentioned in the second one from the left is typically a 5/8 carbide that's a trapezoidal configuration set up for like 65 degrees for an attack angle. The Sabre blade is a bullnose carbide that's 3/4 of an inch tall. So you get an additional wear life from that blade. In addition, we have a Hardox steel plate, which is a Hardox 450. It's a very high strength steel, and it's fully welded all the way across the top and underneath to that carbide blade. Now the advantage of that, instead of being a separate carbide and a steel blade that act separately, you have a composite blade that is super strong. And if you come down and take a look at the blade that we have on the table, there's one that was damaged, and you'll see how badly it got bent up. But if you look at the carbides underneath, every one of them's intact. So it's really good at protecting the carbide and extending the life. The other benefit of that is the crenellated design across the front of the Hardox 450 steel. You see how it's got a castle design? Well, if you notice, the low part of that is lined up with the top of the carbide. So you're able to take a look across the face of your plow and very easily see where you've worn through your carbide. That's a huge benefit if you have a lot of new plow drivers that are trying to figure out how long they should keep a blade on and things like that. That's an excellent gauge to use for determining the life of your plow blade. And then the upper limit is one that you don't want to go past because then you're going to get into your mold board and wreck your plow. The next blade that's shown to the right of the Sabre is the Sabre wing. Now, a wing blade's a little bit different. You're not so concerned about the cutting power, but you are concerned about abrasion across the front of the carbides. Because typically on a wing blade, you're not going to wear out the carbide, you're going to wear out the metal that's in front of the carbide. So the Hardox 450 plate on that one is 3/4 of an inch thick, which gives it a very long life. And in addition, the carbide insert that's in there is 1 inch tall. So that gives a really long life to the wing blade, and that's actually a recommended wing blade if anyone's got a tow plow. And then the next one, or the last one that I'll talk about, is the Sabre VST. VST stands for Vibration Suppression Technology. And it's basically all the benefits of the Sabre, but it's encased in rubber and allows flexibility around where it bolts to the mold board. There's a cover plate that you can see in the picture, and there's a sleeve for the bolt that goes back and fastens against the mold board. So you can tighten this blade right down, and it still allows the blade to flex, which is an important thing. So this comes in 3 and 4 foot lengths, just like a regular carbide, and you can just mount it right on directly on. There's no backing plates, there's no cover plates or anything like that. This is just restating all the things that I've covered, so in the interest of time, I'll skip it. This is a new variation of the VST blade, so instead of the 3 and 4 foot, there is a backing plate that you mount to give you basically more bolt holes. And these are 1-foot sections now. So if you need more flexibility on the road, like you've seen in the previous plow blade example, you can go to the 1-foot VST. And then we also have all kinds of custom blade capabilities. So just stop on out and check it out. Any questions? Okay.
All right, next we were going to invite Sean O'Keefe from Granite State, de-icing supply. I think Sean is just going to give you a good invite to drop by and see him. Sean will also be up on our panel on private property maintenance after, so I don't know if you... Okay.
Thanks.
Yep.
Boy, lights are bright. Good afternoon. My name's Sean O'Keefe. I own Granite State De-icing Supply. I'm a 35-year veteran of the snow industry that has gotten into liquid de-icing and now liquid de-icing equipment. We're the Northeast region's dealer of the Camion system liquid de-icing equipment. I have a whole array of equipment outside that you can come check out and we can talk more. Make it short and sweet. I appreciate your time. Thank you for coming.
Next, we have our good friend who's been with us since the very beginning. I don't know if I see Rakib in the room. Oh, the lights are bright, I heard. Rakib has been with us since the very beginning and helped guide us, so please welcome Rakib Omir with Viasis.
Thank you, Chris. So I am Rakib, CEO of Viasis, and I'd like to take this opportunity to kind of talk about my journey as an entrepreneur and a technology guy in snow, and how that has evolved as I believe this is what, our 9th or 10th year doing what we're doing. So just high level, a little bit about that and how we've essentially evolved as a company to be able to help the growing, ever-changing needs of sustainability around winter maintenance. So this picture is of me and some other people you will see in the room from anywhere between 5 and 9 years ago. The reason why it's relevant is because our needs 9 years ago were very different from our needs 5 years ago, or very different from our needs now. And what I'd really like to show you is our journey in terms of what we've done in order to be able to help everyone in this room be able to achieve what they want to achieve in order to be able to be more sustainable and tackle the various challenges around salt usage. This is the Lake George, Front for Lake George, now LGA conference room that you see on the right. And this is essentially where everything that you'll see, essentially, this is where all of that started. And every year, we'd essentially meet here and look at the previous winter to essentially see what is it that we want to achieve moving forward, what is it that we did well, what is it that we didn't do well. We'd essentially study salt usage, we'd study weather, we'd study road conditions, and essentially figure out how is it that we want to, what will our next steps be, essentially. And there's a lot that we did over the years, so I'd like to talk a little bit about that, starting with tracking salt. So the unit that you see on the right is what this ended up evolving to be. Essentially started something as simple as a small sensor on the back of a truck that would essentially track what the guys were putting down. And then eventually it's evolved into a system where this unit itself will track your granular, it will track your liquid, it will also track whether the plow is up or down, whether the wing is up or down. It will also track which of your booms, left, center, right, which ones are on, which ones are off. And the best part about it is that it will work with any spreader out there. So that was one of our biggest challenges when we started this, our journey, I'd say, of salt reduction. Equipment was already in place. People were already trained on it. So we couldn't really do anything outside of just minor investments here and there. So what you see on the screen was our answer to be able to track every pound of salt that is put down anywhere on the road networks without actually having to use new controllers, new spreaders, none of that. So this is all an add-on that can be added. What we've done, I'd say about 3-4 years ago lately, is that this exact same equipment is now also able to speed up and slow down your conveyor based on how fast or slow you're going, also known as ground speed. And now also we're relying less on the operators. So essentially they just set a target rate and the system kind of takes over, speeds up the conveyor, slows down the conveyor in order to achieve a more even application rate. Again, all this with existing equipment, so you don't need to buy a new spreader, or there are no major investments of any sort to be able to do that. We do have a demo downstairs. Edinburgh's got one, Peru's got one as well, that essentially has this technology. So if you'd like to see how easy it is to be able to use an existing system and start doing a lot of this, we'll be happy to show you that. Thermotrack is also, as we evolved, we saw that there were certain days when the guys were putting a lot more down in other days, but we didn't really know what the reason was for it. So this product was developed solely for us to be able to sort of almost thermal map what the roads were doing on a particular day. Why is it that a higher application rate was applied at certain elevations? Why is it that a lower application rate was applied at other elevations? So this system kind of takes care of that. It's just a unit that you stick on the side of the truck, and it would essentially plot for you and also show you in the cab what the guys are seeing, what the roads were like. As you can see on this map here, there were certain areas that tended to be a little bit colder than the others, mainly due to elevation or other reasons. So essentially, it gives you all the information for you to be able to make good decisions as to what is happening and why it's happening and how do we optimize. This is something very unique. We've had this product for about, in one way, shape, or form for about 8 years now. It is a dash cam that also takes pictures of the road as the drivers are driving. So for us, sitting in an office in front of a desk, trying to sort of recreate an event as to what happened, why did it happen, and how do we optimize it. It was very important to be able to see what the driver was seeing. And for those who operate snowplows, your event memory is it's very limited. So if I would ask you 4 days out after an event, what is it that happened at 2 in the morning on a certain day, there's a high likelihood that you probably won't be able to answer that question. And it was the same with us. So this product here essentially takes pictures of the road as the drivers are driving down the road for us to be able to see how effective a certain plow was, how effective a certain material was in being able to clean the road off better. And then more importantly, the drivers are able to press a button and record messages as so say, for example, if I have to up my application rate because I'm seeing some ice, I'd be able to record that message, and that comes to us. So we're able to see essentially why is it that the driver did what the driver did. This also, of course, works with all your Rexroth, Dickie John, Force America modules. So it'll take all that information and bring it all into the same portal where we're able to analyze all of it in one place. Lastly, we've got, I believe we started this about 8 years ago. So these are weather stations that we would install. So small solar-powered weather stations that we would install on the side of the road. Serves several purposes. So for us, it was mostly about seeing what is it that the roads are like before, during, and after an event. For the operators and the supervisors, it was mostly about being able to make decisions as to whether they should send somebody out or not, especially in an area like this where weather can change, snow can change, a lot of things can change. So this was basically everybody's eyes on the road. The reason why I have this particular picture up is because this is what helped one of the participating counties sort of, I think this is what helped them get more serious about liquids. And it's pictures from a weather station. The picture below is essentially a 1-hour period from a weather station that was not pre-treated. And the picture above is a 1-hour period, the exact same time, from a weather station that was looking at a road that was pre-treated. They both got the exact same weather. So just by using this technology, we are now able to see the difference that it makes. How much time does a particular pre-application buy you? How clean is the road surface after you've plowed one versus the other, et cetera, et cetera. So I mean, unless you have access to all of this information, it is almost impossible to be able to quantify the benefits or the effects of what you're doing and being able to make a case for it, for example. So from salt usage to pavement conditions to what the operators are seeing to what they're applying, why is it that they're applying, is essentially, that's been my role with this initiative. And every year, we'd collect this information, we'd bring it back, we'd discuss it with the operators, and we'd basically put together a plan on what is it we're going to do different the next year, and we would go back, look at it again, and I believe this has been the 9th year where we've been doing the exact same thing. I believe, so information is key. Having access to more information, easily available, is what helps us make those decisions. And the best part about all of this is that it is all under one ecosystem. So one report tells you the road conditions, one report tells you the weather on those roads, one report tells you how much material was applied, how much precipitation you got, what was the pavement temperature, et cetera, and you're able to compare those results event after event, year after year, so that there is quantifiable information that can be used to make decisions on what to do and what not to do. So I mean, we've used this information to make better decisions on whether to invest in live edge plows, whether to invest in treated salt, whether to invest in other things, just by looking at the effect, looking at the effectiveness, and then making decisions accordingly. So a lot of this will work with your equipment, whatever you have. And if you'd like to see how easy it is to install and get up and running, we'd be happy to show you. We've got a couple of towns here that have been using this stuff already, so they have it on their trucks, and they volunteered to kind of, instead of me explaining how all of this works, they volunteered to kind of show you around and explain how they've set things up and how well they work for them. So we'd be downstairs if you guys want to take a look at any of this. Feel free to drop by. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick story. You saw one of the roadside cameras that actually we used it on one of our projects and had a call by the state police, wanted to know what we were doing, and they proceeded to take it down and call me in and interrogate me, but I got out of it. We're environmentalists, so they were. Next and finally, we have James Hynite from De-icing Depot to give us his presentation. After this, you can proceed across the drive, down the stairs, across the drive for the demo session. So.
Is that why you were nervous when the state trooper pulled up?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James with De-icing Depot. Thanks for having me. We are a major supplier of salt, importer of salt all along the East Coast. We have our own manufacturing plants that manufacture the bag materials that you see out in front of stores that people sprayed on the sidewalks. And we're also an equipment manufacturer. And I think for the sake of this show, it's probably more important to talk about spraying than it is about us having a lot of salt. We build everything, all aluminum, all in-house, all from hand, from 5 gallons all the way to 5,000 gallons. And everything is custom tailored to all of our customers. So whatever our customers are looking for, that's what we build instead of just having a one-size-fits-all program. The thing that I'm most excited to talk about is this pump. This pump has taken about 3 years to develop. We've certainly had a lot of hiccups, a lot of pumps not working, pumps blowing up, but we learned from our mistakes and kept going. So this pump can completely replace gas operations on a sprayer. So no more Hondas not being able to pull start or turn on anymore because they get salt in the flywheel. So this particular pump, and it can be put on any sprayer from any manufacturer, or even here at Lake Luzerne and Lake George where they build their own sprayers. They buy these, slap them on, and they're able to go spray vine. This has the same output as a gas engine, except I can run it with DC power. Okay, these pumps are fully potted, meaning they're submersible. So if they get wet, if they get salt brine all over them, it's no harm, no foul. They're the same horsepower as a Honda. They're 5 horsepower, and they run between 0 and 100 amps, which most of you guys' trucks can push that to these pumps. One of the really cool features about having a pump that's internally cooled and sealed is there's no wet seal in between where the shaft meets the Honda. So if these guys were to accidentally run these dry and they don't have brine, also no harm, no foul. These pair directly with Rakib Systems Viasis for tracking. So Rakib's consoles are able to run these, speed them up, slow them down, and control them all through his system. And by doing that, it eliminates your flow meter and your regulator. You no longer need to run something at 100% and then move the flow back and forth with a regulator and then determine how much I need to move it by a flow meter. So the two really Achilles heels of a sprayer are your flow meter and your regulator. When they fail, your system fails. So what this seeks to do is to eliminate those two parts and create a more simple system for people to go pre-treat and post-treat with brine. These are now fully patented, and we got them all over the country into Canada, and we're now shipping them internationally for companies to use them on their systems. So that's what I have for you folks. Any questions? That's it. Short and sweet.
Okay, so we are now at the demo session. I see that we are at 1:16. Let's reconvene here at 2:20. That gives us time to get over, talk with our sponsors, and we will start a private property demo panel at the next session.
Hi, Mark Coe from Henderson Products, East Coast Sales Manager. Welcome here to beautiful Lake Placid, New York, at our Salt Symposium. We have a ton of vendors here, all trying to make the environment better for the traveling taxpayer. So with me today, we have a body conversion shredder. This unit is designed to slip into your existing dump body, able to spread granular and liquid material in a multiple of ways. This is an inexpensive alternative to upfitting an existing unit. Salt brine is the normal system, the normal additive you would use. With me, we also have a salt brine maker that we manufacture ourselves. I'll get out of your way. So this unit takes your water, your salt, comes out to a salt brine that's safe for traveling on the roads. It's down to 23.2% viscosity. Therefore, it melts the salt and does not turn to ice. So we've been fortunate enough to be here with probably 20 of our companions in the environment at a beautiful afternoon. Salt Conference has been very exciting. It is nice to see this many people concerned about the environment and concerned about the safety. So not only is this environmentally friendly, it's safety for the traveling taxpayers. Okay, so we have cutting edges, snow plows, different liquid systems, training on how to use things correctly, and it's been a very positive situation for all of us. The best thing about the Salt Conference for us, seeing the community come together to benefit everyone, because this truly does benefit everybody. So this is an industry first that we could take an existing dump body and minimal cost slide a product into it that becomes a salt spreader and a liquid application unit at once. So it's a great entry-level way to do this. It helps people be more comfortable getting into this market without a tremendous amount of expense. So the tax base can only afford so much at a time. Let's create a product that is feasibly acceptable and financially responsible.
Hi, I'm Craig Sandman. I'm the Managing Director of Hilltip Corporation in North America, headquartered in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Today we're at the Lake George Adirondack Salt Conference, and today we have with us the Hilltip 1500 AM combination spreader. What makes this spreader unique in the market, it has the ability of doing bulk materials as well as liquid materials. So this unit actually features 1.5 cubic yards capacity of bulk material, and you can spread anything you want with this thing up to 5/16. That's salt, sand, cinders, crushed asphalt, gravel, you name it. It also features in the integrated sidewall here 140 gallons of liquid capacity. And that you can spray brines, anti-icing liquids, pesticides, fire retardants, weed control, whatever your application requires. These machines are most ideally suited to a 3/4 and 1 ton pickup market. We do make these in units up to 8 cubic yards total for like tandem axle dump bodies and the like. And today's unit is very nicely equipped. You can build these out however you want. So I'll take you on a little tour here. So aside from the stop turn tail lights, that's an option. The work light, strobe lights are an option. Up underneath the hood here, you see a couple of pumps. Pump number 1 is for a pre-wet assembly, which allows us to pre-treat our bulk material as it's coming off the spinner. That in and of itself improves the efficacy of what you're spreading and reduces chlorides on the road. The second pump over here would be for the assimilation of a spray bar. 14 total nozzles allows you to go straight liquid applications in a post-treat, or a pre-treat or a post-treat application. You can also add a 40-foot hose reel. This is really good to treat sidewalks, stairwells, door jams leading into property, so you're not tracking material from the roadway or walkway into a facility, damaging door jams and sidewalks and such. This unit does come standard with our Strike Smart control interface. That control interface has ground speed control, automatic mode, which means when the vehicle is moving, the spinner is working. When the vehicle stops, it stops. It also gives the operator full visibility on exactly the amount of material being spread, how far the material is being spread, how many gallons of liquids being sprayed. It also gives control over your work lights, strobe lights, and asymmetry adjustment, which allows you to rotate the disc, allows for auto vibrate to take another roll off of the driver so they don't have to look down the screen to do that. So, and they are self-diagnostic, so they will tell you what's wrong with it or the machine itself. The last thing that really makes this a system, yes, it is a machine, but it is a system. So you have the specifications of the unit, you have the Strike Smart controller and all that it can do. What ties it all together is our H-Track two-way tracking and control system. So what you can do with that system from any device, anywhere in the world, I can see what this machine is doing, what it's putting down, where it's putting it down, the time it's doing it. I can override those application metrics remotely. So if I see an operator deviate from an operational plan, I can override what this machine is doing from where I am. Additionally, I can geofence my work sites. So I'll know before I go how much material is required to do a site. So what that means is we can optimize our routes. So let's say I do 10 work sites, assign them to this machine. It'll tell me what my next closest work site from where I am. I can also automate the process. So when the operator pulls onto a work site, the machine automatically starts, and when he leaves, he automatically stops. So effectively, we're taking the operator out of the equation as much as possible. We're automating the entire process to maintain consistency. We're impacting for the better the environment by the amount of material we're putting down because we're more efficient. For us, this is the first time that we've been to the conference, and it's just been great to interact with people that really get to the core mission of who we are as Hilltip. This product was designed and built in northern Finland, about 120 miles south of the Arctic Circle, really for the purpose of the chloride reductions over there to improve the drinking water quality and keep those chemicals out of those watersheds. The biggest question we get from users is the curiosity about how H-Track works overall. Introducing a system like this to North America, admittedly it's a little ahead of its time here. Therefore we get a lot of people who have a little hesitation with it, figuring, hey, it's a lot to figure out. But really our process is so simple that if you can make a call off of a smartphone, you've got this beat.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for coming back. You know, sometimes we have a little bit of an exodus, you know, after lunch and after the demos. So I really appreciate everyone sticking around because this is a topic that we've talked about a lot and how I feel we've done really well with the municipalities, as you can tell by everyone in the room. But as it's always said, half of the impacts of road salt can come from private properties. We saw the presentation by Pamela to start the day. We heard it references throughout, but I thought we would bring up some experts, people that make a living doing this, to have them provide their perspective, give them some questions. Hopefully, there's some questions out here, and through that dialogue and discussion, we can have a better idea, find out how we can get better reception from private property owners, how they can understand the issues, and how we can move this better to take a look at the other side of the equation. So I'm going to start off on my far left with Marie McMahon. She is from, I'll turn it over to you, Marie. Where are you from?
So we live in the Wilmington area, and we provide services for both residential and commercial here, right in the Lake Placid area.
Okay, and to Marie's right, with...
Yeah, Brett Lemke, RM Landscape. We're based in Rochester, New York. We also serve a number of properties in the Buffalo area. We are a 51-year company, proudly started by my father, and full service. So while we're here to talk a lot about snow and what we're getting excited about ahead of us here, we're also landscape operations and irrigation services.
And to the right of Brett, we have...
Hi, everyone. My name is Emma Antolis. I work for New York State DEC. I'm a public participation specialist. I'm here today to represent our Division of Water staff. We're actually doing a salt reduction outreach campaign, and we just recently launched a survey, and we're trying to get feedback from business owners, homeowners, et cetera, to kind of understand how they're using salt and how we can then implement outreach practices to help them get to where we need to go.
And just to be, everyone's aware, we kind of dropped this on Emma very recently, but we'll get to a slide about her work. And then on my right, I have...
I'm Sean O'Keefe. I originally started out as a landscape contractor in snow removal. I own O'Keefe Landscape and some irrigation out in Merrimack, New Hampshire. Over the course of the years, we have drinking water wells, and we've been trying to reduce our salt impact, especially on our drinking water. Currently, we have one well that is down. Had to have a $2 million well installed to replace that one. And unfortunately, that one is downstream on the aquifer from the well that's shut down. So we need to do something drastic to eliminate the salt in our drinking water. 5 years ago, I opened up a liquid de-icing equipment company because we went liquid. Liquid was the biggest way for us to cut back our salt use. We're registering 70% salt reduction off of treated salt, not just straight salt. So we started off 25 years ago using a product called Magic Salt and was able to cut our salt by 50%. And now we've cut another 70% off of that. So it's been a great success. With this success, has developed an equipment company with knowledge to be able to help out contractors and municipalities in getting a liquids program going, as well as to help out our current situation, whether it's in Merrimack or here in Lake George, Lake Placid area.
So I'm going to follow up on that, Sean. So you started out 25 years ago, reduced. You went to Magic Salt and you reduced by 50%. Then you went to more liquid and you reduced that by 70%. It's getting late in the day, but I think that's about 75% reduction from where you started out. It seems to me that would be an incentive for people. Has that been? Or
I would think so.
Do they do not understand that? Or?
Some people see the trees through the forest, others don't. And the biggest thing is, you'd think people would try to keep up with the Joneses, but they're more worried about the negative impact. That's the stuff that rots your cars. Okay. I'm sorry, if you're driving down a road at 20 degrees and it's wet, you're driving in salt brine. Mm-hmm. It's an amazing product. There's plenty of additives to enhance your product as well, to get into the colder temperatures that you need, as well as to excel your melting capabilities.
So is it a bit of the ability that the word has to, is it education that we have to educate?
Education is key.
Okay.
And the education needs to also include the benefit. Liquid de-icing is one of the only green programs that you can actually make money on.
Okay. And Marie, so Sean talked about the reduction in expenses to homeowners. Do you find that the same, and have they listened at all, or do they understand, or do they have preconceived ideas on what brine or other actions might be?
So one of the things I've personally found is that building the relationship with the property owner and gaining their trust. Many of our residential customers that we have are short-term rentals, and here in Lake Placid, with the regulation of short-term rentals that are in place, it's very stringent. We need to be able to respond to any complaint within 30 minutes, and if not, there are a lot of ramifications to it. So I have found, I'm pretty new into this whole brine experience, and because of the trust and because of the relationships that I've had with people, I've been able to literally tell them what to do. Hey, listen, this is what we're going to do next year. And I get really ramped up and I get really excited. And based on that trust, they're like, okay.
She does get real excited. This
I do get
panel
really
is part of
excited.
that excitement. So I really appreciate
And
that.
so I don't have enough data because, like I said, we're new to this. I don't have enough data to be able to show the property owner, hey, this is going to be the cost savings. I suspect that that's exactly what we'll be able to show them, especially after this next year.
Great.
But right now, I don't even have that. So they're literally trusting me on this whole adventure.
So carrying on that, Brett, developing the relationships, your family business has been in operation for 50 years, you said, thereabouts. So you must have had those relationships, and how beneficial can those be? And do those property owners, businesses listen?
Yeah, the relationship's key. I think we're all going to acknowledge that one quickly, especially when early days, this is something we need to try. That try then is to perfect. And they were instrumental, allowing us access to their property, feedback from their customers to us. It's one-sided internally to move forward with a direction of a liquid, or even some of the technologies or the equipment out there. But we need to see the end result of that. And while we could see the benefits internally in our own business, which is a lot of the reasons we will invest in this piece, not the first piece is to the customer, but it's to say we see a value for our business to be exploring these avenues. But when they could get in and become a part of the conversation, we get much more real-time feedback. We've had, we work with a large grocery store chain in our market. They would tell us that the tracking of salt would go all the way to the back of their grocery store, so on the shopping carts. And the amount of waxing that they would have to do in their office, or the thresholds that are corroded away in an instant to that. Those are property damages as it relates to a necessity of our business. But if we could solve those, it's not so much about how much ton they saved or that piece. It's the many thousands, and I imagine millions of dollars for this customer in terms of the services that they have inside. The carpets for many of our commercial office places, they have to get replaced. It was starting to understand and listen to their needs. What is salt in that scenario doing to their property more than it is just what the parking lot's experiencing? So it was eye-opening to hear that. It allowed us to speak to other future clients and customers about, this is just bigger than just the parking lot.
Very true. So with that, and talking to the clients, Marie, you provided some photos, and is it all right if I pull them up? And,
Sure.
And I think this gets to a point, maybe some of you can share your thoughts on about maybe, we talked about what the clients were saying, Brett, but also what are their demands, and, what are their demands like? Are they too much? Are we advancing, Don?
Don't worry worry, it's just live. So
Yeah, there we go.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Okay, so in this picture is a picture of a fieldstone walkway on a camp right on Lake Placid, and this property is terraced. Very steep steps. There's 3 sets of steps going down. This property was being sold, and we had to set up the boathouse furniture, very heavy composite furniture, this last minute request because the closing date had just moved. They were wanting to do a walkthrough. On the picture on the left, if you look up towards the top of the picture, it's actually all black ice, and you can see a little bit of the ice. And I said to the realtor and the property owner, look, this is not safe. I am not taking my guys carrying heavy furniture down to the boathouse. You've got to get it done. And so I was trying to, I'm looking at the sun, I'm looking at the temps, I'm looking at you can see the shadow of the trees. I'm trying to figure out how the heck are we going to get this done. And then I remembered that I had some entry in my truck. And so I thought, what the heck? So I took the first picture.
Entry being?
It's a brine, potassium formate based. I had just been exposed to it, introduced to it by Phil Sexton through WIT. And we're actually using the product in an experimental zone at the the Olympic Training Center. And so I had seen it in motion there, and I thought, okay, let's try it here. So the picture on the left, I took the picture, I sprayed the steps. 18 minutes later, the picture on the right, there was no ice, it's totally safe, and we were able to set up all the patios, the boathouse, etc., just in time for the walkthrough to occur.
Now, this
photo, these are 2 separate locations. So this particular photo is taken actually on Mirror Lake Drive. If you recall Brandon's map of Mirror Lake, this would be in the northeastern corner of the lake. And I'm referring to the picture on the left. So that part of the Mirror Lake Drive gets heavily sanded and salted. You can see there's a row of cedar trees, and over the years we've seen a decline in the health of the cedar trees. The property owners wanted us to take as much sand out of there, so using the power brooms, etc. You can see all of the piles all the way down the length of their property. To be able to do this cleanup, it costs the property owner just shy of $500 for us to be able to clean it up, get it out of there. Their daughter's graduation was happening that weekend, which is why that was another reason why they wanted us to clean up the property. The picture on the right, this was, Brandon, this is Beach Hill. This is a segment, so the property I'm referring to is on Mirror Lake, but it's also, the backside is on the Beach Hill community. This row of sand ended up being 24 feet long, 2 feet wide, 5 inches deep, and it cost the property owner about $800 for us to be able to clean that up. So, the property owners were coming to us saying, hey, what's going on with my lawn? What's going on with my grass? What's going on with our property? This is part of what's going on. And so a tremendous amount of money and labor is involved in removing some of these, or all of the sand, particularly in areas that are where the roads are heavily treated.
And the one thing, if there are any questions by people in the audience, if they want to direct them to the panel, please do. But to follow up on that, Brett, your winter maintenance, your landscaping, have you seen the same thing? I mean, is there an impact from what you do or what some contractors do in the winter that can affect people's lawns? And is that another potential selling point for you.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate part of it. I think one of the most famous looks that we all see is just the loss of turf along sidewalk edges. And we have clients that have invested a lot of money into solutions, gravel edges, restore it with sod, but to only have it happen again and again. And it takes away the aesthetics of the property. It's really quite challenging to really get grass back in our growing seasons up there. Restorations of properties in the springtime are exaggerated by heavier winters or overuse of salt. And it is a way to connect it, especially when we put two of our services together and we contract that full year. We know we are responsible and take on that responsibility of, well, don't make a mess for ourselves. Let's be mindful of how we are managing this property through the winter so that it's an easier transition into the spring and the summer. Everything's very short in these cold climates, so you want to look your best as fast as possible. And it has impact, it has costs, and it's been a really tough part to get beyond.
Chris, I'd like to add to that, if I may.
Sure.
As a private contractor, and Pam touched upon this, there's a lot of habitual behavior around winter maintenance, right, and de-icing. And a classic example of this is it's how we really got involved, and I really dove into this. I received a phone call from one of our employees, Marie, you have to come onto this property now. I happened to be plowing, I stopped, I went up, I thought something had happened. They were working on a boardwalk that's 418 feet long. And they were clearing the boardwalk, and there were a lot of trees, doesn't get much sun, so obviously, there's a slip and fall liability there, and it's a HOA, and they're really so nervous and frightened about the possibilities of someone falling here. One of our employees dumped a 50-pound bag of sodium chloride on this entire 418-foot-long boardwalk when all he needed was 22 and a half cups. Or Sawyer. Sawyer, thank you for your cup. And I literally sobbed. I literally realized in that moment, it was such an impactful moment knowing that this HOA is located above the Chubb. High school students here studying the Chubb, located right above the Chubb River, having problems with landscape. The world just flashed before my very eyes, and I realized, oh my gosh, we need to be part of the solution, not the problem. And what I realize is what we bump up against is that habitual behavior and the lack of knowledge. And so in every single one of our trucks, we have cups. Everybody has a cup. And if I go on a property and nobody's using their cup, there's hell to pay because I'm not going to have that moment again. And so it's being able to educate property owners, the employees, and being able to create a new behavior.
Don, could I go ahead a couple slides here to let Emma talk about, we're talking about property owners, so maybe you can walk us through. Yeah. There's a QR code, and I'll let you take it over.
Absolutely. Thanks. One of our outreach initiatives here is we are doing a survey to kind of measure the perceptions of homeowners, of private landowners, stuff like that, to kind of gauge where they're at, right? Like you said, Marie, we don't know what they're doing, how they're applying salt. So it's interesting to kind of be able to gather that data. We have the survey open until November 1st. And we're hopefully going to be able to collect that data, understand people and their behaviors a little bit more, so then we can do proper education and outreach and kind of, because I think we're often, kind of reactionary, right? We're kind of reacting to something that, negative. But through the survey, I think we're trying to be a little, ahead of the curve here and thinking more about what people are doing at home at their businesses and whatnot. So I think this is going to really help us kind of understand them, meet them where they are, and provide guidance, provide education. You know, we're contemplating doing video series and, you know, writing up BMPs and other, you know, educational materials. So hopefully we'll learn a lot from this survey, and you know, through this time here, I think what we've learned too is there's so many different people working on this. I spoke to someone, I don't know if they're still here from Connecticut, but there's so much information out there, and we're all kind of trying to learn about what other people have, you know, found out, and it's nice to have a space to do that. But I think there's a need, you know, not only statewide, but in the Northeast, just to kind of have some information sharing. But yeah, I think stay tuned from DEC. I think we're going to have a lot of information to share, and hopefully get in the hands of the right people like you folks.
And I think if anybody goes to that, clicks on it, if there's anything that they see, they can, again, ask a question if you see any. Sean talked about liability. Liability is obviously a concern. You're in New Hampshire, Green Snow Pro up there, that certification program. Earlier in the day, I saw a note that liability is a crisis. What do you have to do as a contractor? What type of hoops do you have to go through? I mean, is that a burden on you? And I mean, is there a way you think that could be improved?
Well, I mean, the improvement that we've had over the past 10, 15 years with the Green Snow Pro program is helping us with the liability, where the state stands behind us just like they stand behind their municipal workers. So if we have a customer that slips and falls and they bring litigation, the state helps us out with that. And the two that we've had in the past 10 years have just magically gone away, which they just had a big court case involving that, and it sided with the program. When it comes to liability and having the ability to track the services that we provide, that helps us out greatly, whereas 15, 20 years ago, it was all paper. Mm-hmm. Trusting that your employees are filling out the forms properly and accurately, saying what is actually there versus, you know, oh, everything's good, but it really isn't. So with technology, with dash cams and temp sensors, we can ensure that things are safer.
And do the insurance companies look for that, or is that things that you tell them that you're doing?
We haven't had the conversation. I mean, my insurance has basically been paid and not used. I hate to say it that way, but not going to go without it either.
Yeah, exactly. Brett, your input on liability, I mean, you've got some larger clients. I mean,
it's our selling point to understanding that we're here to reduce risk on their property. You know, through AXA plowing and de-icing and clearing the sidewalk. Yeah, that's what we do, but we're here to, you know, allow people to get to and from their workplace to work safely. We have found ourselves in depositions. I've gone through those experiences. They're not pleasant. We've come out on the other side because we invest in that technology. Generally pretty positive. Shared with some folks here, and not too long ago, deposition. The person, you know, the opposing lawyer says, you know, off the record, of course, he's like, you know, you all got a pretty solid program. We had cameras, we had GPS. We showed them all the data that we went through on this property, and generally it's like, you know, usually we think we just meet with contractors and they just like, yeah, I plowed, I salted, what do you want from me? You know, I might have this information for you. And so I felt good. I didn't feel good about being at that meeting. And I know that's still not going to be you know, the result we want as it goes through the process. And we're not as supported in New York State by as New Hampshire is. So it's, and we're hearing, and I'll network and connect with a lot of different states, and they all have sort of their different play at this one. So, you know, regardless of that, we look at our customers. The burden is coming naturally to us as contractors. They want to wash their hands of all risk and say, you have to take it. We're sort of, we're reading these contracts very closely. Some of them will just eliminate all potential risk and put it on us. Others will understand it's related to our services. So it's reading through that fine print. We have some contracts that our insurance company says, we will not support you if you work with this one specific client comes to mind, or contracts written in this way. So we have to be very mindful. We have to understand those that want to partner with us, that don't assume that every single thing happens, it's in a fault. They just want to hear data. But they feel more comfortable with the investment in technology and the practices we take on, that this, while it's not a sure thing it will be preventable, but it's been reduced.
Maria, anything on liability or?
I think there's so much to say about the liability. It's really expectations. Again, Pam talked about that, and we experienced that a lot. Being a destination area with a lot of short-term rentals, various events, World Cup events, et cetera, we have people coming in from all over the country, all over the world. And this is no exaggeration. We're in the midst of winter, and there are women going to their short-term rental and their high heels. And if there's a slip and a fall, it's our fault. And so this is one of my goals, actually, is to work with Lake Placid and to work with the specific property owners to, and then hopefully expand upon that is a big education push that this is winter, people. And winter comes with slippery surfaces. And you need to wear proper footwear. And you need to have proper cars. And we cannot be held responsible. And we are.
One of my best pictures that I've seen working these summits was, I don't know if you know Ted Deers from out, and he always has a picture in his, talking about expectations, a picture of a hockey player wearing spiked heels walking down the ice on a rink. And just, I mean, is that what you would expect? So obviously not. Talking about reaching out, one of the things we've tried to do in Lake George, we again feel we've done a great job getting to municipalities, and they've done a great job, listening and expanding that with the help of our consultants and experts. One of the things we wanted to do to get to the private sector was we actually invested in a brine maker and gifted it to a town. So we had the vision of starting a brine co-op so that the town would make brine. When they had a surplus, not to take away from theirs, they would make that available to private contractors so that we could, again, try to make it easier for contractors. It would be at cost. We just started this last year. It got off to a slow start just with deliveries and things like that. And then it wasn't much of a winter. Obviously, we're going into kind of year one, I would call it now. That's a program that we were hoping would catch on. I don't know if there's any thoughts from any of you up here, if that is something that sounds good. Is there something that we are overlooking, or how could we try to sell this to private contractors?
I think you got a great program going. When we started liquid de-icing, it was all on us. We had to find a supply. There was no liquid available in the state unless you went outside the state and ordered it in large tanker loads, 4,300, 5,000 gallon loads. When we started out, and we're still at 1,500 or 1,350 gallons, that was a huge endeavor for us to store that. So having a co-op or developing contractors like we have that are willing to sell their excess. That way, smaller contractors, because they're the ones that are really, that need help getting into this. The larger contractors can afford it, as long as they see the savings. And of course, we drive the savings as a dollar value. How much are you going to save in salt? Most of our larger contractors have paid for their equipment inside of a year, just in their salt savings. And, you know, and the knowledge, you were talking about the liability. I feel less under the gun, less under pressure because we pre-treat with liquid. It's the single most safest thing that you can do before a storm even begins. I can look at cameras and say, that's still wet. Whereas most storms, if you didn't pre-treat it, you'd already be out there plowing. Sorry, went off topic a little bit there.
That's all right.
But the development of a brine availability for contractors is very important, just as important as the knowledge.
Any other thoughts on that, or?
I don't, you know, I think we're a very visual, hands-on industry, and so this is an opportunity. It sounds like just learning about this today is just the ability to see it, touch it, feel it, experience in it. Yeah. To be able to, you know, for us, it's like when we saw it applied to our properties, when we had the technology or someone did it for us, and what maybe you all could extend to, then it's like the aha moment comes really fast. We had a long time ago, we had one of those ice melters come on our property when it actually snowed a great deal. And in our market, we said, well, let's see this thing work. And it was just like an aha moment. You saw the videos, you saw the brochures, but to see that thing in person, you're like, I could see how it could function for us. I could see the value that creates. We are a sharing industry. I think for contractors to feel comfortable, even if in a competitive state, but to share what they're doing, how they're doing it. We have one person in our market that's entirely liquid, and we're all asking him a lot of questions. And he's been very forthcoming in sharing how he's converted his organization to a liquid-only piece. So I think we got, you know, you're priming the pump. You're offering an opportunity that, you know, many people won't get access to, and so that's really exciting to see.
Awesome. Are there any questions that people may have? We know it's late. I didn't think it was that late, but
we could ask Emma all sorts of all questions
Oh.
about.
Yeah, Emma's ready.
Yeah, she's going to answer all of them for us.
Thank you all so much for your leadership.
Oh.
I just want to appreciate what you all are doing and how you're leading in your fields. I'm curious, what innovation are you going to be deploying next? What about this winter?
Well, as long as it snows, for us, it is around the liquid piece. It's around smarter salt use. It's some of the technology with VASIS here that we're using. We're ultimately doing some contract modeling changes, floor and ceiling, something that we weren't through the SWIM program. That has been a partnering model. So those two pieces there are allowing us to adjust to what Mother Nature is bringing us. It's allowing contractor, you know, after the rather light season, we have a lot of our customers says, well, geez, you just must have made out huge. And that's not the truth. We've barely, you know, our equipment was there, our materials were purchased, our labor was managed, you know, to keep people employed. So, so we're trying to figure out ways to understand how this seasons are going to change. And we have lake effect, we have ebbs and flows. So that's been an exciting part. And it is there's a lot of buy-in. We're going from seasonal, which is we're 90% seasonal contracts. We're moving a little more and more to that floor and ceiling.
For us, we are just diving in, as you know, Sawyer. So we're hoping to start implementing some of the technology that we're seeing here. We'll be going through the SEMA certification, or at least starting that. And I'm really going to be doing a lot of pushing of education, especially around Mirror Lake. I've some of the property owners, talking to as many caretakers as I possibly can, just to drum up some interest, because ultimately I'd love to be able to participate in a brine collective here, a co-op, so that we could all pull from it.
I have a question about when you made the decision to incorporate brine in your practices, was there a learning curve in knowing when to go out to apply the brine? Then you would have to go back later, I would assume on certain occasions, to plow. Did it impact your schedules? And how did you adjust to that?
For us at the Olympic Training Center, we had 2 small test zones. If Phil is in the room somewheres, there were a lot of phone calls to Phil. Phil, this is what's going on. What do I do? For me, it was actually learning the science. The science helped, really paying attention to the weather, going on site, and it was literally trial and error documenting and having Phil occasionally come on site to see what we were doing, and I had oh crap moments, and we did it, and at the Olympic Training Center, it's important to understand that we have athletes coming in from all over the world. And there are multiple events drawing people from all over the world. And the test zone is right at the entrance. So we needed to really master this to eliminate any liabilities. So it's been nerve-wracking, but we can't. So we only had about 6 weeks of winter or so that we experimented, so I'm eager to get back into winter. Hopefully we have a winter where we can really experiment and expand that test zone.
We had a huge learning curve. We went from a proactive approach to every storm. We'd wait till it snowed, we'd plow the snow, we'd clean up all our properties, and then we'd treat with treated salt or regular salt. To a proactive approach. So instead of waiting for the snow to come in the day before, we're out pre-treating, getting everything ready for the storm. And then while we're plowing, even though we call it de-icing, we're really anti-icing. So instead of waiting till all the properties are cleaned up or 5 o'clock the next morning to go out and post-treat, we're doing it immediately because it's all about anti-icing. It's all about keeping it from freezing. So that was a tough battle to learn across the crews, to understand that, yes, it's 11 o'clock at night, but we still need to do this now, even though the property doesn't open until 7 o'clock in the morning. The other area that we noticed a lot more was mechanically removing the accumulation. The more accumulation you remove, the less material you're going to have to use. So if you want to be using 70, 80 gallons per acre on a post-treat versus 100 to 120, you're going to remove as much material as you can, or accumulation as you can.
I'll echo everything you heard here. We just really dialed in the networking piece too. There's those that have done this before us, and even be able to help those that are a little behind us. It's just that collaboration is a really good way to just work through it. And no event's ever been the same for us twice, so it's just constantly just dialing in and adjusting.
And actually, Brett brings up a good point. All of you who are out there behind shovels or behind trucks, we all know that there is no storm alike. Every storm is unique. And so it really takes a creative person, we all have to be super attentive at the smallest details to be able to address what is right there, what is in front of us, what type of shovel are we going to use, how are we going to do it, how can we mechanically, as Sean was saying, prevent that bond from happening to the surface, and then either pre-treatment and mechanical, or whatever. Again, every storm is different, and so there's a huge learning curve. And for myself, I had to learn that, hey, I'm a newbie, and I'm going to succeed through failure, and we're going to get this. In the worst case scenario, throw salt down for the safety liability. That's the absolute worst case scenario. So if that's the worst case scenario, then okay, let's experiment, let's do trial and error, knowing that there were other people that I could reach out to.
Hi, my name is Amanda Press. I'm with SIMA. Our members are often asking and maybe one of you could speak to this, how do you translate this education and these practices when you're communicating with property managers, specifically ones that are outside of the area that you're servicing, whether it's just out of state or national company? And then how do you communicate the benefits of that when often it does come with an increased cost as a contract as well? Any best practices you can share with your sales tips and communication with clients? Thank you.
For us, right, and it's a lot of pieces. This is just a responsibility in their day. They just need to get a contract signed. We got to move on. They're from Florida, and they don't even know what snow is. And so for us, we will talk about the benefits of this. We will really work hard to understand budgets just as much as any other piece to this, because if they will share, we get that part of that understanding of this, then we could show them how we can do parts and pieces, or it can develop. But it's an important part of it is the budget process. An important part is some visual pieces to it. I think the track record of, no claims, these kind of pieces, just start showing them what's going to make their job easier. They're going to go out and get, hopefully, 3 bids, and they're going to compare all of them to each other, and they want to make this as fast as possible. But I would recognize that those that are understanding this market, understanding some of the biggest risk they have is around the wintertime, they are asking some more pointed questions. I think we're starting to see some more educated property managers, and they are asking for our credentials in this space, especially if you own the market and you're really doing something pretty cool, then they're going to know, well, we want that. That's why we called you.
So has anyone looked at the QR code? Is there maybe a question for Emma? I think that's really, I want to thank DEC for doing that. I guess one last question to go around. One thing that we've seen, or that you've heard, we talked about science a lot. Our approach in Lake George is science to solutions, which we feel we've applied. Can science help you and your businesses? Is that, and do we need to convey that better? Do we need to communicate that better? Is there a way that research that's being done can help people understand best practices better?
I know for us, here we have a small business here in the Adirondack Park, a place that everybody dreams of living. And here we are living off of, or making a living off of the resources, the weather, et cetera. And I know, speaking for myself personally, there's a big responsibility. I claim a big responsibility to doing it safely so that I have as minimal impact on the environment as possible. So for me, talking to Brandon, learning about all of the science from everybody who's presented here today and beyond, that's incredibly motivating for me to up the game and to be as precise and detailed oriented and in alignment with nature, our environment, et cetera. I mean, we don't have a Mirror Lake, we're not gonna have Ironman, which is a huge economic impact here in Lake Placid. I mean, that's one example. And we caretake properties around Mirror Lake. So for me, that science is a motivator. I mean, I'll leave here today and I'm already gonna be thinking, wait, can we do this? Can we do this? Brandon and I are already talking about getting together and touring some properties. I want to take a look at the survey. I mean, so for me, it's very motivating and it's very important.
Yeah, I mean, our other part of the business, we hire horticulturists, and there's a great deal of science that comes to and relates to the landscape and the safe practices and appropriate practices for that piece. So to see that starting to evolve here, we are a means and methods. We go out and this work is done. We get physical with that part. But we are connecting to the why with our team members. They're understanding what their responsibilities are and the obligations they have through SIMA and the ASM course. We were able to get a lot of our managers really educated on what the best practices are. So science has had a huge influence as a driver for us going forward.
John?
Yeah, science is very important. Education on your chlorides, and how they operate, the temperatures that they work to, as well as understanding your surfaces, whether they're endothermic or exothermic. Knowing what products are going to work best in what situations is very important, especially in the liquids.
Great. So, Emma, any closing thoughts here? We've had you up here. Thank you so much. Take the survey. And with that, I just want to thank our panelists for sitting up here, giving us your thoughts, experience, and look forward to hearing successes soon. So thank you all. Let's have a round of applause. Thanks, Sean. Emma, thanks so much. Marie.
Thank you,
I
Chris.
appreciate it. Brett, thanks so much. Take the survey too, please.
Get my business card so that we can stay in touch with
So with that, you have made it to the end of the SALT Summit. I'm going to ask my good friend Phil Sexton to come up and join me. We just want to close this out. I think Phil, who made it through this, usually we rely on him to do about half of the conference, but we let him off until the end this time. So I think I'll turn it over to Phil for a little bit.
Okay.
And
am I
we'll
first?
share some thoughts, and then
Hi,
we'll
everybody.
wrap it up.
I think this
Nope.
is you, though.
No, that's not. That's.
Oh,
there you
that
go.
was a weird thing. Okay.
Yeah, that was.
Okay.
Hey, that's not bad. That was the first glitch all day, you know.
So yeah, I thought I got out of this year, but thanks. So, lot of familiar faces, friendly faces. Thanks for being here. So Chris, every year asks, so what are the successes? What do we have to tell, right? And I want to just sort of take us back for a moment, because although this is the 9th annual SALT Summit, we've been working on this for over a decade now together. So we do this in a lot of different parts of the country, but this is really what I would call the epicenter of where the true road salt reduction model started. And so I'll start with the success of the MOU model, and I think the success of implementing the standards. So you see the standards here. These standards, we've been making these available to folks for years. It's actually what we've shared with in the task force report. A lot of the best practices that you heard, Brett in particular, who we work with, and Sean, it's the same, right? And so it's standards of policy that enable standards of practice. And where I see success in that is a lot of times we struggle with just the first, which is measuring. And I can tell you there's been a real adoption now of the measuring and the calibration standards that I think when we started with this 10 years ago, we saw none of it, right? And most of the trucks that we dealt with, there was no metering. And so it's very interesting that when we're asking an industry to essentially follow some sort of a standard rate of application, how do you do that when there's no way to meter it, right? And it's very similar to asking someone to follow a speed limit, but then you don't have a speedometer. So a lot of it's been guessing, and a lot of folks for years did a good job of guessing. When it comes to the methods, Sean spoke to one very important one, which was anti-icing. Prevent the bond, prevent the bond, prevent the bond. Those of you that I recognize from over the years, you've heard me say it over and over again. Take a stick frying pan. If you cook something on it without proactively preventing the bond of that, whatever you're cooking on at first, what does that cleanup look like? Soap, scrub, more soap, more scrub. In this case, we're salting, we're scraping, we're salting more, we're scraping more. And that's when we get into the technology of even the plows that you see out there now. I know Eric, who we had here for years, he talked about it being the close shave. But yeah, Sean spoke to it earlier. Get as much of the accumulation off as possible, and you can reduce material. And so when Sean's talking about upwards of 80% reduction, it's real. And so we're seeing that everywhere. The awareness of these SALT summits, it's encouraging. I think one huge success story is we've been able to maintain the momentum of this for a decade now. And I think that's unique to most of these kinds of initiatives. And the thing that I think we struggled with probably for the first 5 years of us working on this together is a lot of us think about solutions as technology, but we talk about in our businesses we need to be process-led, technology-enabled. And the culture of innovation that started to inspire now, we're picking up speed on that. Brett talked about a lot in his business, and it's sort of like a slow move when you first try to adopt these things and understand it. And then I think the success that we're starting to see now is we're picking up momentum on that. And really, we're here in Lake Placid now. It's the second time we've been here. We have moved this around a little bit. It's primarily been in Lake George, but I think the collaboration, not only with working with LGA, but we're now collaborating with a lot of different organizations, ADK Action, I know, the Ausable Freshwater Center here locally, several other NGOs, the government agencies. I'll help kind of neutralize, like a lot of people like to throw darts at DOT. From my perspective, they've actually been very collaborative as well. And, given that they have a different set of level of service expectations. And then I talk about cohorts, meaning we're starting to see organically now groupings of either counties or regional towns and villages that are starting to work together. So they're working more like a peer network. So is Rakib here? Hey, buddy. So Rakib, he's the guy in the top right-hand corner. And for years, when Chris would ask, what are the results? I would go to Rakib and be like, okay, give me the data, because he's a lot better at that. And Rob's doing that now. I'd like to point out on the bottom left, a lot of you have heard of Rob Vopoulos, who was with the town of Lake George. One personal success story for us is Rob decided to retire. And as Dennis Dickinson, God rest his soul, said, he went out to go find a real job. So he's working on our team now. But Rob is actually that young man next to the plaque. So the town of Lake George is the first town or municipality in North America that we ever certified. And Rob's actually taken that knowledge, that implementation knowledge and experience, and is helping scale that really throughout the park. And Rob's usually worried every week when I say, guess where we're going next week? So we're going to Maine, we're going to Colorado, we're going to Virginia. So it's happening everywhere. And again, what I'm proud to say is the epicenter that I do believe happened here. So we've been really the big stone that created this huge ripple. One thing I want to point out too, there's some success and also some big opportunities. And I'm just going to step off the stage for a minute here. So some call this the innovation curve or adoption curve. Where I believe we are now, it took us almost 5 years, I believe, Chris, just to get to this first 2.5. And it's taken some that started to adopt this about 5 years to get into the full cycle of the standards. Where we are now, we've got some pace on this now, and so I think we're at the first major tipping point. This is a bit anecdotal, but from our experience working with lots of organizations, we're at that tipping point of tipping into the early majority stage. And so this is where I'm both excited and also I think we need to say, yeah, DEC, yeah, all the other organizations, we need help with this. So this is an outreach effort. So to me, this is about how do we sell this, because the results, I purposely didn't put a chart up here this year because I think everybody's done with those, right? But the results have been consistent over and over again as when we deploy these standards, when we follow the full set of best practices, 50% reduction is like shooting fish in a barrel now. And so that's why 50% we used to get excited about. It's just that when you hear folks like Sean in New Hampshire talking about 80%, we see that as achievable. DOT recently put out their report, and I believe some of the numbers they have because we see 50% all day long, right? And so it's just a matter of how do we get past that early adopter stage. And so that's where I think our opportunity is. The biggest success from my point of view is what road salt has done for all of us now. So road salt really does have sort of this new identity of it's creating this community. 10 years ago, none of us were in this room. 10 years ago, when we started working on this, even Rob and his organization, we got kicked out of a lot of shops for a couple of years, right? And so I believe now, like these kind of pictures, we didn't have before. And a lot of these pictures we're going to shops, the shops are inviting in other towns and villages that neighbor them, and it's that kind of community that I think is going to help us scale this. So that's my big success story for this year, Chris. Next year, I'll give you some more numbers.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, thank you, Phil, and I can never thank you enough for all that you've done, Rakib and others, as well as the drivers, so and operators. It's been amazing. So, well, we've done it. We've reached the end. Just some closing thoughts of mine today that I jotted down notes when people were talking. Understanding salt, and I think that's something that we've all got to do. We talked about reducing. Yeah, well, let's reduce, but we got to understand it. If you're going to reduce it, know how it works, know where it works, know how you can make it work better, and all the practices that go along with it. We didn't touch much into weather. It was mentioned throughout the day, but obviously things are changing. How's that going to affect salt? How's that going to affect practices? So I think we got to understand that more. There's more we got to learn. Everything is connected. Site design, stormwater, contamination. I was real excited to start the day off with Pamela Strong. I like that site design. Of course, I'm being a dumb engineer. I always like that. But to see how that lays out on drawings, and a lot of it's common sense. You know, don't put your storage piles at the high point of your parking lot, because it's just going to drain across your parking lot. You know, have areas where it will drain into low areas, these bioretention areas. Make sure that your plantings are salt tolerant, things like that. It all adds up. Stormwater obviously conveys salt, the denser waters. You heard from Dana about, you know, how those can actually, you know, salt concentrations can be really high in those stormwater devices, as well as that leading to contamination. So everything is connected. Liability seen as a crisis, that was referenced earlier. We heard the panel talk about that. We need to do better, I think, in New York State. Look at the other states. Groundwater impact, uncertain influences. Yes, there is groundwater impact. We're seeing it. A lot of the presenters talked about that. That's going to impact our drinking water. And how that is, you know, that's underground. We don't know how it's going to be. So to try to reduce that, we need to reduce it, hit it at its source, and that's really us. But there is hope. You know, Brandon's presentation is just outstanding to see what has happened in such a short time when a community can work together, when they understand the science. So we can do that. Why no standard? Why don't we have that? Why isn't our DEC putting that up, putting the recommendations of the road salt task force, listening to people, listening to the science? Why isn't that there? Why does it take so long for something that's having such an impact? And then funding. We want to thank DEC. There's been some great initiatives put out that actually did come out of the task force. It's great to have them part of this with the survey, but we're going to need more. So these are the thoughts that I'd have. I'd love to hear what yours are. Please fill out the evaluation. And, you know, I want to thank you all for being here throughout the day, listening to our presenters, bringing your ideas, thoughts, and supporting what we're doing. And keep in touch for 2025. It'll be our 10th summit. We're already looking at the date. It's going to be early October, and we're going to let you know real soon. So thank you all very much. Thanks to all the presenters. Thanks to all the sponsors. So thank you.